I was assigned to be a manager of a female dormitory, but the level of the girls living there was just too high. There's no way I can fit in like this. Volume 3, by Natsuno Minoru. Translated by Amalin at Story Seedling. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 93, Foreign Country and Graduation Time. In a foreign land, it's August. At a resort with the beach as clear as glass and towering hotels, a person in a swimsuit hiding under a beach umbrella to protect their skin from the strong sun reminiscent of blistering heat was playing with their smartphone with eyes so listless it wouldn't be strange to think they were sleepy. Currently open on the smartphone is the chat and call app lane. That person was flicking their slender fingertips down to search for the intended person among over 500 friends. And having thought of a way to save the trouble of searching, they probably did so. Pressing the search button, that person types in Koyuki and immediately displays it. She's gotten cuter, noticing that Koyuki's icon has changed to an artistic and stylish illustration. They leak an honest opinion, but the shape of their eyes doesn't change. Pressing the phone icon is, they hold the smartphone to their ear sticking out from their short black hair and wait for a response. Oh, what time is it over there? Is it bad? Muttering to themselves while listening to the ringing. It's normal to check the time difference before calling so as not to cause trouble, but this person was a bit absent-minded. Even so, the actual time at the location of the call is just past 6 p.m., a perfect time to make a call. After 6 rings, the call is answered. Hello, Saki? Hey, it's Saki. Long time no see. Saki responds normally to Koyuki's surprised first words of joy and amazement. Long time no see. I told you before, right? Since you're studying abroad and we can't meet often, you should increase the number of times you contact me. I was worried since I hadn't heard from you. Saki, I did contact you, huh? I didn't get anything on my end. Could there have been some interference with the signal? Oh, maybe I contacted Mama. Sorry. Geez, what's with that? But I'm relieved you're the same old Saki. Yeah, you too Koyuki. A chuckle is heard from Koyuki, and Saki returns it the same way. They each hear the other's voice for the first time in a while. They want to have a leisurely conversation, but their respective environments get in the way of that. A group of men and women pass by next to Saki, who is hiding under the beach umbrella, perhaps because the ocean is right in front of them. They're conversing in a voice so loud it's noisy, and naturally, it reaches Koyuki's ears as well. I can hear some lively voices over there. Are you outside right now? Yeah, it's noon here and I'm at the beach. I'm already drenched in sweat. That's bound to happen if you go outside, right? And I'm jealous. You know, the ocean over there must be so clear it's practically transparent, right? Yeah, it's beautiful but there might be jellyfish. Not might. I think there definitely are. Make sure you're careful of dehydration and heat stroke. There are a lot of accidents this time of year. Thank you, but I'm fine. I'm taking a break under the umbrella. Hee. I can just picture you curled up like a snail. You came with friends, right? Make sure you play properly. Yeah. And so, the conversation expanded from the lively voices heard from Saki's side, but, next it's from Koyuki's side as well. Souta-san, if you're going to get serious, now's the time. Kotoha-san, if Souta gets serious, won't it all turn black? It's 1 versus 9. Ahaha. Then maybe I should get serious. That was a cue to go easy on us. What reaches Saki's ears are the voices of Kotoha and Hiyoriy, and the voice of a man she doesn't know. Sounds lively over there too. I'm talking in the hallway, so that's why you can hear them. Right now, they're playing Othello with the new manager with a reward on the line. The new guy? You said he was Granny Shizuko's grandson. Yes. His name is Souta-san and he's really a wonderful person. I want you to meet him too, Saki. It's rare for Yuki to say something like that. Really rare? It certainly might be rare. Could it be you like him? Yuki, that person. Saki cuts in with an even more surprised tone. But Koyuki doesn't give her any confirmation. She lightly brushes it off, saying this, I think it would be more interesting to ask someone other than me about that. My reaction would be the most boring. After all, does that mean everyone besides Yuki has fallen for him? I can't believe it. Since the people at the dorm aren't easy, especially Mirei who's not good with men. Fufu, if you say any more about this, I might make more enemies. So why don't you confirm it yourself? Saki, you're not just going to contact me, right? You'll probably call the other residents tomorrow or the day after. I'm the oldest, so you contacted me first, right? Koyuki implies that meaning. Yeah. Then I'll ask Hiyoriy and Mirei. I think Kotoha will have a similar reaction to Yuki. Fufu. Then I'll just tell you Hiyoriy and Mirei's current situation. You can use this as a reference. I want to hear. Tell me. And so, what Saki hears from Koyuki is something she couldn't even imagine. Hiyoriy is currently clinging to Suta-san's back while watching the Othello match. Huh? And Mirei is trying to pry Hiyoriy off. But I don't think she can pry her off since she's clinging on so tightly. What's that? What's happening? The difference in environment before and after studying abroad. Saki, who is shocked by this, widens her sleepy-looking eyes for the first time. Her amber eyes, as beautiful as the ocean, are revealed. What in the world happened? Fufu, it would be interesting if Saki could be spoiled like this too. If you don't have a boyfriend, you could be spoiled plenty, right? Suta-san is 1 year older than Saki, your senior. I went abroad to study, so I don't have a boyfriend, and I probably can't do that. Oh my, is that so? So there's a possibility. Nope, not that. I probably can't meet that person. Huh? I think you can meet him plenty since you're still registered at the dorm. Don't tell me you're planning to move out. Koyuki had forgotten, taking for granted the life with Souta there. That Souta wouldn't be the manager permanently. That he was filling in for his grandmother who was hospitalized but not in mortal danger. Saki had information that Koyuki, Kotoha, Mirei, Hiyoriy, and Souta didn't know. Yesterday, Saki contacted Granny Shizuko. I told her I'd be coming back soon since I decided to graduate in September. She said then that she'd be discharged from the hospital by the end of August. So by the time Saki comes back, I think that person will have switched places with Granny Shizuko. Koyuki, hello? As the silence continues, Saki wonders about the signal, but there's nothing wrong. It was Koyuki who hadn't caught up to understanding the situation. I can hear you, Saki. So that's what it was. It's already time for her to be discharged. Sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have said it. Saki apologized unconsciously, before even thinking with her head, because she had heard Koyuki's voice trembling. For Saki too, it was the first time. Don't worry about it. Granny Shizuko's health has improved, so that's what matters most. Why yeah. Sorry for when I called. I'm going to excuse myself for a bit. Got it. I'll contact you again. Yes, thank you. With those words, Koyuki hung up. Beep beep beep. Saki, who continues to look at the ended call screen with the sound of the call ending, furrows her thin eyebrows and puts 3 question marks above her head. Does Yuki like him? Does everyone like this Souta-san person? The manager is changing. The moment she conveyed that fact, Koyuki showed a sad tone of voice and her voice trembled. There has to be some kind of special feeling, or else this wouldn't happen. And based on the conversation just now, it seems everyone has fallen for him. The possibility of them having feelings for him is no longer zero. That Yuki, that Kotoha, that Mirei, that Hiyoriy. If it was just one person it's one thing. But everyone? That can't be. Saki knows just how high level the residents are, how high their guard is against such feelings. Turning off the power to her smartphone, she silently pictures the mysterious person named Souta while gazing at the clear ocean. Just then, still resting Saki, one of her friends, who had probably gone to the shop to buy drinks, returns to the umbrella by chance. Yeah, just a moment. Nodding once, Saki combines the words and pronounces them beautifully. However, that request won't be granted. The purpose of coming to the beach today wasn't just to play. It was to make memories. No, that's no good. The graduation ceremony is coming up soon. Gulping down more than half of an already half-empty drink, the friend puts it in a cooler and takes Saki's hand with a smile. What they're saying is let's play a lot while we can since graduation is near. Even in unfamiliar words, they somehow take shape because Saki became the teacher role when her friend asked her to teach me. That's how strong the bond between the two is. That's true. Okay, let's go. Yes, Come on Namunimu. Namunimu. This is a nickname taken from Saki, who always has sleepy-looking eyes. Putting her waterproof and dust-proof smartphone in a pouch wrapped around her slightly tanned thigh, Saki walks along the sandy beach while being pulled by her friend. Chapter 94, period. A few days later, a notice spread throughout the dormitory. It was decided that Shizuko, the owner of this dormitory and its manager, would be discharged from the hospital in August. The following story takes place on the day that information was conveyed. Souta-san, Hiyoriy has something to talk to you about. Why are you being so formal? You see. It's something hard to ask, but when Grandma Shizuko returns as the manager, will you quit, Souta-san? Twitch. It was evening, with all the residents gathered in the living room. The first one to touch on this matter that no one had brought up was Hiyoriy, and the other residents who heard this question silently raised their shoulders. This matter was quite a delicate issue because depending on how things went, they would find out what would happen to Souta from now on, and if he was quitting, even the time until then, it was because they were afraid of knowing what lay ahead that the others didn't bring it up. No, Hiyoriy probably had the same feeling. Even so, she had judged that she wanted to ask. Could it be that it was the reason everyone seemed off since this morning? F for Hiyoriy. Yes. For me too. Right. Me as well. Following Hiyoriy, Kotoha and Koyuki continued with serious faces. Resting her chin in her hand and looking away, Mirei was the only one who didn't react, but she's the type of person to say so if it's not the case. Silence is affirmation. Those words are likely correct. Ahaha. Thank you for being concerned about me. I didn't bring it up myself since it seemed too heavy of a topic for the morning. And prefacing the reason he didn't talk about it this morning, Souta continues speaking. But since we have this opportunity, I should talk to everyone about it. It'll probably feel better that way, and in the sense of doing things properly too. If there's anyone who doesn't want to hear it, I'd appreciate it if you could step out for a bit. In this moment, silence visits the living room that was brightly lively every day. A tense, sober atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Even after several tens of seconds pass in this situation, not a single person left. Once that confirmation finishes, Souta steps out from the kitchen. Everything he's about to say is important. To make his voice reach more easily, he approaches all the residents and gathers their attention by turning his back to the wall. Where should I start? Let's see. With this atmosphere, it's difficult to talk even to people he sees every day. While scratching his cheek looking troubled, Souta ponders, and what he says is the conclusion without beating around the bush. Yeah, well then, I'll just tell you the conclusion, but on the day Grandma Shizuko returns, I will be leaving this job. Huh? Souta-san. A shadow crosses Hiyoriy and Kotoha's faces. Even so, Souta continues talking as if not to touch on it. Originally, I started working at this dorm to fill in for Grandma Shizuko. It was only a matter of time until this happened. But Souta-san, since you can handle the work alone, couldn't you stay on as a support staff? Grandma Shizuko is elderly, so I think having your help would be appreciated. My mum is arranging for a different person to be the support staff in case of emergencies. So when I quit, it'll already be like that, I guess. In his vague already, while answering Koyuki's question, it's as if he's saying the days I can see everyone may not come. In this atmosphere, anyone would realize the implication, and at this timing, Mirei, who had been silent until now, shows a thorny tone. What? Were you that discontent with taking care of us? If they're preparing a different person for support, that means you could have continued, right? If you had refused saying I don't need a replacement, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Yeah, you're right, Mirei. If I say I'll do it, I think I could still continue. Then please tell your mom even now. Hiyoriy wants Souta-san to keep being the manager forever. Hiyoriy, don't be selfish. Knowing Souta-san, he must have a proper reason. You haven't decided what you'll do after quitting as the manager yet, right? There's the issue of income and a place to sleep, so even just after that's decided, Hiyoriy appeals with emotion. This troubles Souta, but this is where the two adults come in. Koyuki calms her skillfully, and Kotoha offers a compromise to extend his term. However, this idea is something anyone could easily think of unless they were impulsive, because it's only natural in order to have a stable, secure life. And the fact that Souta isn't taking that action means that's how it is. Actually, my next job and place to live are mostly decided. That's why I can't take on the support role. I had the chance to talk on the phone with a friend from vocational school a while ago. He's working as a designer now, and it's sudden, but it seems he can recommend me to the company he works at. Their employees are leaving at this time, so I got welcoming words from the president too. The reason he called that friend was to get permission, asking is it okay if I ask you questions if I have trouble with design-related things? Since it was the first contact in a while, the conversation got lively, and from there, learning about Souta's past work and current situation, his friend offered to recommend him. It's a job I quit once, but after hearing about the work from my friend, I was able to rekindle my passion. I myself got a strong feeling of wanting to face it again. Of course, the designer company Souta's friend works at is strict with deadlines, but unlike his previous workplace, the work hours and overtime hours are clearly defined. Furthermore, it has a lot of capital and is a company famous enough to be recognized in the creative industry. It's so prosperous that it even has employee dormitories. But it's only natural for dissatisfaction and such to come up. During my term, I decided on this and prioritized myself, so I'm really sorry about that. If you're going to apologize, you should just continue as the manager. Souta-san, there's nothing for you to apologize for, Souta-san. It's your life, so we don't have the right to order you around or stop you. That's right. It's a joyous thing that you got the chance to return to your main profession. Doing a job you love is the best. Mirei voices her complaints, and Hiyoriy is trying to somehow make Souta stay. Koyuki and Kotoha, these two prioritized Souta's future, but still their expressions were the same as Hiyori's. Then doesn't that mean Souta-san is quitting in less than a month? Hiyori's startled voice forces them to face reality. The other residents also realize their parting is near. A heavy atmosphere drifts as everyone closes their mouths, but actually, less than a month is a mistake. I was told to convey that. Convey, you say? About Grandma Shizuko. It seems she said she wants to go on a trip after being discharged. She seems well, but a long hospital stay must have been hard, so I've decided to continue filling in for her until her trip is over. So I'll be in your care a bit longer, Saki-san, who's studying abroad too. So, Shizuko-san's trip is? Kotoha asks. She said until the end of September, so even then, it's a little less than 2 months. The number of days I can be the manager. It's already early August. His remaining work period is about 50 days. Of course, this is the time Souta can interact with them. The time memories can be made, and also the indispensable time feelings can be conveyed. If they surpass this time, they may not be able to interact with Souta anymore. They may not be able to see him. Precisely because a period was put on less than 2 months, the residents' eyes change color because it's clear they'll have regrets if they do nothing. In order to not have regrets, that emotion drives people. Chapter 95, Girls' School. A bit spicy manga. Kamofuji Girls' Academy is characterized by its elegant main gate and white school building. During the summer break, during the extracurricular period, there was a buzz of excitement in this girls' school, which covers both middle and high school levels, like a waterfall. The root cause was that many students couldn't concentrate on their morning extracurricular activities, which was the hottest topic in school. That is, the behavior of the 2 top students in this school, Mirei and Hiyoriy, was noticeably different. The morning extracurricular activities ended, and it was the break before the first period. Hey, Mirei-chan seems a little tense, doesn't she? She seems to be emitting pressure. There's no doubt about that. It's definitely related to a guy. It's like, wouldn't it be nice if you noticed my feelings more? No. It's more like, wouldn't it be nice if you paid a little more attention to me? Exclamation mark. Oh, I see. It's like she's jealous or sulking, right? I heard Hiyoriy-chan in class 1 is feeling the same way. Are they fighting? Oh, but they came to school together today, so maybe not. Oh, Are they both into guys? In this way, similar things were happening in Hiyori's class, as the words just now suggested. What on earth is wrong with Hiyori-chan? She looks so down, she doesn't seem to have her usual energy. Could it be that she got dumped? Hey, remember? She was walking to school with that guy on a motorcycle. No. No, at Hiyori's level. The other person wouldn't just let her go. It's definitely a lover's quarrel. Look, she's still eating handmade rice balls as usual. But, I'm worried. It's not like Hiyori-chan to be so quiet. Well, something must have happened. That's for sure. Everyone's useless, just watching. I'll go ask her. So wait here. Depending on what she says, I might keep it a secret. Huh? Watch the situation. Expand the speculation. With this, there will be no progress. One classmate who was considerate enough to try to find out the truth approached the depressed Hiyori. Phew. Hiyori, you must be tired from the morning extracurricular activities. Today's extracurricular activities were tough. Huh? Thank you. Yeah, you're right. That's not what I meant. It's not like you to be so different from usual, so I was surprised. The classmate sat on Hiyori's desk, gently patting her shoulder, encouraging her to speak. Ahaha. Sorry for worrying you. No, it's okay. You don't need to worry about that. More importantly, can you tell me what happened? Even if it's difficult to talk about, just speaking up a little will make you feel better. Eating rice balls or not feeling energetic is like losing Hiyori's identity. Something serious must have happened, right? Yeah, there's a big hole in my heart, and I thought I wouldn't be able to eat these rice balls with this flavor anymore. And then I felt sad. Hiyori, who usually had honey-colored eyes full of sparkle and vitality, now had moist A's. Her mouth formed a shape that strongly resembled the letter K, rotated 45 degrees to the right. Huh? Is that rice ball from that big guy who rides a motorcycle? I think the dorm manager makes it, right? Did something happen to him? An accident? No. It's not that. The dorm manager is going to quit soon. What? If he quits, I might not see him anymore. So that's really touching. It's like a transfer at school, right? Yeah, that's how it will be. I think quitting the position of dorm manager would mean losing contact with the residents. It wasn't as drastic as transferring, but it was as good as not having a chance to meet. I know it's hard to answer, but do you like the dorm manager? That's why you're so depressed, right? I do. Because he always takes care of me. Listens to my selfishness. He's so kind. Just hearing this much would make anyone misunderstand. However, the classmate understood the nuance. No, it's not about that. It's about whether you feel that way as a man. In other words, do you want to be in a relationship with him? Huh? I don't know about that. It's about me, so I don't know. It's about yourself, so it's not I don't know. You don't have to tell me, but think about it seriously. Why yeah. Hiyori closed her eyes and reminisced about the past. Every day, she would lean on him, ask for favors, seek advice. Her heart was gradually warming. Even so, she didn't know if that was as a member of the opposite sex, a reliable big brother. That's how Hiyori felt. Silence continued for 1 or 2 minutes, and Hiyori's final answer was, I still don't know. She dropped her shoulders and added an apology. Fortunately, her classmate still had another way to confirm. So, do you want to do it with that person? Huh. Do what? Do what do you mean by it? I can't say it out loud because it's embarrassing. Why yeah, I guess. So, why don't you look it up on your phone? Oh, right. There was a manga today about a landlord and a tenant that might be similar to our situation. If you do what's in the manga, it means you like the guy. I see. A manga about that, huh? It might be better to search for erotic manga. Erotic manga? Explicit manga. She understood from the word and its connotations that it wasn't the kind of manga you see at school, but she felt she had to look it up, and she was being honest with herself. Blushing, Hiyori asked in a small voice. A classmate, feeling protective, was excited and supportive. He raised his voice in the classroom. Yeah, that's right. Once you know you like someone, you should do it with them. Only with Hiyori. Just like in a manga. Wait, are you an idiot? Are you teaching Hiyori that kind of stuff? I must have been an idiot to leave it to you. Another classmate who heard this immediately intervened. This was a case where intervention was necessary to protect Hiyoriy. Bam, bash, clang clang clang. Hit on the head by one person, then another, and finally dragged away by the last one. With a practiced combination, Hiyori's confidant was dragged into the hallway in an instant. Ahaha, sorry, Hiyoriy. Don't worry about it, okay? Oh, okay. This is a third-year high school class. They're not at the age where they're overly concerned about sexual matters. But Hiyoriy is different. Hiyoriy is the only one who's different. The day when Souta and Hiyoriy rode a bike to school for the first time, as a result of being mistaken for a couple by an acquaintance, this pursuit happened. Hey, Hiyoriy, have you ever had a Tetris experience at night? What's a night Tetris? I only know Tetris. Why don't you get it? Okay, then. How about a battle between a wiener and an abalone at night? Why would two things battle at night? The wiener is processed, so it's already dead. If they were going to battle, Hiyoriy would eat them all first. I don't mean that. Then how about this? Up and down movements on a creaking bed. Ahaha. I wouldn't do that on a bed like that. Can't you get it through your thick skull? Hiyoriy didn't notice the euphemisms. Not only that, hey, Hiyoriy, do you know how babies are made? Are you making fun of me? Hiyoriy narrowed her eyes in dissatisfaction and gave such an answer. If mom and dad get along, a baby will be born. Hiyoriy, how do you think a baby is made when mom and dad get along? How are we supposed to buy two houses and live happily together and then mark the days on the calendar? Hiyoriy is an exceptionally pure and innocent person. She knows no impurity. She intends to slowly and carefully explain this to her classmates. However, that plan is shattered by that manga because Hiyoriy, who was seriously trying to figure out her feelings for Souta, immediately looked it up. She peeked at a forbidden site during class! They open their clothes, kiss each other deeply, play with each other's various parts, slap each other's hips, overflow with obscene sound, and move wildly. Such a stimulating picture. Hiyoriy-san, are you okay? I am fine. It's nothing. During class, Hiyoriy was hurriedly trying to deceive the teacher after being pointed out. Her face was already as red as an apple candy, and she was feeling a sense of excitement she had never felt before. What is this? Embarrassing. She couldn't bear to look anymore. Despite this feeling, she covered her eyes with one hand. But her curiosity won out. Hiyoriy opened the gap between her fingers and continued to move her hand while looking at the screen. She was moving from one related page to another. Doing this with Souta-san. The relief for Hiyoriy was that the manga her friend told her about was a pure, normal romance manga. It was still something shallow in terms of stimulation. Even so, the more she read the manga, the more restless Hiyoriy became. She started to squirm in her seat. Wow! And then she noticed a change she couldn't tell anyone about. Not only was her underwear damp, but it was wet. Chapter 96, Mirei's Feelings. Let's go home, Hiyoriy. It was past 5 p.m., although it was during summer vacation. The school's extracurricular activities were scheduled almost fully. While there were no school rules regarding appearance, the strict curriculum was set up at the girls' school to compensate for that. Extracurricular activities were not mandatory, but Hiyoriy and Mirei were third-year high school students preparing for entrance exams. It was only natural to attend diligently. More than 90% of students who didn't go to cram school participated in these activities. Today, Mirei's activities ended earlier than other classes. While waiting, she wiped her skin with sweat wipes and called out to Hiyoriy, who came out of the classroom at just the right time. There were no class representatives during extracurricular activities. Their schedules didn't differ in the mornings or after school, and since their destinations and way home were the same, they went to and from school together. Oh, Mirei-chan. Today, that's. And Hiyoriy, who was called out too, had a perplexed expression. Pressing down on her skirt, or rather, her underwear, she furrowed her brows into the shape of the letter H. For Hiyoriy, today was a day she wanted to hurry home, a day she wanted to change her underwear immediately. It wasn't due to her period or anything, but because her underwear was dirty from looking at that manga for a long time. Of course, no one would notice such a thing. Do you happen to have some business to take care of? It's not really business. Why yeah. Even though they lived in the same dormitory, there was no way she could say it. That I want to hurry home because my underwear is dirty. No, that's definitely something you have business with. But you know, there's something important I wanted to talk to you about today, so I want you to make some time. Worst case, I'll wait until you're done with your business. I don't really have any actual business, so it's fine. Let's go home together today too. Sorry for making you worry. Thanks. No worries at all. I just wanted to go to the restroom for a bit. Hey, that's not no worries at all. I'll totally wait for something like that, so hurry up and go. Oh, okay. I'll be right back. She ended up adding the unnecessary step of going to the bathroom since she made an excuse, but it couldn't be helped. If it was called an important talk, exchanging underwear took lower priority than this. Hiyoriy showed her usual smile and headed to the bathroom without any particular need. And so, a few minutes later, the two passed through the school's main gate and traced their way home while being hit by the lukewarm wind. So what's up today? You said you had something important to talk about. Phew. I heard from a friend, Hiyoriy. They said you were acting strange today. That's not it. It's not. Yeah. What Hiyoriy thought of, it was the fact that she was reprimanded 5 times during the extra class. It was during that extra class that Hiyoriy was looking at the Harem manga. While in the middle of reading the H-type manga, she covered her eyes, flailed her legs to the extent it wouldn't be a bother. Her face turned bright red. It was hard to call it. No, it couldn't be called a studious attitude. That matter probably reached Mirei's ears. Being scolded like that, it was Hiyoriy doing it. No, why are you in such a panic? You are worried about Souta too, right Hiyoriy? Souta-san? Oh. Why yeah. After all, there were various things to think about. Hiyoriy, who noticed the misunderstanding, somehow kept the conversation going with busy movements. Mirei sensed a slight oddity in her behavior, but since she had no idea, she accepted it. You know, this is something I won't tell anyone, so I want you to answer honestly. What do you really think about Souta, Hiyoriy? Eek. Of course I want him to stay. There's no doubt I want him to stay. Oh, of course. It's not that I'm dissatisfied with Grandma Shizuko returning as the manager. It's just, you know, it seemed like if he quit being the manager, we wouldn't be able to see him anymore. That guy, probably. I think his next workplace is quite far away. Yeah. Hiyoriy doesn't want to not be able to see him forever. Hiyoriy lowered her voice tone gloomily. If she didn't think anything of him, she wouldn't react this way. Mirei said what had been on her mind the whole time. Honestly, do you like Souta, Hiyoriy? Phew. LLL. So you don't have to be that surprised. Well, you don't have to answer this. But if that's the case, I'm just giving you a word of advice that you should be careful about how you interact with Souta. The dorm's been tense lately. Recently means since they found out about Souta's term being less than 2 months. Does that mean Kotoha-san and Koyuki-san like Souta-san too? Is that why it's tense? I don't know about that though. Mirei was taken aback by Hiyori's splendid slip of the tongue and unintentionally created a pause. However, that answer was within her expectations. Mirei continued speaking as if nothing happened. Those two are really good at hiding things like that, and they're shrewd, like they act in a way that won't make the environment worse and won't make enemies. But there's no doubt it's tense, especially Koyuki-san. It wouldn't be strange if she fell for him. Ah really? Even Koyuki-san? Yeah. Mirei was the only one who saw it. Where Souta went to take care of Koyuki. From there was plenty of possibility her feelings changed. This was the natural conclusion. Seriously, I wonder why everyone won't stop Souta. I really don't get it. That's because it's Souta-san's life. Koyuki-san said so. It's Souta-san's life, so we don't have the right to order him around or stop him. Hiyoriy thinks so too. No, that's just an idealistic statement. Kotoha-san agreed. But you saw those two's faces, right Hiyoriy? They looked super sad. That's. Hiyoriy hesitated to speak. It was true, those two had that expression, just as Mirei said. That guy is easily swayed by emotion. If we all work together, we could definitely extend his term. But that's mean. Souta-san said he wanted to do designer work. If you say that, aren't we pitiful too? Deciding on another job without even quitting being the manager, suddenly telling us something like that. There's a proper order to things. Mirei-chan. Hiyoriy shrank back at Mirei raising her voice. You. She seemed to be at a loss for what words to say. Seeing Hiyoriy like that made Mirei realize it right away. I'm really sorry, Hiyoriy. I got too heated. I didn't intend to vent or take out my frustrations on you or anything. It's okay. I totally understand how you feel, Mirei-chan. Hey, want to stop by the convenience store on our way back? To cool off and calm down a bit. That's right. Then Hiyoriy will eat ice cream on the way back. Then I'll do that too. And so, the two walked for a few minutes and visited a nearby convenience store. To cool off, they looked at the lineup of rice balls and snacks to pass the time, and finally headed to the ice cream corner. Hiyoriy, you're getting me ice cream, right? Yep. The new white grape flavor came out. Oh, that looks tasty. Well, I'm just getting this vanilla one. While having that conversation, Hiyoriy chose the me ice cream and Mirei chose the coolish. Then let's go to the register. Yeah, I want to eat it soon. There were 3 cash registers at the convenience store, with a female clerk at register 1. Male clerks were standing at registers 2 and 3. However, the female clerk at register 1 was assisting another customer. Only the male clerks at registers 2 and 3 were free. Then I'll go pay first. Despite 2 registers being open, Hiyoriy used the words go first. It may seem like an odd conversation, but due to past events, Mirei could only make purchases from female clerks, and in the case of only male clerks, Mirei would have her friends handle the register. This time, since there was one female clerk, Hiyoriy used those words, but that was unnecessary. Ah, I see. Mirei put a question mark up once, but understood right away. Come to think of it, I hadn't shown Hiyoriy. As Hiyoriy headed to register 2, Mirei followed behind her, and then Mirei diverged to register 3. Here you go. I don't need a bag or receipt. Certainly. Your total is 151 yen. I'll pay with 201 yen. Thank you very much. Mirei having a normal interaction with a male clerk of the same gender that she had trauma with. Hiyoriy froze in surprise, eyes wide open at a situation that should never happen. Customer, it's 151 yen. Oh, sorry. I'll pay right away. A plastic bag is fine. She hurriedly unzipped her wallet and took out coins. Exact change. Yes, the receipt is fine too. Thank you very much. Please come again. Hiyoriy passed through the automatic door in quick steps as if chasing after Mirei who had gone outside first. Mirei-chan. Just now, you made a purchase from the male clerk. Yeah. I realized it at some point too after a friend pointed it out to me. Like it just happened naturally. Woo, I'm so glad. I'm really so glad, I guess. Mirei made a slight smile and opened the lid of her coolish. Well, because of that, there's only one reason I became able to do this, because that guy was kind to me even though I had a crappy attitude until now. Mirei wasn't an adult, but she could think like one. She fully understood the reason Koyuki and Kotoha didn't stop Souta's departure too. If they thought of what was best for Souta, that's what they should really do. If they wanted to repay his kindness, they should honestly let him do it. Even so, her heart was still at an age where she wanted to rely on others. She wanted to keep interacting with the person she felt most secure with. She wanted Souta's support from now on too. That's why. This is my reason for stopping Souta. If she doesn't like it, she won't endure it. Everyone hates parting with Souta, so everyone should stop him together. Precisely because Mirei has strong feelings for Souta, she becomes selfish. She thinks like a child, and that appeal makes Hiyoriy think this. See, could it be, Mirei-chan, you like Souta-san too? If Hiyoriy answers honestly, I'll answer too. That's embarrassing. Then I don't want to either. Well then, let's hurry back, before the ice cream melts. Oh, why yeah. That's right. As soon as she replied, Hiyoriy opened her me ice cream and put one piece in her mouth. From this moment, she stopped talking to savor the ice cream. Simple. A small matter that doesn't reach Hiyori's ears. Mirei grasped Hiyori's feelings without revealing her own information. Because she anticipated Hiyori's actions, she was able to smoothly end that conversation. Crackle crackle crackle. Influenced by Hiyori eating ice cream, Mirei opened the ice cream lid. As she squeezed out the vanilla, she thought of him. The person who made it so she no longer had trouble shopping, no longer let her have trouble. Chapter 97, Kotoha's Engine. Kotoha, can you hang out with me for a bit after work today? There's a shop I'm curious about. Today? Just as there was less than an hour left until closing time, Kotoha was suddenly invited by Ogawa, her senior receptionist. Having been told nothing about it, Kotoha blinked her unclouded red eyes. Sorry for the short notice, but honestly, I can't bear to look at you right now, Kotoha. You're doing your job as usual, but something happened, right? You can't deceive my eyes. Your ability to switch gears is amazing. It's something I should learn from too, but not even consulting me is suspicious. You could rely on your almost 30-year-old senior a little, you know. Is that so? You found out, huh? The more stubborn she got, the more she would waste her senior's goodwill. She was always indebted to her, so she couldn't be rude. No, it was because she was happy to be cared for that she indulged herself. I became certain of it during your break when you turned off work mode, but you were really good at hiding it. I never expected to be seen through there. It's my fault. But thank you very much. Then, is it alright if I consult with you after work? Of course. Why don't we go all out and have some drinks while we're at it? Fufu. We both have cars, so that's no good. Non-alcoholic drinks, please. They were still at work. Kotoha lightly responded to Ogawa, who made a grey joke to lighten the mood. It was an event sufficient to reaffirm that she had a good senior section. The shop Ogawa took Kotoha to was a cozy izakaya. Even so, the menu was reasonable and plentiful, with many customers coming and going, overflowing with liveliness and prosperity. The two often went out to eat after work, so they didn't worry about ordering. It was their standard to order what they each liked while engaging in lively conversation. First, they nibbled on light fare and sipped non-alcoholic drinks while continuing small talk. The main topic came up when the main dishes were brought over. So, I thought about what might be troubling you, Kotoha, and I could only think of that. That, you say? Yeah. About the guy with good housekeeping skills, cleaning skills, and looks that you showed me a picture of before. Her way of speaking was joking, but that was Ogawa's impression and what she knew of him. Fufu, as expected, you're sharp, Ogawa-san. That's right. Your work is going smoothly, Kotoha, and there haven't been any rumors about you at the company, so the only seed of worry is your private life, right? It's because you and everyone else kindly support me. I'm truly grateful. That's because you work hard, Kotoha. No one thinks to lend a hand to someone who doesn't work hard. Kotoha looked at Ogawa with somewhat admiring eyes as she showed her senior-like side while heartily drinking beer. Someday, I want to be able to say things like this too. I want to be relied on more. With her short stature and youthful appearance, Kotoha was rarely seen as her actual age. Far from being relied on, she was often put in the position of being taken care of. And that's precisely why she wanted to be seen as a reliable older sister. Anyway, to get back on topic, you weren't rejected or anything, right? If you nod to this, I'll flip the table though. Fufu, I wasn't rejected, and I haven't confessed either. It's just, if I were to confess, I need time to mentally prepare and put my thoughts together. Meaning? I think I've mentioned before that the man I'm interested in is the dormitory manager, but it seems his term only has about 2 months left. And after that, we apparently won't be able to meet due to his work. I heard about this the day before yesterday. Kotoha had regrets. She thought she shouldn't have taken it slow at a time like this. That's bad timing to get hit with, huh? It was a time when you were aiming for him with a watchful eye too. Right, Kotoha? That's right. He's the best man I've ever met, and I got along well with his mother too, so there was little anxiety about the future. The issue is the future, right? If you're thinking that far ahead, you're already head over heels. And no way, that's not true. Head over heels, no way. Head over heels, that phrasing was indeed embarrassing. Kotoha lightly waved her small hands and shyly denied it, but her face was red as if she had been hit right on the mark. She couldn't even say she was drunk since she was drinking non-alcoholic beverages. Someone who's not in love wouldn't be that shocked over one man's job change. You were able to do your work as if nothing happened, but during your break, you had an incredible air of despair. Kotoha, I'm truly sorry about that. I completely let my guard down. Humans can't perfectly switch their feelings. The more you endure, the more the backlash will come later. Even so, Kotoha's strong point was probably that she was able to endure it even during her break. But I wonder if Kotoha would agonize that much over him. It was a remark that rubbed the wrong way, but this was because she valued Kotoha as a woman, and she didn't think it would be much of a problem for Kotoha. Kotoha, you're at the point of going out drinking with that man, so after getting him used to drinking a few more times, you could borrow the power of alcohol at the end and make him fall for you, right? If he's so upright that he properly escorts a drunk Kotoha back to the dorm, he'll do the right thing if you sleep with him and make him take responsibility. Certainly, if it was just that, I think I could get pretty far within the 2-month period. It's not that I don't want to do it with that man myself. Right? Are there any other problems besides that? Yes, I'm not the only resident aiming for that manager. Are you serious? I mean, that's not impossible. He's still young, has those looks, and those housekeeping skills. Her senior Ogawa was acknowledging it. That Souta was a great catch. After showing surprise once, she soon nodded. Fufu, they're all formidable rivals, so I'm really at a loss. There's an energetic, bright, and cute girl, and a kind and beautiful older woman who drives a luxury car. For now, these two are confirmed. There might be one more added though. 2 people? I saw a group photo you showed me before. But weren't the girls at your dorm all at the level of models? That's right. It's troubling how skillfully he'll make them fall for him. I might be one of the people who fell for him too. The moment she heard these words, Ogawa's expression changed with UHMPH. From listening to the story up until now and seeing her attitude, she had something on her mind. Somehow this doesn't seem like you, Kotoha. Like you're playing it extremely safe, or trying to escape in a clever direction without fighting. Escape. This might be heartless to say, but because your rivals are high school girls or because they're beautiful older women, you're already losing confidence. From my perspective, that's not something to worry about. And it doesn't matter at all. This wasn't sarcasm. Ogawa was seriously giving her advice, hoping to be of help if she could, even a little. What's important isn't worrying about your rivals, but how you show what a wonderful person Kotoha is, right? If you lack that much confidence, your charm won't be conveyed, and you'll end up invoking the law of attraction, the law of attraction? The law of attracting what you say and think, for better or worse. Simply put, even if you're up against opponents you could beat with your abilities, if you think I might lose, you'll actually attract that loss. It may be an unbelievable, ridiculous story like a superpower that can't be scientifically proven, but this is actually being said. Among successful people, most have a positive mindset. They say this is because the law of attraction is at work. Apart from luck and ability, I won both my entrance exams and caught my current husband with this. Well, if you bring up things like ability and effort, that's the end of the story. But just like you, Kotoha, I also had rivals aiming for my husband. Huh? Ah, really? This was the first time Kotoha heard this information, and that she had experienced the same feelings and situation. Honestly, the other woman had better specs, including annual income. But I kept thinking I'll definitely make him fall for me. I definitely won't lose, and before I knew it, my husband confessed to me. Wow. Of course, this isn't absolute. It's not absolute, but if you fight with all your might, you definitely won't have any regrets. Regret is a troublous thing that sticks with you for life, so you lose the moment you create it. The words from Ogawa, who was also her senior in life, resonated strongly in her heart. She was moved by her sharp, dignified eyes. What's important for you, Kotoha, is to have more confidence. with such a splendid appearance. What are you going to do if you don't fight? Are you okay with the best man you've ever met being taken away? No, I hate that. Of course I hate that. If you hate that, then there's no time to play it safe or lose confidence. There's a time limit set, so you have to do what you can and try to seize happiness. Everyone around you will be trying to take him with all their might, so there's no time to hold back. Got it? That restarted Kotoha's engine. It ignited the flames. Yes, just a two-letter response, but Kotoha's aura had changed. The color of her eyes had changed as well. I absolutely won't back down. I definitely won't lose. Her soul was imbued in those words. All right. Well then, hurry back and eat that man's cooking. There's no time to waste here. A, B but. Ogawa motioned as if to shoo Kotoha away. However, orders for 2 people had already arrived on the table. Knowing it was an amount she couldn't eat alone, she showed hesitation. No need to worry. More like, you're in the way, so hurry and go home. From now on, I'm calling my husband and having an Izakaya date. Fufu, thank you so much. Ogawa-san, don't mention it. Rather, thanks for giving me the chance to have a date with my husband. Kotoha, no, not at all. A kind exchange full of smiles. Kotoha took out her wallet and tried to secretly leave some money, but Ogawa lightly hit her, saying, "What are you doing?" Kotoha was kicked out of the izakaya while holding the strong feeling of winning against her rivals. Chapter 98, Koyuki, Mashiro, and the Degree of Seriousness. At 2 p.m. on a weekday. During this time when there are generally few customers, in a cafe designed as a hidden gem, along the wall seats, there were 2 shadows of regulars, enjoying conversation while savoring cakes and coffee. And yesterday, when my husband took the kids to play at the park, they all came home with mud on them. Oh my! Did they all play in the mud together? Your husband played with the children so earnestly for their sake. I thought so at first too, but according to what I heard from the kids, the one having the most fun was my husband. Isn't that so cute? Fufu, that is cute. And I think a husband who takes care of the children is wonderful. I mean, even in this day and age, there's still a notion that the wife should take care of the kids, right? Especially since you work from home, Mashiro-san. Yeah, that's certainly true. 1 hour since they entered the shop. During that time, husband talk occupied 45 minutes. In other words, the person who spent 75% on this topic, the one conversing with Koyuki, was none other than Mashiro, the former idol who reigns at the top of the handmade craft world. When talking about her husband, Mashiro's eyes sparkle in particular as she vividly expresses herself with an energetic appearance. Seen from the side, she looks a bit silly, but even though she's that kind of person, in the handmade world she's called a monster. She's a woman with the economic power to have double the blog revenue of Koyuki. It's just lately, my husband's work has gotten busy, so I want him to not overdo it. I understand childcare is hard too, so I'm worried about his health. In your case, Mashiro-san, it's not just that, right? Eek. You look surprised, but it's obvious to me. I mean, you've inherited succubus blood, so it'd be troubling if you couldn't do that kind of activity. I don't know how to react when you get embarrassed though. I'm sorry. By succubus, you can take it to mean just that, unless there's a very good reason. Mashiro assaults her husband all year round. Even so, Koyuki doesn't get put off, because she's heard from Mashiro that he's such a wonderful husband that makes her want to do that, want to pounce on him. And if Mashiro was in Koyuki's position, she has the feeling that she would do the same. Even so, I'm really envious of you, Mashiro-san. Envious? Yes. You tied your feelings with the man you were aiming for, got married, and are living a happy life together with your husband and children. These weren't just words to make Mashiro feel good, this was Koyuki's true feeling and the life Koyuki desired most. The days Mashiro casually spends are Koyuki's ideal and what she wishes for. I'm happy to receive such words, but the days go by so fast that I have some concerns. Isn't that a luxurious worry? It's a feeling that comes from leading a fulfilling life, as expected of a husband who captivated an idol. He's made you this crazy about him and this happy, Mashiro-san. Koyuki unconsciously thought, if Souta became my husband, I wonder if I could live a life like Mashiro-san's with a feeling close to conviction. When you put it that way, that might be true. Not might be, it is true. I guarantee it. But I do have complaints. When you become partners, various problems come up after all. That's something I hear often. But even you, Mashiro-san, you've never expressed dissatisfaction with your husband until now, right? It can't be helped. Or more like there's no choice. It's because I chose that kind of person. Is it okay if I ask? From what she hears about Mashiro's husband, he has a similar personality to Souta. Good at housework and cleaning, considerate and kind. If her wish came true, she might have the same worries. She was thinking with that in mind. My husband is super popular. Even though they know he's married. That's your worry? Koyuki tilted her white neck to the side at Mashiro, revealing a slightly off-topic worry, thinking it would be something like he selfishly bought expensive things or he ate out without telling her even though she made dinner. Yes, it is. I think I mentioned my husband is a teacher, but the other day, he got 3 love letters from students. Everyone is totally intent on stealing my husband from me. That's, as expected. It's not that I don't trust my husband. It's not that I don't trust him, but the ones confessing to my husband are young, fresh girls, so I'm anxious he might be taken away. Men have strong sexual desire, so out of earthly desires, for a moment of pleasure. As Mashiro disclosed her anxiety rather than dissatisfaction while poking her right and left index fingers together, Koyuki cut in bluntly. No, you can rest assured about that. Your husband's sexual desire is being drained by you, or rather monopolized by you, Mashiro-san. Besides, the one with strong sexual desire is you. It's not that strong. Well, I get what you're trying to say, Mashiro-san. The more wonderful of a husband you choose, the more you have to worry about him being targeted, right? Why yeah, that's right. I was so preoccupied with myself that I wasn't prepared for that. So I think Yuki-chan should be prepared early on. Me too? Mashiro's worries apply to Koyuki too. That was the question. I mean, I think the men who make a move on Yuki-chan are probably cool, kind, that kind of person. So I think the same thing as my husband will happen. Even if you date, even if you marry, you'll be targeted. That's what you mean. Fufu. I'm fine in that regard. In my case, I don't even know if I can get to that point first. Huh? Koyuki suggestively said that, put a small cut piece of cheesecake in her mouth, and hid her chewing with one hand. What do you mean you can't get there? To put it simply, I'm not on the receiving end of the advances, but the giving end. Me. If it was the other way around, how nice that would be. So you're saying you've found someone you like, Yuki-chan? Wait, why didn't you tell me sooner? Mashiro, hearing this for the first time, excitedly questioned her, but it's not like Koyuki was hiding it. What do you mean tell you? Every single time, you use up the time talking about your husband, Mashiro-san. I was waiting for the right timing to talk about it. I am sorry about that. That's why I envy you, Mashiro-san. I really do. I think it's something everyone has in common. But being able to date the person you like, being able to build your current life. Koyuki, who next took a sip of coffee, showed a wistful smile. What was contained in it was the anxious feeling of I wonder if I can follow the same path as Mashiro-san. This might be thoughtless of me to say, but I think Yuki-chan can not only date the person you like, but also marry them. You have economic power, a good personality, and good looks. From a man's perspective, they should want to date you even just once. If it was just my stage, that would be good, but there are 1, 2, no, 3 people aiming for that man. Honestly, there might be more that I don't know about. 3 people. I see. As expected of a man Yuki-chan is aiming for. And all them are wonderful girls, to the point I can't find a single flaw. The only thing I have over them is my annual income. But that's meaningless in the long run since I'm older. Wow. At this point, not knowing what words to say, Mashiro could only give this reply. The thought that came to mind now was that it's rare for Koyuki to say such things. But I have no intention of yielding or losing. If I compromise here, I won't be able to obtain a life like Mashiro-san's. Yeah, It might get awkward with people who have the same feelings, but I don't think you should give up the person you like. Yes. And as the older one, I can't lose either. Yuki-chan, I'll support you, so do your best. Fufu, I might lose even with the support of a former idol. After all, he's more wonderful than your husband, Mashiro-san. Wow. That's not true at all. The two spent 2 hours continuing such conversation close friends could have. The time became 4 p.m., and Mashiro, who had left her children at kindergarten, left saying see you again Yuki-chan. However, there was still one shadow in the earlier seat. Excuse me, can I have a refill of coffee and a custard pudding please? Certainly. Koyuki, the only one remaining at the cafe, stayed to place an additional order, to slowly calm her heart and secure time to deeply think about what's to come. I've really fallen for a troublesome man. In Koyuki's mind, she could see the composition of all the residents fighting over Souta. Trouble might occur. Things might get awkward. Even while seeing such a future, Koyuki showed no signs of backing down. There's not even 2 months left. It's not ideal, but I can't be concerned about those around me. Koyuki understands that the other residents have no intention of giving up Souta. Chapter 99, Hiyori's Resolution. Somehow, it feels different. Like the atmosphere in the dorm has changed. The residents' behavior has changed too. 1 week after conveying his less than 2 months remaining term, Souta, who was doing his job as usual, muttered his thoughts out loud in the girls' dormitory where there were no residents returning home. If he was purely asked back, the atmosphere is different? In what way is it different? He wouldn't be able to give a clear answer, but he could easily explain that the residents' behavior had changed. The adult group, Kotoha and Koyuki, increased the number of times they interacted with him in a day. No, they started trying to interact with him more than usual. There was no particular problem with that. Rather, considering his remaining term, it was a considerate gesture he was happy about. But the problem was on this side. The high school girl group, Hiyoriy and Mirei. These two were heading down the wrong path. But this is my fault after all. There was only one reason for the change, because he told them the fact that their parting was approaching. There was no other explanation. Instead of suddenly telling them everything, he should have decided on an order and revealed it little by little. He had that reflection. He had to take responsibility until the end. That was what Souta as the manager strongly felt. Souta decided to take action to bring the high school girl group back to normal first. Section. Hiyoriy, sorry for the short notice, but can I have a bit of your time? There's something I want to talk about in the manager's room. Why yes. 5:30 p.m. Hiyoriy and Mirei had returned home from school together. Even though Mirei was beside her, Souta called out to her like this so as not to miss the timing. Will it just be the two of us talking? You don't have to be that surprised. We're just going to talk in the manager's room. Souta, is that only for Hiyoriy? I wish you'd do it when I'm not looking then. She probably hadn't expected to be called out to like this. Hiyoriy was flustered and behaving suspiciously. Mirei stepped in to give Hiyoriy a little time. No, I'm thinking of talking with just Mirei tomorrow if possible. Hiyoriy first is just like taking turns. Then I'll go back to my room first. That way you can talk without any inconvenience. Thanks, Mirei. Whatever. It was a normal exchange without any particular unnaturalness, but Mirei's tone was somewhat thorny, giving off an unapproachable atmosphere. This somewhat resembled the time when she wouldn't open her heart. When the conversation ended, she went upstairs without looking back at him. I have to resolve this too. Watching Mirei's back as she left, Souta switched gears and turned his eyes to Hiyoriy. So, Hiyoriy, can you come to the manager's room? I'm not going to scold you or anything, so don't worry about that. Oh, okay. Souta opened the door to the manager's room as if leading Hiyoriy, who had a tense expression. He beckoned her inside as his. Then can you sit here? Why yes. So what did you want to talk about? The moment he had her sit on the simple chair he had prepared in advance. Before Souta could even sit on the other chair, she prompted him to get to the point. Even though she must be anxious about what kind of content he would talk about, the way she suddenly charged at him was just like Hiyoriy. Souta, who let out a small smile, said this as he sat down on the chair. Well, I'm just going to talk about something I think you're aware of, Hiyoriy. Huh? You've been holding back on various things lately, right Hiyoriy? What I was most concerned about was your meal requests, but can you tell me the reason for this? Now you just say anything is fine even if I ask. If it's a reason you really can't say, you can honestly tell me that and it's fine. For a moment, Hiyoriy, who made a clouded face, touched her chestnut-colored bob as if she couldn't calm down. Glancing around, she moved her honey-colored eyes and hesitated to speak. That's you I thought I would trouble you, Souta-san. Trouble? I mean, if it's only requests, you have to match them. And that's hard work. And I thought you might have dishes you want to make or have me eat, Souta-san. So I don't need to make requests anymore. Because all of your cooking is delicious, Souta-san. No, I appreciate your consideration but requested dishes and unrequested dishes take about the same effort, you know? Rather, deciding on a menu is troublesome so it's easier for me to get requests. Souta wasn't lying. He wasn't even going out of his way to be considerate of Hiyoriy here. He was just stating his frank opinion as a manager. And here, he felt something odd. Seeing Hiyoriy, who didn't happily latch onto this answer with a really, but instead fell silent. It was as if she had wanted him to be convinced by what she just said. Could there be another reason for why you stopped making requests? There is. Isn't there? Why you're amazing, Souta-san. How do you understand so well? It's because I'm properly looking at you, Hiyoriy. Of course. Come on, since we have this chance, talk to me even just a little. Why you won't laugh? Of course. So will you tell me? I don't mind if you take your time at all. With that kind of preface, you want to do something like the Goose Club game, but that is immediately corrected when you see Hiyoriy asking with a serious face. After waiting 10 seconds, Hiyoriy opened her small pink mouth, and the content she spoke of was something Souta never would have thought. Hiyoriy doesn't want to be hated by you, Souta-san. Huh? You don't want to be hated? Exactly as I said. Hiyoriy makes more selfish requests than anyone else. So I don't want to make requests anymore. I don't want to be hated by you, Souta-san. Oh, I see. For that reason? Wow. That reason is an important reason for Hiyoriy. Hiyoriy widened her beautifully shining eyes and puffed out her soft-looking cheeks. It was a primitive emotional expression, but it looked cute on Hiyoriy. No. Isn't it too late to hold back now? I already know about what you call your selfishness, Hiyoriy. But your impression of me will change a little, won't it? That might certainly be true, but is it okay if you end up being hated by me at this rate? There probably aren't many people who would dislike Hiyoriy, who is this energetic, bright, and kind. Even Souta couldn't find a single reason to dislike her. Yes, he was just exaggerating. It was like a threat. Because I like the bright and energetic Hiyoriy. It's not like you're causing me trouble in the first place, and seeing you happily and joyfully eating the dishes you requested was my pleasure, you know. That's how it was? This was the first time Hiyoriy took the bait. Yeah. So don't hold back and keep making requests from now on. I'll tell you if it's impossible, and I won't come to dislike you over such selfishness. And so Souta slowly reached out his hand to Hiyori's head. The moment she saw Suta's hand, Hiyoriy thrust her head forward on her own. It was a bad example, but she was like a pet who loved its owner. You really do like getting your head patted, don't you Hiyoriy? So, if you try to hold back from now on, I'll prohibit head pats too. If you understand, make sure to make requests without holding back. Okay? Why yes. I understand. Alrighty. Well then, shall we head back to the living room soon? It was good timing. The moment Souta tried to take his hand away from patting her head, Hiyoriy grabbed Suta's wrist with both hands with a snap. Souta-san, I want you to pat me for another hour. Sorry. That's impossible. You can rely on me. You don't have to hold back. By saying that, Hiyoriy would accelerate her reliance. Souta, of course, shook his head from side to side as she looked up at him. And Souta, who managed to reach a resolution for the time being. Chapter 100, Mirei's resolution. So, I heard it's my turn today. But what's this about? The next day, Souta called out to Mirei. For some reason, Hiyoriy was next to them looking envious. but he couldn't afford to pay attention to that now. Making time for just the two of them wasn't Souta's idea. It was for the sake of resolving the residents' worries. For the time being, he sent Hiyoriy upstairs and opened his mouth. About that, could we talk outside for a bit? Huh? Outside? Yeah. While going to the convenience store. Of course, I won't make you pay. Mirei. You say that? Then I'll buy something expensive. Keep it under 1,000 yen, okay? No, that's too much. 300 yen is fine. Mirei narrowed her jade eyes at the proposed 4-digit amount. It's quite rare for a high school student to cut down the treat amount with a "what are you saying?" face. Then how about 1,000 yen including Hiyori's share? Since I didn't go out with Hiyoriy yesterday, I think she'll complain to me. Like you are giving Mirei-chan special treatment. In other words, it's to appease her. Ahaha. Well, I guess it'll be like that. Well, that much is fine. Thanks. Then wait a bit. I'm going to wrestle with Hiyoriy for a bit. Have fun. It'd be funny if you lost here though. I won't lose. I've decided to spend time with you today. Mirei. Yeah. If he said something like I'm going out with Mirei so please stay home, Hiyoriy would probably resist with all her might. The word wrestle was fitting. However, this was also a point Souta couldn't back down on. With a strong resolve, he somehow convinced Hiyoriy and succeeded in going out with Mirei. Section. So why did you want to talk outside anyway? It's not like Hiyoriy would have complained if we talked in the dorm. That's because I wanted to make sure no one else heard us. What's with that? Is it okay for someone to hear your talk with Hiyoriy, but my talk can't be heard by anyone? To put it simply, yeah. Well, I'll get to the point a bit early. The two were walking to the convenience store without using the bike to have a leisurely conversation. After a light preface, Souta moved on to the main topic. Mirei. What do you want me to do for you from now on? If there's anything, tell me your dissatisfaction, complaints, anything towards me. I'll improve from there. You should know in the first place, Souta, all my dissatisfaction and complaints. I won't know exactly unless you tell me. Then I'll say it. But don't quit being the manager. You said you wanted to return to your main job, but I seriously don't get it. You should just continue. Why would you do something to make everyone in the dorm sad? It's not something we can easily accept. Suddenly being told you're quitting, and that your next workplace is pretty much decided too. About that, I'm really sorry. It was just as he imagined. Mirei was dissatisfied with Souta quitting as the manager and the timing of that report. On the other hand, Souta, who was at fault, had no choice but to apologize. Like I said before, if you're going to apologize, just continue. At least extend the period. It's unfair that only your wishes get granted. Mirei's statements were childish and immature. Of course, she understood that she was saying selfish things. Even so, from her perspective, it couldn't be helped. Thanks to Souta, Mirei was able to stand on the path to overcoming her past. Thanks to Souta, she was able to grow little by little. If such a person suddenly said they were quitting, she would want to stop them by saying something selfish. In a way, this was like enacting self-defense. I understand where you're coming from, Mirei, but I can't change my term anymore. My mom has already asked someone else to be the support staff, and the design company is already moving to hire me. I can't suddenly refuse now and tarnish the reputation of the friend who recommended me. So, I'm hoping to find a compromise with you, Mirei. A compromise? Mirei tilted her head with a difficult expression. Her pink antennae that matched her black hair swayed. Yeah, I'll say it presumptuously, but I've already decided to quit as the manager and start a new job, and I can't budge on that. So I want you to tell me what you want me to do for you after I quit as the manager. Mirei. What I want you to do? Oh, of course I want to see you, Mirei answered immediately while turning away with a pout. She wants him to continue being the manager, to extend his term. The reason is because she doesn't want to part with Souta. That's all there is to it. Got it? Then let's do that. Of course, I'll have work scheduled so we can only meet 2 or 3 times a month though. Hey, isn't your workplace far? It seemed like we wouldn't be able to meet anymore after you quit. That's because work will get busy. and I didn't have a prospect for when it would settle down. I'll also have more work than others to make up for the gap until now, so the workload seems like it'll be heavy. The workplace is about a 3.5-hour bike ride away, so it's not impossible if I use my days off. So, could it be I'm the only one you're saying this to? That's why you didn't want anyone to hear. Nod. Souta silently nodded to the surprised Mirei. He had to treat the residents equally. However, Mirei was a bit of an exception. I know it's weird to say this to you directly, but when someone you've started being able to talk to despite disliking them suddenly quits, it's only natural to feel dissatisfied. But I want you to overcome your past, Mirei. I'm really sorry for saying it so simply, but I want you to discard the idea that there are only bad men out there. So even after I quit as the manager, my desire to support you in that will definitely remain. Now that I've gotten involved with you, I don't want you to only bear painful things. Souta. In that moment, Souta's words sank into Mirei's chest. When she was suddenly told he was quitting as the manager, Mirei had thought this. That Souta, who had told her she could rely on him anytime, had abandoned her. However, that was Mirei's misunderstanding. Even after quitting as the manager, Souta had the desire to do something for her. So will you accept that I'll meet with you even after I quit as the manager, Mirei? That's the compromise. HMPH, I don't want that. Huh? Why you don't want it? You won't accept it? It seemed like a flow that would fully convince her. Mirei unexpectedly refused, but of course there was a reason. I mean, that means you have no intention of making me overcome my past in the remaining time, right? If you seriously intended to make me overcome it, you wouldn't be thinking about what to do after you quit at this stage. No, I don't mean it like that. Then show me you'll make me overcome it in the remaining time. I'll say it, but I can't be the only one meeting with you, Souta. I'd feel super guilty. And if it got out, I'd make enemies. If we meet, it's better with everyone. It's more fun that way too. Oh, ahaha, that's true. And you know, I can't make someone who's thinking about me this much push themselves. It's obviously tough to drive 7 hours round trip on your precious days off. You don't have to try so hard to show off. What took priority in Mirei's mind was this. It wasn't that she was worried about drawing resentment from the other residents, but that she didn't want to burden Souta. That kind thought of hers. So get closer to me in the limited time we have and put me in a state where I can interact with men. That's the compromise. Are you sure? I mean, we can meet if we want to. I totally thought it would be a flight level distance away. Ahaha. Sorry about that. Well, that's how it is. So I'm counting on you, Souta, to see how much you'll pay attention to me from now on. Mirei conveyed that with a somehow happy smile. And a few minutes later, they arrived at the convenience store midway. This convenience store was the place Hiyoriy and Mirei had stopped by yesterday. The staff were all the same as yesterday too. A woman at Register 1, men at Registers 2 and 3, and yet, Mirei naturally said, Souta, I'm a bit scared. Mirei deliberately made her voice tremble and hid behind Souta's back, immediately clinging to his arm. However, the face hidden in his shadow had a triumphant smile. Yes, after all, Mirei had become able to shop even if the staff were of the opposite sex. It's okay, Mirei. The staff are all kind. Let's slowly get used to it. Yeah. Completely unaware Souta was being taken advantage of, and from now on, as he increased the time he paid attention to her, the way Mirei saw Souta would naturally change. Chapter 101, Until Saki's Return. Only 3 days left until Saki-chan comes back. Time flies. I'm looking forward to seeing Kotoha, and everyone else too, the manager as well. Oh. So that's already been conveyed. Yeah, for now. I heard the period was extended by a month. I'm nervous to meet him for the first time. But Fufu, Souta-san is kind so it'll be fine. He'll notice right away if you're in trouble. Today was a day off. Wearing slippers on bare feet and half-sleeve half-pants lounge Kotoha was having a second phone call with Saki, the study abroad student. On the other end of the phone was the dorm's living room. While watching a scene of Souta diligently cleaning with Hiyoriy and Mirei teasing him and Koyuki scolding them, Is the manager really that kind? Everyone says the same thing. I think you'll probably be surprised. Saki-chan. He's good at being considerate and works hard, so the inside of the dorm is clean every day. Such high praise. That's right. It's really sad that someone like him is quitting. Kotoha tried to laugh it off so the atmosphere wouldn't get heavy, but it didn't go as she intended. That small, leaked voice conveyed sadness even over the phone. Saki, who had no words to say back, fell silent. Kotoha, who noticed right away, forcibly changed the subject. Oh, Saki-chan, you'll be starting job hunting when you come back here, right? I'll help you practice for interviews, so rely on me anytime. I won't be job hunting. I'll work from home like Yuki. Is that so? Yeah. I'm doing translation work on a video upload site right now. I'll continue that job. Saki conveyed it in the same tone of voice without inflection, but her words contained confidence. As expected of Saki-chan. You're on top of things, or rather, you're making use of the strengths of studying abroad. I had decided to work from home in the future. I'm not good at it. Fufu, you've totally adapted to being a native speaker. Oh. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. There's no need to apologize. I was impressed that you worked hard studying English properly. I need to work hard too. Work hard at what? For now, probably work. What about working hard to make the manager fall for you? That might be the case too. As I thought. Yuki and Kotoha give boring answers. Saki loves gossip about love from her acquaintances. She probably didn't get her way, as her cute, pouting voice came through. If you let me hear about your love life, Saki-chan, I might talk about mine too. I only got confessed to while studying abroad. Then I'll ask you about that when you get back. I'm curious about how you turned them down. I don't mind that much. In exchange, you have to talk to Kotoha. Not him. The two continued this conversation that was like feeling each other out for a while. Just as they reached a good stopping point, Souta's cleaning conveniently finished. Saki-chan. If it's now, you can talk on the phone with Souta-san. What do you want to do? Phone. It would be rude not to. I think it would be more convenient to do it. I mean, just having one conversation will help ease the tension the next time you meet, I think. Okay. Then I want you to switch. Sure, wait a bit. And so, Kotoha stood up from her chair and approached Souta, who was washing his hands while being teased by the high school girl group. Souta-san. Saki-chan, the study abroad student, said she wants to talk on the phone. Do you have time now? Hey Hiyoriy and Mirei, how long are you going to tease me? Oh, that makes me happy. Wait a second. Looking busy yet a bit happy, Souta quickly rinsed the soap off under the faucet and wiped his hands with a dry towel as he walked over. Hearing he would talk on the phone, Hiyoriy and Mirei stopped teasing him. That part of them was age appropriate. Here, Souta-san, the phone. Thanks. Souta politely took the slightly large smartphone and, although showing nervousness, held it to his ear and spoke first. Hello, the phone has been passed to me. This is Souta. Hello. Saki. Saki immediately activated her communication disorder. Souta felt at that response, but realized she was probably not good at talking to people she was meeting for the first time. Of course he thought to provide as many topics as possible. I've heard about you from everyone in the dorm, Saki-san. If I remember correctly, you'll be returning in 3 days, right? Yeah. I think the period we can interact will be short, but I look forward to working with you until the end. Why yeah, Souta brought up a topic. Saki responded. Of course the conversation didn't expand. Even so, Souta somehow filled the gaps. Oh, Saki-san, do you have any favorite foods or things you want to eat when you come back here? I'm thinking of preparing a graduation celebration if possible. It's fine. Please don't hold back. Anything is fine. Really? Of course. Then, sashimi and miso soup. And I want to eat sweet tamagoyaki too. Sashimi, miso soup, and tamagoyaki, right. Anything else is okay? Yeah, it's fine. Got it. Then I'll get that ready. And let's see. Please take care of yourself and come back healthy. We're looking forward to your return. Okay, I'll do my best. Ahaha, please do. Well then, goodbye for now. Yeah, bye. It's not like Souta is particularly good at talking either. That was all he could think of to talk about in that time. It was lucky he was able to end the conversation when he ran out of topics. Kotoha, who took the smartphone back from Souta with a thank you for the call, immediately spoke to Saki. Fufu, you two had a lively conversation. Saki-chan. Not at all. That manager just kept talking the whole time. I only responded. From how Souta-san looked, I didn't think that was the case. But, that's why, that manager just kept talking. What's with that manager? Crazy. Kotoha was told over the phone that person is weird. Even so, there was no bad nuance in that English. It's weird to be able to talk that much with someone you're meeting for the first time. It contained a meaning close to words of praise like that, the type I'm worst with. High communication skills. From that factor, Saki was misunderstanding that he was an extrovert, that he was frivolous. It'll be fine, that impression will change when you meet him. And Kotoha reassured Saki, who seemed to be trembling, but seeing Souta being teased by the residents again, she thought. If only everyone disliked Souta-san like Saki. Koyuki, who happened to see Kotoha's melancholy expression, thought that too. Chapter 102, Kotoha, Koyuki, and Men. After the call with Saki ended, Souta started to get entwined by the high school girl group, Hiyoriy and Mirei. And Kotoha, who was gazing at that scene with a pained expression, had her consciousness changed in an instant. Kotoha. Kotoha was called in a small voice from the direction of the table. When she opened her eyes wide with a start and looked over there, Koyuki was beckoning her. For some reason, that beckoning was hidden behind the shadow of the chair, secretly, so that the other three wouldn't notice. It seemed she didn't want to attract too much attention. Nod. But there was no doubt she was called. Kotoha, who nodded lightly twice, approached Koyuki with small steps and called out to her. What is it? For now, why don't you sit next to me? It's awkward to talk standing up. Why, you're right. Then excuse me. As Koyuki led the way and pulled out the chair with both hands, Kotoha slowly sat down there. What the two saw in front of them was Hiyoriy clinging to Souta's waist trying to stop him from going to the kitchen. Mirei trying to stop Hiyoriy. As a result, Souta was being pulled by the two. Kotoha, what was with your face earlier? My face? Earlier? After the phone call. You had a sad expression, right? As if you felt bad about Souta-san being taken away. That's just your imagination, Yuki-chan. I'm fine. Really? Then that's good. The two adults, Koyuki and Kotoha, were having a calm conversation while watching the offense and defense unfolding in front of them. However, the content was also them feeling each other out. Even so, those two are enviable, aren't they? You mean Hiyoriy-chan and Mirei-chan? Yes, we're adults, so we can't interact with Souta-san like that, right? I think that's a privilege of youth though. Certainly, now that you mention it, that's true. If we did it, we'd be restless adults clinging, pulling, and interfering with Souta's work. As a result, they're showing off right in front of them a way to get his attention. Whether it's intentional or they just want him to play with them, it's hard to judge from just this. But it's a method the adult group definitely can't do. Koyuki and Kotoha envied Mirei. No, especially Hiyoriy, because she could cling to Souta so easily. Well then, at that moment, Koyuki used a conjunction to change the subject. What is Kotoha going to do from now on? I won't say what, but there's only a month left, right? That's right. What are you going to do, Yuki-chan? There's only a little time left to be in this environment too. The words are different, but the point the two are connecting is the same. The 1 month until Souta can stay as the manager. What they will do during that time. Kotoha, who was asked first, returned to Koyuki with a smile as if to say, I won't let you take the lead. I will. Let's see. For now, probably the same as Kotoha. I don't understand what you mean by the same. Oh my. I've broken out of my shell, but you still intend to play dumb? Then as the older one, I'll declare, I intend to act so as to have no regrets. You know. Is that so? That's the same. Yuki-chan. I feel the same as you, Kotoha. I never thought you would become my enemy. Following Koyuki, who broke out of her shell first, Kotoha also ended up voicing her true feelings. The two words worst case that were unlike Kotoha. Excuse me for saying this, but I think Yuki-chan could catch a better man. Even better than the certain man you're probably aiming for now. Oh my, Kotoha, you're the one who has many men after you at work, right? I think you could find an even more wonderful partner than him. What do you think? Why don't you switch to that? That's you, Yuki-chan. I think you could catch a man with a higher income and who drives a luxury car, so wouldn't it be better for you to switch? The certain man Kotoha refers to and the him Koyuki refers to is the person in front of them dealing with Hiyoriy and Mirei. Both of them were trying to lower the value of the person they were aiming for and switch to a different partner, hoping to get lucky. In other words, this was also a means to reduce rivals. In truth, both of them knew. Because they knew, they wouldn't back down. They knew it would be hard to meet a better man than that person. Certainly, if you look at annual income and such, other men have more going for them. You're right about that, Kotoha. Then. But you know, I don't need a luxury car. And I don't need the condition of a high income either. As long as we have enough money to live together, that's plenty. And I want to date someone who can make me happy. The most necessary thing is personality, right? You're not going to back down either, are you, Yuki-chan? Fufu, if there's even a 0.1% chance of winning, I won't back down. Especially if it means I can spend time with the partner I've chosen. Nod. Kotoha nodded without a word to Koyuki's strong words. She showed agreement without any particular objection. Fufu. But it might be good that you're my rival, Kotoha. Why is that? I mean, you normally can't have this kind of conversation with a rival, right? I think it's only possible if you can handle it like an adult and have a pure heart. I did just try to make you switch to a different man though. I think that's a legitimate method. If you give up, it means your feelings were only that strong, so you should honestly yield. You sure say it like it is. As expected of Koyuki-san. Kotoha, who let out a chuckle, lightly swayed her legs that were hanging from the chair. However, this wasn't because she was happy. It was like a preface to express a little dissatisfaction. Kotoha's smile soon disappeared, and her face became serious. No. She sighed with a pensive face. What's wrong? Suddenly sighing like that. I was just thinking I've had my feelings stolen by a really troublesome person. Oh my. You thought so too, Kotoha? Of course. In the first place, Souta-san was the first man I've ever gone out drinking with alone. To think such a person would go and make the residents fall for him one after another. Fufu, I agree with that. I wonder why he takes such well-targeted actions. If it's intentional, want to gang up and beat him? Let's punish that maliciously unfair man. That sounds good. Sinfully charming person refers to someone like Souta-san after all. Between two people harboring the same feelings, it's inevitable that they somewhat become at odds. Even so, there's no doubt they also feel a sense of affinity. From then on, the two silently spectated the offense and defense of Souta, Hiyoriy, and Mirei. When the momentary battle ended, the high school girl group following behind Souta was like ducklings. This time, Mirei grabbed Souta's waist and Hiyoriy pulled, starting a human chain. Because of this, Souta, whose work time was being cut into, finally lost his patience. Hey, Kotoha and Koyuki-san. Instead of just watching, could you help me? I can't work like this. Souta called for help from Koyuki and Kotoha who were sitting in chairs observing him. Even so, there's no way they would take this helping hand. Because Souta was a malicious person who made these two fall for him. Isn't it good to suffer a little now? That's right. Please hurry and do your work, Souta-san. Hey, why are you being so cold today of all days? A fun scene on a day off. And the daily life of the five will finally change too. The day the study abroad student Saki returns to Japan had arrived. Chapter 103, Homecoming and Battle. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking off shortly. Please be sure your seatbelt is securely fastened. Night, 10:22 p.m. On the airplane. While reflecting the lit-up airport in her eyes through the window, Saki listened to the English announcement. In her suntanned hand from the beach, a handkerchief was gripped tightly. The cloth was damp. The sound of sniffling also echoed several times. Saki, who usually had sleepy-looking eyes, had her beautiful amber eyes welling up with tears only on this day. The reason was because of what happened at her shared house destination. There was a farewell with friends she had been indebted to for years. Saki, who was driven to the airport and spent a fun time until the plane took her off to not feel the farewell. With the feeling of wanting to show a lively appearance, to not show a sad appearance. Even though Saki endured tears with such feelings, that thread broke a few minutes after boarding the plane. It's sad. It's lonely. While fastening her seatbelt according to the announcement, Saki muttered her feelings. As expected, switching gears emotionally was not something that could be easily done because there were factors that made her unconsciously remember the fun and happy times. But by the time I arrived there, Saki's flight was 12 hours. She would spend half a day on the plane. If she had this long time, Saki figured no one would realize she had been crying. To the dorm residents she would be living with again. Saki, who put the handkerchief to her eyes again, took out her smartphone from her pocket and moved to the mail screen. I just got on the plane. I think I'll arrive around 7 p.m. Thanks for picking me up, Yuki. After sending the concise text typical of Saki to Koyuki, she switched to airplane mode, turned off the power, and just then, raised her hand to a flight attendant passing by and opened her mouth. "Excuse me, may I have a blanket please?" She spoke in a mumbling English without making eye contact. For Saki, who wasn't good at talking to people she was meeting for the first time, just being able to make this request was more than enough. "Certainly, please wait a moment." "Thank you very much." And so, Saki, who received a blanket before takeoff, put it over her shoulders and stared intently at the scenery outside. At this time, it was already time to get into bed. She was waiting for drowsiness while memories of studying abroad ran through her mind. Well then, enjoy your flight. How many minutes had passed since then? Another announcement came from the captain and the plane began to move. Saki fell asleep 1 hour after the plane took off. Section. Becoming morning today. Hiyoriy, who was showing a higher tension than usual, was hopping up and down with a beaming smile. "Saki-san is coming back today, right? She's coming back today, right? Hiyoriy wants to go pick her up with Koyuki-san after school." She was saying things that would make Saki happy, but that wish wouldn't come true. "Koyuki-san's car is a two-seater, wasn't it?" Mirei tilted her head towards Koyuki as if to confirm. "Yes, that's right. So Hiyoriy, you're on house-sitting duty." "I'm going alone." "No way." "Oh, then how about Kotoha-san and Koyuki-san exchange cars for a day?" "Kotoha-san's car is a four-seater, right?" That's true, but I can't exchange cars. Yuki-chan's car is really expensive, so I don't have the courage to drive it." Kotoha refused with all her might, waving both hands and shaking her head. "The car Kotoha rides is a white Beetle with the VW logo. It's a high-class car, but Koyuki owns a black Audi that costs more than twice as much. If they exchanged cars and an accident occurred, not only would she be unable to take responsibility for it, but she's also not used to driving that car in the first place. Considering the risk, there's no way she could choose the option to exchange, and the time Kotoha's work ends is just the time Saki returns to Japan. In other words, it's impossible for Hiyoriy to go pick up Saki. Hiyoriy, I'll lend you my bike." "Eh? Is that okay?" "Yeah. I have preparations to make to welcome Saki-san." So Hiyoriy would have to ride alone though. That's not lending it. In the first place, if Hiyoriy drove, it would be unlicensed driving, wouldn't it? Ahaha, good catch. Souta wanted to welcome her with as much effort as possible. He had intended to leave the pickup to Koyuki. "Geez, Souta-san, I want to eat macaroni salad for dinner tonight." Eating what she likes. This is Hiyori's way of venting and getting in a good mood. Hiyoriy is quite simple-minded, but also easy to please. Saki-san takes priority today, so no can do. She requested Japanese style, so today's salad will be pounded cucumber and tuna mixed with plum paste. That sounds delicious. And since today is Saki-san's graduation celebration, I plan to make the food even more luxurious than usual. You can look forward to it. Really? Yay. Now, hurry and get ready since school is soon. Okay. Hiyoriy is a hardcore food lover. There's no way those words wouldn't make her happy. Hiyoriy, who cheerfully raised her hand with musical notes floating around her body, left the living room and obediently went upstairs. "Hey, Souta. How much better have you gotten at handling Hiyoriy? Just as Mirei says, I'm surprised. Me too. It felt like you could freely control her. Well, Hiyoriy is straightforward. Unlike a certain someone. Then Souta turned his gaze towards Mirei with the pink antennae. Huh? Why are you looking at me there? Fufu. Don't be mean, Souta-san. That part of Mirei is cute. That's right. I think it's even better now that she's mellowed out. Hey, I haven't mellowed out or anything like that. I'm just being nice to this guy because he's a bit creepy, that's all. It would be quite a stretch as an excuse. And no matter how skillful of an excuse there was, Souta also had a way to break it down. Oh my. You're bad-mouthing me, but didn't you say do your best to me, Mirei? What? Seriously creepy. That's fabrication. I'll sue you for real. There's no way I'd say something like that. Fabrication, huh? Fabrication, I see. Geez, whatever. I'm going to get ready too. The moment he narrowed his eyes and muttered suggestively, Mirei, with a red face, left the living room just like Hiyoriy with UHMPH. As expected of Souta-san. You've gotten good at handling Mirei too. You're right. I'm hearing for the first time that she said to take care of her though. Ahaha, well, that was a joke, right? The only ones left in the living room are the calm adult trio. Oh my. You can't fool my and Kotoha's eyes. When Mirei takes that action, it's a given that she really said it. Seriously? How shrewd. Of Mirei-chan too. No way. There's no way Mirei would say something like that. Souta, who regretted giving out too much information, tried to cover it up, but there wasn't a shred of being believed. And Koyuki, who was convinced it wasn't a joke, let this slip. Somehow I feel like even Saki might fall for Souta-san. Is it just my imagination? Right, Kotoha? Oh, I get that. I mean, even Yuki-chan has been captivated by him, right? A tragedy befalls Koyuki, who prompted agreement. For some reason, Kotoha launched a biting remark. She threw a scalpel from a blind spot. Huh? Koyuki-san has been captivated? Why yes. To be honest, he's got me by the stomach. Koyuki, who caught her breath, was shaken, but still managed to return the words she connected, as expected of her. Oh, if you put it that way, me too. Fufu. Kotoha. You little. Kotoha attacked precisely because she knew they were rivals. Although no weaknesses were exposed, she had a face of delight at Koyuki's flustered appearance. Ahaha. I'm glad to hear that. It was worth it to have cooked for you. Come to think of it, Kotoha was saying it. That she liked Souta-san. Ugh. It was a swift counterattack. Koyuki, not one to just take it, began her retaliation. Huh? Kotoha does. Oh, of course I love it. The food Souta-san makes. Oh. That? Oh my. If you put it that way, me too. Fufafu. Yuki-chan. The positions were reversed. Koyuki had a smile that seemed to say how's that? Hey, please don't praise me that much. But, alright, I'll really put my all into cooking today. Souta, unaware that there had been a bold yet secretly emotional attack and defense, simply looked happy as he took the words at face value. Chapter 104, The Reunion of Saki and Koyuki. Hey, what should we get for souvenirs? I guess baked sweets would be good, right? I'm getting warabi mochi. Look, there's even a pop-up for the #1 seller. Oh, you're right. Then maybe I'll get that too. At the airport where the language of tourists and the language nostalgic to Saki could be heard, the time was 7:05 p.m. After finishing a 12-hour flight and safely returning to Japan, Saki voiced the screams of her body, saying I'm tired. My lower back hurts too, and tightly pursed her thin lips. Saki's eyes, which usually looked sleepy, looked even more tired and drained of energy. Even so, after taking her carry-on bag from the luggage belt and passing through the gate, her eyes sparkled. Wow! Saki was so captivated by the sight before her that she forgot her fatigue. Unlike earlier, she let out a voice of admiration. What spread out in front of her was the nostalgic-looking airport floor. Signs in the language she used most were lined up, and she was enveloped in an indescribable feeling of being moved. Rattle, 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 rattle. In that state, Saki held the handle of her carry-on bag and slowly walked, busily moving her amber eyes and moving to the edge of the floor. I really came back. It's a given, but seeing this kind of sight is what makes you realize it for the first time. Upon reaching a spot that wouldn't get in the way of passers-by, she turned on her smartphone and checked her email. I just got on the plane. I think I'll arrive around 7 p.m. Thanks for picking me up, Yuki. The reply to the email Saki sent Koyuki 12 hours ago had arrived 15 minutes ago. Good work on your flight. I've parked my car at the east exit, so if you head towards that exit, you'll find it right away. I just arrived. Sorry to keep you waiting, Yuki. I'm coming right now. From Saki's perspective, it was something she couldn't do anything about, but the guilt of making the other person wait inevitably surfaced. She immediately replied to the email and started moving again, heading towards the east exit where Koyuki would be. And so, Saki immediately had the question when she exited at the east exit. No matter where she looked, left or right, Koyuki's car was nowhere to be found. I've parked my car at the east exit, so if you head towards that exit, you'll find it right away. There was no way that email was a lie. What was going on? The moment she tilted her head, a notification conveniently rang. Checking the screen of her smartphone, an email from Koyuki was displayed. Saki, I won't say what, but make sure to properly use the compass app on your smartphone. I don't think the airport reaches all the way to the east exit. A message that skillfully followed up on the fact that she had a poor sense of direction. I see. It was complicated. It was just like Saki to take everything at face value, including the follow-up message. Following Koyuki's instructions, she immediately launched the compass app. The direction the red needle pointed to was west. Saki had walked in the completely opposite direction. This is the west exit. I wonder if I made a mistake somewhere, Saki. Once she realized her mistake, she immediately turned back. This time, she managed to reach the east exit while checking the compass, and Koyuki's black Audi car. This was found right away. Yuki. Saki, with a bright expression on her face, furthermore ran straight towards the car with quick steps. Soon, the driver's side door opened and Koyuki appeared from inside. Fufu, I understand how you feel, but it's dangerous to run. Saki. It's fine. Also, long time no see. Yuki. I'm happy to see you. I'm happy too. I'm relieved to see you looking well. Yeah, you too, Yuki. Saki gently changed her eyes towards Koyuki, who showed a warm smile. Although it had been a long time since the two had seen each other, their close relationship hadn't fallen apart despite that gap. Even so, Saki, you've gotten a nice tan. Is it because you spent a long time at the beach? Yeah. I was there all day from morning. Even though I put on sunscreen, I got this brown. Saki stretched out her slender arm from her short sleeves with a snap. From her fingertips to her upper arm, her beautifully tanned wheat-colored skin was exposed. On the contrary, Yuki is pale. Right? I only go outside when I'm heading to my part-time job, so I have almost no opportunity to get a tan. But that might be good for Yuki. If you get tanned, you might look like a Gyaro. Really? That's, how do I put it, the opposite of my character. I want to see a tanned Yuki. If you say I might look like a Gyaro, I don't want to get a tan anymore. Fufu. The two happily talked about their long-awaited reunion, but Koyuki immediately noticed the situation around them. Oops. It'll be a bother to others if we have a long chat here. Why don't we talk while heading to the dorm? Yeah. Let's do that. It could be said it was the right response to cut off the conversation before it got too long. After that, Saki had the trunk opened, put in her carry-on bag, and got into the passenger seat section. Yuki, is everyone at the dorm doing well? Yes. I think they're even more energetic than you imagine, Saki. Rather, be prepared because it's almost noisy every day. Hiyoriy got even noisier. The two engaged in lively conversation in the car. Cause of noisiness at the dorm, number 1 equals Hiyoriy. This was the common understanding among the residents. Fufu, that might certainly be true. Hiyoriy is constantly spoiled by the manager, Souta-san, you know. Clinging to him, demanding him to pat her head. Souta-san doesn't refuse, so she's already doing whatever she wants. Hiyoriy wasn't used to men, so she's changed. But, because she's changed, she seems likely to be deceived by a bad man. That's true. Hiyoriy is too pure, so it would be easy to deceive her. For now, I think we need to teach her about the dangers of alcohol. With Hiyori's personality, if she's encouraged, she might keep drinking, and it'll be too late once something happens. Yeah, that's good. If she gets dead drunk, they'll do whatever they want with her. We should teach her while she's underage. Even in a fun conversation, sometimes they make serious faces, and that's about things unrelated to themselves. It's meddling from the adult group precisely because they think of all the residents as family. Well, the one who's changed the most is Mirei though. While stopping Hiyoriy who's being spoiled, she slyly tries to be spoiled herself, you know. Seriously, just hearing about it, it's so strange it's hard to believe. Certainly, it's unimaginable compared to the past. Fufu Koyuki, who hit the brakes at a red light, took her hands off the steering wheel and made a smile. Her face looked happy, but also somewhat complicated. That too. But what's most strange is how a frivolous manager is so well liked. Souta-san is frivolous, you say? Where did you get that information from? When I talked with the manager on the phone, I thought so. He was good at chatting, so he must be a frivolous person. The type I dislike the most. High communication skills equals frivolous equals extroverted. That's how Saki connects it. Since this tendency was strong where she studied abroad, this fixed concept has been completed for her. First, may I ask, how do you imagine Souta-san, Saki? Yeah. First, he has blonde hair. He's wearing sunglasses. He's wearing a tank top. Also, big piercings, huge rings like weapons. Certainly, if you say frivolous, the outfit Saki describes would fit. However, Souta doesn't dress like that. Rather, if he were such a person, he would be met with caution from the residents. Saki, I think you'll really be surprised if you keep that image in mind. Does that mean I'm wrong? Yes. First of all, Souta-san has short black hair, doesn't wear sunglasses, and doesn't wear tank tops either. To explain simply, he's a calm and considerate older brother type. You have a disbelieving face, but it's true. And he doesn't have pierced ears or wear rings. If Mirei and Kotoha heard that statement just now, they would have definitely chimed in. You're checking things like rings, pierced ears. You're looking at even those places, huh? Like that. Also, when you talked on the phone, his speech was polite, right? Do you think such a person would be frivolous? Oh, that might be true. I'll just tell you one thing, Saki, but Souta-san's consideration is truly amazing. So you'll be caught off guard. You're exaggerating, Yuki. It's a given that men are inconsiderate. Well, that might be so, but Souta-san is different. Koyuki tried to make Saki brace herself somehow before meeting Souta, but Saki just kept saying it won't be different so it's fine and wouldn't budge. After this, Saki had no way of knowing that she would retract her own statement. Chapter 105, Considerateness or Nightlife. Koyuki and Saki, who drove from the airport, safely arrived at the girls' dormitory. Koyuki took the initiative to carry the carry-on bag stored in the trunk, treating Saki, the guest of honor, with respect. Thanks for carrying it, Yuki. You don't need to worry about it. It's not that heavy anyway. Without rolling it on its wheels, Koyuki grabbed the handle and lifted the bag off the ground, moving with Saki to the front door as light leaked from the dormitory's parking lot. Saki should open the front door. It's not that I don't want to open it because it's a hassle. Because it's been a while since I've returned to this dorm. Yes. This kind of thing has a deeper meaning, right? I think it's different even just opening a door. Yeah, that's certainly true. Then I'll take on that role. Yes, go ahead. There was no mistake in what Koyuki said. Even casual things. No, precisely because you're doing casual things for the first time in a while. They tug at your heartstrings. After this exchange at the front door, Saki, who grabbed the doorknob with somewhat nervous feelings, slowly pulled the door open. The sound of hardware scraping. The dormitory hallway appearing from the gap due to the door's weight. All of these elements made her feel nostalgic. Silently, but with her mouth slightly open, Saki stepped into the entrance. Koyuki, watching her face diagonally from the side, switched door rolls and slowly closed it. How is it? The dorm you haven't been to in a while. Yeah, it feels like I've come home. Fufu. That's good to hear. It was a natural impression. Even so, Koyuki understood Saki's feelings. From there, It took less than 5 seconds for it to get rowdy. The characteristic of this storm immediately came out. Thump 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 thump. The noise came from the living room, and the door was flung open with tremendous force. Woo! It's Saki-san. It's Saki-san. Welcome back. Raising one hand, Hiyoriy came running barefoot to be the first. Just by looking, you could tell she had been eagerly awaiting their reunion. It was dozens of times more delightful than a blunt welcome. And 2 or 3 seconds later, Mirei and Kotoha, the manager Souta, also came to greet them. Saki-san, I can hear you. Long time no see, Hiyoriy. You've become even more lively somehow. Long time no see. Yep, Hiyoriy is full of energy. And did you grow taller? Oh, yes, yes. I finally reached 160 centimeters. Wow. You've grown that much. 1 more cm and you'll surpass me, Saki. Hiyoriy might be hitting a growth spurt. Next to the two having a friendly conversation, Kotoha, who was staring with envious and frustrated eyes without blinking, had her mouth tied shut. Only Koyuki standing in front of her noticed. Welcome back, Saki-san. Good work on your study abroad. Ha, Mirei. Your antenna is pink. Oh. This is something that became trendy a little while ago. Everyone else has color on the inside of their antenna, but I colored the whole thing. I like that. I think that suits you better. Mirei. Thanks. I also thought this was better. Mirei, looking happy to be praised by Saki, smiled. There are residents of various ages, but it's a good thing about this dorm that no walls are built between everyone, and it's also something the manager doesn't have to struggle with. Welcome back, Saki-chan. I was looking forward to today. Thank you. I'm home, Kotoha. As always. What is it, Saki-chan? Did you think it wouldn't be noticed if you said it with a native pronunciation? That means very small, right, Kotoha? That part of you hasn't changed at all. Nostalgic. I'd be happy if you felt nostalgia from something other than teasing me though. I'll seriously get mad starting tomorrow, so be careful, okay? Got it. Sorry. Among the three, the two had the simplest conversation. But Saki could tease Kotoha's complex because they were that close. As it naturally flowed from Hiyoriy to Mirei to Kotoha, it naturally became Souta's turn. Saki, who was not good with words. Souta, who had that information, took the lead and called out to Saki. Nice to meet you, Saki-san. I'm Hirose Souta, the manager. I look forward to working with you from today. Why yeah. Nice to meet you. Oh, I've prepared the dishes you requested, so don't worry. Thank you. Also, you don't have to use polite language. Saki is 1 year younger. Saki had slightly let her guard down. She didn't sense a frivolous atmosphere from the information Koyuki had told her. But, really? Then I'll talk normally. Fast. No, it's nothing. If you say so. If you have any questions, feel free to ask anytime. Got it. Even though she proposed it herself, Saki thought there would be 1 or 2 reservations. The fact that there weren't any made her raise her guard level a bit. The image of an extroverted type she wasn't good with still remained. On the other hand, Souta didn't show any timidness upon first meeting her. Of course, there was a reason for this. Hiyoriy had shown him a picture of Saki in advance. He had confirmed what kind of person she was and had prepared himself mentally. Just like in the picture he was shown, Saki had neatly tied her black hair in a ponytail down to the tips, had thin, light eyebrows, sleepy-looking amber eyes, a petite body with slender arms and legs, and exuded a somewhat unreadable mysterious aura. Of course, there were also differences from the picture. Her skin was tanned to a wheat color, and she looked several times cuter in person. From Souta's perspective, it was a factor that made her a bit unapproachable. Oh, Saki-san. Are you already hungry? Souta-san has already finished making the food. As Souta and Saki's self-introductions ended and the conversation was cut off, Hiyoriy thankfully interjected at that timing. Really? I'm glad to hear that. I haven't eaten since the in-flight meal, so I want to eat right away. Yay! Today's meal is like a Japanese restaurant, so I think Saki-san will be surprised. Japanese restaurant? Yep. There are lots of Japanese-style dishes lined up, and Souta-san even filleted fish. Ha! In an instant, Saki sent a glance to Souta at the speed of light. She was impressed thinking he can fillet fish. but because of her sleepy-looking eyes, Souta misunderstood it as a dubious look. I didn't fillet live fish as is. I properly filleted fish that had already been prepared. I know that. I also thought you went out of your way to the market to buy it for Saki's sake. Well, it's not really going out of my way. It's cheaper and tastier than buying pre-cut fish at the supermarket. I think it's only natural as a manager. Even so, you went through the trouble for Saki's sake. Thank you so much. No. I just wanted to do what little I could. Koyuki-san, thank you for picking her up too. Fufu, I'll return your words, but I also just wanted to do what I could, and it was a perk to be able to talk with Saki one-on-one. As expected of the adult group's conversation, Saki expressed her honest gratitude. Souta and Koyuki spoke lines that no one would feel pressured by. Well, it'll get long if we keep talking like this, so why don't we have the meal together? It would be a waste for the carefully prepared dishes to get cold. That's right. I agree. Me too. Same here. Saki-chan, let's go together. Yeah. Oh, but Saki's carry-on bag. I'll carry it upstairs, so don't worry about it. Koyuki-san, please head to the living room with everyone. Yes, I'll take you up on that offer. Heavy lifting is a man's role. After seeing all the residents enter the living room, Souta carried the carry-on as declared. About 1 minute passed. Souta, who returned from the second floor to the first floor, poked his head into the living room and told all the residents sitting in chairs. Well then, everyone please enjoy your meal. That indicated Souta wouldn't be joining them at the dining table. Souta-san, you're not eating? Hiyoriy prepared plates for everyone. Sorry for the late notice. I have a little errand to run, so I'm heading out. You can use that plate as everyone's personal plate, so it's fine. Well, I'll be back in about 2 hours. Skillfully dodging Hiyori's interruption, Souta closed the living room door and went out into the night. As a result, the 5 people were left behind in the living room with luxurious dishes lined up. Saki, I can't grasp the manager's true nature at all. He does his job properly, but going out at night like this, he's diligent, but his lack of diligence stands out. That's not true, Saki. Huh? Saki still didn't know Souta's personality or inner thoughts. If he went out without even telling them where he was going, it couldn't be helped to think this way. Koyuki immediately corrected her to avoid misunderstandings. You see, it's been years since we've eaten together with this group, right? It's only natural for conversation to come up. So he acted in a way to not interfere with that. Souta-san always does this when he's late to report, so Souta is really too considerate, isn't he? I can't understand how he can make such a luxurious meal and then leave by himself, but that's just like Souta-san. No matter how hard we tried to stop him, he intended to leave. I wish Souta-san would rely on us more. He's too considerate. Because they had interacted with Souta for a long time, the residents other than Koyuki had the same thought. Saki felt the high level of trust in Souta from everyone's follow-up, but that alone wasn't enough to convince her. I understand what everyone is saying, but I still can't believe it. As the manager, he should have told everyone where he was going so as not to make them worry. The fact that he can't say it means there's a possibility he's out partying at night. That's certainly true, but Souta-san has never gone out at night until now. You know? Shake. Koyuki repeatedly made excuses so Souta wouldn't leave a bad impression, but it just wouldn't reach the vigilant Saki. She only shook her head. Saki had spent time in a foreign land with different culture and language. Because she had survived in a place where she couldn't rely on anyone, her defensive instincts were strongly ingrained. No, to be honest, it's more wrong to suddenly tell someone to trust a person they just met, and a man at that. Saki was keeping the right distance as a woman, but after Souta returned home, her wall-like vigilance would be shattered in an instant. Chapter 106, Thank you. Well then, I guess it's about time to head back. Outside in the chilly night breeze, sitting on a bench in a small park without lights, Souta was mindlessly passing time and muttering while glancing at the clock on his smartphone. On the bench were a long black wallet, a bottle of green tea bought at the supermarket, a shopping bag containing powdered cocoa and hand warmers. After leaving the dorm, the only store Souta went to was the supermarket, a 25-minute walk away. The rest of the time, He spent a rather boring 1 hour and 40 minutes taking a walk, stargazing from the park. He didn't even have a purpose like wanting to exercise or refresh himself. For Souta, who had no such purpose, the perceived time must have been quite long. Even so, this was an action Souta chose himself. He had no regrets, and there was only one thing on his mind during this time that could be called free. I wonder if the food suited their tastes. I hope Saki-san is having fun with everyone. Such meddlesome thoughts, and this was connected to the reason he left the dorm. Not going to the supermarket by motorcycle equals the fact that he deliberately spent time proved that Souta was being considerate. It was precisely because it was Saki's first day back, precisely because he wanted her to regain her position in the dorm, that Souta took this action. For Saki, there was no doubt that the 4 resident members were the closest to her and the ones she didn't hold back with. If Souta were to join that circle, there would be residents who would try to make sure the conversation reached everyone. From Saki's perspective, just having Souta there, a member of the opposite sex, would make it hard for her to talk about what she wanted to talk about. She might not be able to indulge in memories of studying abroad or memories of the dorm before studying abroad. Souta, who wasn't directly involved, could bring to light all of these issues. If we were to list the solution to all of this, there was no other way than to go out like this. But I guess it was bad of me not to tell everyone where I was going. I made them worry. These were the words that put strength into Souta's feet. Putting his smartphone in his pocket, holding the green tea in his right hand and hooking his wrist through the handle of the bag in his left hand, he stood up heavily with a grunt. I have an errand to run, so I'm heading out. I'll be back in about 2 hours. These were the words Souta left behind. He could have used his smartphone to let them know where he was going, but he couldn't think of a place to fill in the 2 hours for Saki and the other residents to enjoy their meal. If he said the supermarket, even at the longest, he could come back in an hour. Conversely, if he mentioned an entertainment facility, they might misunderstand that he was playing around and skipping work. He couldn't think of an excuse to leave the dorm without causing suspicion. I hope they don't get mad at me. Even though it was the result of thinking about the residents, the fact that he was at fault didn't change. Souta, who leaked this wish, was now going to walk the 25 minutes from here back to the dorm, without knowing that all of his schemes had been exposed to the residents section. Later, when he safely returned home and stepped into the entrance, there was no noise in the living room. On the contrary, the lively voices from the second floor could be heard all the way here. They had probably finished eating and were holding something like an after-party on the second floor. Thank goodness. Looks like Saki-san was able to fit in well. Although he didn't actually know if she had fit in, there were no residents in this dorm who would leave someone out. Just looking at the atmosphere when they reunited, that was probably impossible. With a relieved feeling, he opened the door to the living room. Voices returned in response, the same reaction the moment their eyes met. Saki, whom he thought was on the second floor, was standing alone in the living room. She was pouring barley tea into a glass. I'm home, Saki-san. Yeah. Welcome back. Are the other residents on the second floor? Yeah. They're having a girls' party in Saki's room. Saki came down for a refill of tea. I see. Yeah. The conversation doesn't flow. It stops immediately. A moment of silence instantly takes over. Souta becomes unbearably uncomfortable, but it was Saki who saved him. Saki brought up a topic. Saki was surprised. Everyone was praising you while we were eating. I thought you were trusted. I'm happy to hear that, but it's probably a given since we've known each other for a long time. No, it's not a given. It's difficult to gain the trust of all the girls. Her eyes were sleepy as always. Saki, who finished pouring tea into the glass, put the container directly into the refrigerator and faced Souta again. Manager-san, even though you've created a comfortable environment, are you really quitting? Everyone said they don't want you to quit. Yeah, I'm sad too. But I've already decided to quit. Souta never thought he would have this kind of conversation with Saki. During the meal, various topics about Souta probably came up. She seemed to be a little interested too, and this might not be the best thing to say, but I'm not the right person to be here. What do you mean by that? They're saying they don't want you to quit because they have a good impression of you. Oh, Not for that reason, but because of the system of this dorm, I guess. This dorm has a sign that says it's a girls' dorm, right? Yeah, it does. The advantage of a girls' dorm is that it's more comfortable to live with the same gender. But now, with me, a man, as the manager, I'm ruining that biggest advantage. As he worked every day, Souta thought, and came to an answer that he absolutely had to quit this job before the new school year started. The new school year, that's the time when the number of students and working adults coming to Tokyo from other regions increases. In other words, it's the time when they start looking for a new place to live. If a woman looking for a girls' dorm finds out that the person managing that dorm is a man, it might dampen her desire to move in. This factor was what led him to choose the path of resigning as manager. As mentioned earlier, if he crushed the advantage, this kind of obstacle would rise. Of course, it probably doesn't apply to all women, but there's no doubt that it's a minority. I don't really want to talk about financial matters with the residents, but we definitely need maintenance costs. So we have to increase the number of residents. Saki heard from Grandma Shizuko. This land is her own and there's no loan on the dorm. So even if the number of residents doesn't increase, there shouldn't be a problem with management. That's the first I've heard of that. But let's put that aside. Certainly, there might not be a problem with that, but in the long run, there's a high possibility of decreased income. Especially since Hiyoriy and Mirei are taking entrance exams this year, so there's a chance they might go to a university far away. But, you probably already know. Although Saki still doesn't fully trust Souta, she's definitely trying to stop him. Saki heard it during the meal an hour ago, from the other residents. Their sincere feelings of "I don't want you to quit." She's acting in hopes of helping out even a little. This is a girls' dorm, so it's best to have a woman as the manager after all. We talk about delicate topics, but women have various symptoms. And when that happens, a female manager is the one they can rely on and feel comfortable consulting with. I see. You've already made up your mind to quit. Yeah. So I'm going to give it my all until the end so I don't leave any regrets. Since we had a connection, Saki thought we could interact more. Thank you for your kind words. But there's still time left, so I'd be happy if you could get along with me until the end. That's true. Got it. Saki, who had done what she needed to do, coolly concluded and gave up on stopping him. Well then, Saki will get going. Yeah. Take care. Saki, who seems to have trouble carrying a container that's full, is moving slowly while half crouching with a glass of barley tea in her hand. What's wrong, Saki-san? Saki, who let out a word, suddenly stops. She looks at Souta, and then at the bag hanging from his left hand. What did you buy in that bag? Saki is curious. Oh, that's right. I forgot. This is something I bought for you, Saki-san. Here you go. Souta hands the bag to Saki's free left hand. For Saki? What is it? Saki immediately peeks into the bag. Inside are powdered cocoa and hand warmers. An incomprehensible combination. Cocoa and hand warmers? Why? I thought Saki-san might have jet lag since you just got back, so I wanted to make sure you could get some sleep. Apparently, drinking hot cocoa is effective. You can use the milk in the fridge. Thank you. But why hand warmers? It's not the season to use them yet. That's because I thought you might have hurt your lower back from sitting on the plane for a long time. You know, the back right behind your belly button. I bought them because it said if you put them there, it'll make you feel a little better. I don't think you'll sweat from the hand warmers if you turn on the air conditioning in your room. Souta didn't have this knowledge from the beginning. There's clear evidence of it in his smartphone history. The hand warmers, which weren't out on the shelves due to the season, were purchased after asking a store clerk about their stock. Saki, who heard everything, was dumbfounded. She stood frozen with her mouth slightly open, looking up at him. An errand to run. Diligent, but his lack of diligence stands out. In this moment, she realized that statement was wrong. That's not true, Saki. You see, it's been years since we've eaten together with this group, right? It's only natural for conversation to come up, so he acted in a way to not interfere with that. Souta-san always does this when he's late to report, so Souta is really too considerate, isn't he? I can't understand how he can make such a luxurious meal and then leave by himself. But that's just like Souta-san. No matter how hard we tried to stop him, he intended to leave. I wish Souta-san would rely on us more. He's too considerate. She realized that what everyone was saying was right. Moreover, that he was considerate enough to spend time, and even think about jet lag and her lower back. I see. This is what got me. Did you say something? No. It's nothing. Then I'll take this. Thank you. No. No. I was just meddling, so don't worry about it. Enjoy your girls' party. Got it. And so, Saki, who smiled for the first time, again half-crouched and went to carry the glass. As she passed by Souta, and left the living room into the hallway, Saki looked back. She made sure to convey it while making eye contact. The food was delicious. Haha, thank you. Well then, bye-bye. Yeah, bye-bye. They exchanged farewells. And Souta saw her off. Saki, who was trying to go up the stairs at a turtle's pace, staring intently at the glass so as not to spill it. Saki-san, how about I carry the tea upstairs for you? Is that okay? Of course. Then lend it to me. If her trust was zero, Saki would have refused this offer. Asking for help means just that. No. She could just drink the barley tea once there so it wouldn't spill. That retort would be correct. Saki's slightly absent-minded personality hadn't changed even after coming here. Chapter 107, Conveyed Feelings. Saki, what's with that bag? You didn't have it until just now, right? Right when she returned to the room while holding the barley tea, Koyuki, who noticed the shopping bag hanging from Saki's wrist, called out to her like this. Saki, who had nothing in particular to hide, nodded and explained the details. Yeah, I got it from the manager. He had just come back earlier. From Souta-san? What did you receive? And, the moment this topic was brought up, Koyuki and Kotoha showed eagerness. Twitch. And the high school girl duo, Hiyoriy and Mirei, also silently paid attention. I got powdered cocoa and hand warmers. See cocoa. You're so lucky, Saki-san. I understand cocoa because it's delicious, but why hand warmers? I don't think it's the season to use them yet. Hand warmers are already being sold? Yes, it's quite a mysterious combination. I'm sure Souta-san has a reason, but it's only natural for everyone to have questions because the two items are unrelated. They can't figure out the answer. Saki herself was one of them until just a little while ago. The cocoa is to alleviate jet lag, to acquire sleep-inducing substance. The hand warmers are for improving lower back pain from the long flight. Even though it's from someone she just met for the first time, there's no one who wouldn't be happy to receive such consideration. Saki conveyed Souta's words bashfully. Hand warmers are effective for lower back pain. This is the first time Hiyoriy has heard that. Since it's Souta, he probably looked up various things while killing time. This isn't common knowledge, right? He really seems to be a person with no gaps. Souta-san, he's just like our guardian. I've never seen a man who's so considerate to that extent. You've all experienced this kind of thing many times, haven't you? The longer you interact with someone, the more you receive and see this kind of consideration. If he stays close to each person, it's only natural that he would gain their trust. This was what Saki thought. Souta-san notices various things right away. The other day, he picked up on Mirei-chan's senses wanting to go out, so Souta-san and the Mirei-chan went shopping on his motorcycle. It's not like that at all. I just purposely went along with it, sensing Souta's desire to go out. And Hiyoriy, you're giving off too much of a spoiled aura. But I want to be spoiled. There's not much time left with Souta-san. It's a fact. It's certainly a fact, but it was probably inappropriate in this situation. The two adults, Kotoha and Koyuki, looked away. They bit their lips to hide their expressions from being seen. Hiyoriy. That was no good. Oh, I am sorry. Hiyoriy, who noticed the change before Mirei's warning. She apologized and immediately showed sadness herself. It's already September. There's less than a month left for Souta to stay at this dorm. Saki, from listening to everyone's stories since dinner, I thought. Everyone likes the manager as a member of the opposite sex. The only one who showed an obviously big reaction was Hiyoriy. The other members kept their cool and acted in a way that wouldn't give them away. I can't say it well, but it's tough, isn't it? In this situation, I never thought it would turn out like this. Yes, it's truly tough because everyone is so nice. We can't kick each other down. Yuki-chan, Koyuki-san. The one who sympathized with Saki's words was the older Koyuki. Reacting like this was as good as revealing her feelings for Souta. It's only natural for Kotoha and Mirei, who were trying not to be found out, to react with surprise. However, she didn't reveal her true feelings without purpose or reason. Koyuki understood that this wasn't a topic she could keep running away from forever. I don't think this is a conversation to have when Saki just got back. But since the person herself seems curious, I'll say it now. I had thought I'd have to say it eventually. At first, I was going to avoid touching on it, but it's blatant. It's not just Yuki, everyone else's eyes are different when talking about the manager. That's not true though. The one who argued back was Kotoha, the second oldest. She faced her while scratching her cheek with an expression that didn't seem like an act. Oh my. Does Kotoha still intend to play dumb? Even though you tried to make me slip up in front of Souta-san. I have other information too, but can I reveal it now? I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll leave that judgment to you. I surrender. As expected. It's no good to make enemies. I'll stop playing dumb as Yuki-chan says. Kotoha, who declared she would stop playing dumb, didn't continue speaking any further. Like rejecting with I don't like Souta-san though. That is, it's as good as revealing that she has the same feelings as Koyuki. That's the second person. Now, who will expose it next? I wonder. Saki, who looks amused, can go ahead and ask. Okay, then Hiyoriy. What? Hiyoriy, you don't have to be that surprised, right? The conversation has already flowed in that direction. That's right. It's unfair to know only our feelings and run away, you know? Koyuki, Kotoha, Saki. If these three adults became allies, there would be no way for the underage group to win. Moreover, they're at a disadvantage in terms of numbers too. Hiyoriy is. Wait. Everyone definitely knows, so asking that is unfair. Why are you trying to make me say it? Fufu. I'm sorry. This is like a final confirmation. The number of enemies is increasing. Then, last. Mirei. Saki's words were the trigger. Everyone's gaze focused on Mirei. I'll remain silent. Absolutely silent. I don't need to say it. Mirei resisted with a red face. This is exactly what it means to be surrounded on all sides. No, if we were to give a reason why this situation could be created, it would be because Saki attacked from Hiyoriy. It's probably because you feel indebted to Souta-san. But, we're different, right? The fact that you choose to remain silent means the answer is obvious. Because if Mirei-chan disliked him, she would say so. Go ahead, Mirei-chan. What is this? Whatever. I like him. I like Souta. Is that good enough? Mirei told them bluntly. And yet, it confirmed that everyone had the same feelings. Wow, the manager is super popular, but it's not surprising it turned out like this, right? Yeah, if this happens, you'd think so. Saki patted the bag containing the cocoa and hand warmers. If you only look at this action, it seems to be enveloped in a gentle atmosphere. But the reality is different. It's wrapped in a tense, strained, and heavy atmosphere. So Yuki-chan, how will you resolve this atmosphere? Unfortunately, it's probably impossible today. Switching gears with these feelings isn't something that can be done right away. Saki thinks so too. Overdoing it will make things worse. Is that so? But to be honest, I talked about this knowing it would turn out like this. The main topic is from here. I had no choice but to say this in order to bring it up. As expected of the older Koyuki, she's advancing the conversation in this situation where no one wants to open their mouth. I don't want anyone to jump the gun. I'll preface this by saying I've decided to confess to Souta-san. You too, right, Kotoha? Yes. I'll muster up the courage. You confess. Are you too serious? Isn't that scary? There's no helping it. Souta-san won't stay single forever. There's a possibility he might be taken by another woman at his new workplace. That's the last thing I want. I'll do what I can and not leave any regrets. That's right, Yuki. Well said. Precisely because those around are rivals. It's really reassuring to have the neutral Saki there. Just having her react like this makes a difference. But let me just say this. I want to ask everyone, including myself, to have no hard feelings. If someone ends up tying the knot with Souta-san, let's all celebrate at that time. We'll probably have frustrating and unbearable feelings, but I also don't want this group to become strained. Precisely because we have the same feelings. That's what I want to do. I don't want to fight, but I have to fight. I can't back down because I like him, because the other person is a resident of the same dorm and someone we interact with on a daily basis. I don't want to truly become enemies. That's right. I agree with Yuki-chan's opinion. If I lose, I plan to celebrate while crying. Fufu. Hiyoriy understands too. I'll do my best. What will Mirei do? Saki is curious. Yeah, that's fine. That way I can aim for him without holding back. It's decided. If you don't want your loved one to be taken, you probably shouldn't have this kind of exchange. Even so, Koyuki wanted to make their positions fair. To reduce conflicts even a little. To give everyone an equal chance. How many minutes had passed since that important conversation? If there was more time, Saki might have been on that side too. Saki, the only one in a unique position, leaked her true feelings once in a whisper. Chapter 108. What Saki and Souta can do. Oh, you're still up. Good work. Yeah. I'm planning to go to bed by 1 a.m. It was 0:30 a.m., past midnight, the moment Saki opened the door to the living room with a cocoa pack in her right hand. She let out a surprised voice. It was because in this deserted place with no lights or TV on, Souta was eating alone, relying on the light from his smartphone. Why don't you turn on the lights? It'll be bad for your eyes. You see, at this late hour, if light leaks from the living room, there are residents who get worried and come to check. So it's to prevent that, or rather, to not reduce their sleep time. Saki thinks you don't need to be that considerate. There's less than a month left, so you should relax. No. It's because there's less than a month left that I don't want to cause any trouble, at least at the end. Have you done anything to cause trouble so far? Saki doesn't think so. It's not something I can be proud of, but yeah, if the residents weren't so kind, I might not be here now. Taking out the underage Hiyoriy late at night, falling asleep in the manager's room with Kotoha, embracing Mirei even if it was to reassure her, even if it was necessary, even if it was forgiven, even if it wasn't intentional. Souta had broken the rules as a manager. Precisely because he had a strong sense of duty, he felt that burden. He was full of desire to fulfill his role properly, at least at the end. So Saki-san, did you come to make cocoa? Since you brought that pack. Yeah, that's right. Are you sure you don't want me to make it? Saki-san, you can relax. And as Souta tried to stand up, Saki put her hand out in front. It was a wait gesture. Souta-san can keep eating. Saki tries not to rely on others for what she can do herself. Haha, that's a good attitude. Got it. Souta flatly refused, but from Saki's perspective, she wanted him to continue eating. It wasn't a remark that offended her at all. And so Saki headed to the kitchen, and Souta continued eating. Perhaps because it was late at night, and perhaps because the TV wasn't on. The living room was quiet. The only sounds were Saki making cocoa and the heating sound of milk in the microwave. For a while, Souta continued eating as if using those ambient sounds as BGM, when something was placed on the table with a thud. What came into Suta's view was a cup with a fragrant brown, steaming drink in it. Here. I made some for Souta-san too. Oh. For me? Yeah. Drink it and get some sleep-inducing substance. Thank you, Saki-san. Looking up, Saki was also holding a cup with cocoa in it. It seems she made two. Cocoa, a drink that clearly doesn't go well with a Japanese meal of sashimi, miso soup, tempura, etc. But Saki's thoughtfulness made him nothing but happy. Without making any retorts or complaints, Souta honestly accepted the cocoa and expressed his gratitude with a smile. And then, immediately, Saki, who had put her own cocoa on the table, sat down in the seat directly in front of Souta. What? I thought you were going to sit here. Of course, I don't mean it in a bad way. Saki's not sleepy yet, so I'll chat. No, Saki has something to tell you. From Saki-san? Yeah, it's important, so I want you to listen seriously. I'm glad Souta-san was awake. Oh, okay. Right now, the aura Saki exuded was different from when they first met. She was giving off a serious aura that made it impossible to look away. Leaving a gap of 1 or 2 seconds, Saki said, Souta-san, do you have someone you like? Huh? Do you have someone you like, Souta-san? Someone I like? Yeah. Souta had misunderstood that she was going to talk about something heavy because of how serious she was. He was taken aback by the unexpected question and let out an absurd voice. It's not easy to answer when you suddenly ask me that. I might not have thought about it because I was so focused on work. Then I'll change the question. If one of the residents liked Souta-san, huh? If they liked you, what would you do? Answer. Saki, with her slender body. Saki, who was younger, but showed the pressure of absolutely make him answer. As expected of a woman who has experienced studying abroad, the core of what she has decided is strong. If a resident liked me, I see. While I would be truly happy about those feelings, I probably wouldn't date them. Even if I liked that resident, why won't you date them? Just like a teacher and student can't date. Various problems arise if a manager dates a resident. Especially since I'm the one my mom asked. I can't cross that line. Then, what if Souta-san quit being the manager? If that eliminates the problem, then I would date. Wait a minute. In fact, teachers do date students who have graduated. That's true. Saki wanted to find out what kind of reaction Souta would have if a resident conveyed their feelings to him. I won't date anyone. I can't date anyone. If he's lumping it together like that, it's better not to confess. If the answer is clear, it's better to convey it in advance. This was Saki's view, and if it was an opinion that couldn't be changed, she thought it should be conveyed. I see. That's right. Yeah. If the responsibility as a manager is gone, I might date one of the residents. Got it. That's good then. But why did you ask such a question? Wow. You're better at playing dumb than Kotoha. Saki asked this question out of the blue. There's no way you can't guess the intent. If you haven't guessed, should I dig a little deeper? No need. Sorry. I've guessed. Souta didn't continue to feign ignorance and quickly gave in. As long as he still held the position of manager, the more she dug in, the worse the situation would become, which was easy to predict. Lastly, one more thing was something he had always felt. I won't say who, but Saki is saying this because I'm indebted to you. Saki is on your side. As if to turn Souta's guess into conviction, Saki added to her words. However, she absolutely doesn't hint or reveal who the person harboring feelings is. That's precisely because she's thinking of the residents, and precisely because she's considering Souta too. I understand what Saki-san is trying to say. But that's scary. You're not the only one who's scared, Souta-san. With a sharp gaze, Saki finally conveyed this. So, Souta-san, don't run away. I want you to properly face those feelings. Saki, who included the thought of I had this conversation today for that purpose, slowly let the coca flow down her throat. Perhaps it was also to calm her own heart. Saki, who closed her eyes slightly, thought I did what I could. Chapter 109, Hiyoriy and a Strange Feeling. 5:40 p.m. on a weekday, 30 minutes after Hiyoriy returned to the dorm. Here you go, Hiyoriy. This is for you. Hiyoriy, who had just gotten out of the bath with a towel wrapped around her white neck and came down to the living room with her study materials. Souta placed something exuding a cold air on the table along with a plastic spoon, and the moment Hiyoriy saw the item, she froze as if petrified and her eyes sparkled like jewels. Haagen-Dazs strawberry flavor. Before the question of why came out, Hiyoriy reacted by bringing her face close to the ice cream. Is it really okay to have such a luxurious thing? Of course. I bought it for you, Hiyoriy. But Hiyoriy hasn't done anything good, you know? It's not about doing something good, but you're working hard on your entrance exam studies even after school at the dorm, right? So this is a reward for that. Oh, please keep it a secret from everyone else. A manager shouldn't play favorites with the residents, as expected of an exam student. It's a given. But lately Hiyoriy had a tense air about her, focusing on studying. Dinner is eaten after all the residents have returned. Her reward after studying is finished, to the point of taking actions unlike her usual self and devoting that gap time to studying. Souta wanted to do something to make Hiyoriy happy, and the reason Souta could give her the reward of high-class ice cream was because Hiyoriy was the only one who had returned to the dorm at this time. Mirei, who is also taking entrance exams, was apparently helping out a friend at school, while Kotoha and Koyuki were at work outside. Saki, who had returned to Japan, was out playing with her classmates. It was precisely because no one could witness the scene of favoritism that he could do this. Thank you very much. Then I'll dig in. Yeah, go ahead. Souta sat directly in front of Hiyoriy, who immediately opened the ice cream, and naturally brought up this topic. It was a common thing to ask an exam student. So, how is it? Have you decided on your first choice school, Hiyoriy? Right now I have two. I'm drawn to becoming a preschool teacher and I also want to attend a regular university. I'm torn at the moment. I understand that feeling. I also really struggled with my career path when I was in high school. My classmates are in a similar situation. That's why I have to study now to expand my options. Everyone's study time is also rapidly increasing. Hiyoriy was talking while munching on the ice cream. She had a serious air about her, but because she was eating so deliciously, it created a somewhat amusing phenomenon. Seeing Hiyori's attitude puts me at ease, but I wonder if Mirei is properly studying for her exams. I haven't seen her studying at the dorm at all. Oh, Mirei-chan often studies during school breaks or lunch breaks, and she's amazing right now. Amazing? In the previous test, Mirei-chan ranked 10th in the class. And that's in the class with the highest average score. Was Mirei that smart? I heard her grades were low because she often missed school due to poor health. The reason for her poor health was because she was carrying around trauma. In high school, unlike in middle school, there is no review for students who are absent. You borrow notes from a friend for the previous lesson before the next class. If you're absent, you're supposed to review the lesson you missed. That's the premise for moving forward. But then the level of understanding is different from the students who attended the class. The more you're absent, the more disadvantaged you become. That might be thanks to Mirei-chan no longer getting sick. Oh, now that you mention it, she hasn't caught a cold once since the rainy season. However, Mirei's excessive behavior towards the opposite sex has calmed down lately. It can be said that her difficulty with the opposite sex has diminished. The results are connected to the present, and it might be the result of her efforts to not make Souta-san worry. She said, I'm becoming a fine person now. Haha, that's reassuring. Hiyoriy had omitted some words so as not to make herself sad. That he would soon quit being the manager. To put it simply, Mirei is working hard so as not to worry Souta, who is about to quit. So that means Hiyoriy has to work even harder to not lose to Mirei, right? Yes, since Souta-san gave me ice cream, I'll work even harder. All right, that's the spirit. Oh, and I have one question for Souta-san. Is that okay? What is it? Souta-san, do you prefer preschool teachers or those who graduated from university? Hiyoriy tilted her head slightly with a plastic spoon in her mouth. Not which do you think is better, but which do you like? Her gaze was somewhat fidgety, as if hiding her nervousness. What's with that question? If I said I liked preschool teachers, would you change your career path to that? Maybe. Why? Why? You ask. That's because she's conflicted. She wants to follow the opinion of the person she likes, because she's pure and devoted. Hiyoriy ends up thinking this way. Many men would be happy about this. However, from Souta's perspective, that way of thinking is not desirable. Well, I don't know what you're thinking, but if you ask me like that, I won't answer. I don't mean to be mean, but I believe if you let others influence your future decisions, you'll definitely regret it later. I want you to do a job you decided on for yourself, Souta-san. This choice will change your life, Hiyoriy, so don't try to leave it entirely to someone else. You should still agonize, carefully consider, and find your own path. It's important to listen honestly at times, but you can show some stubbornness about this. don't you think? The reason Souta says these words is because he walked a similar path to Hiyoriy in the past. Souta also agonized and chose the path of vocational school. As a result, he ended up at a terrible company, but that's beside the point. He was satisfied with what he learned on that path and had no regrets about choosing it. If it had been a path recommended by someone else, he probably wouldn't have thought about changing jobs. I'll support you no matter what path you take, Hiyoriy. So even though it's a painful struggle, let's try a little harder. I'll properly listen to your concerns even after I quit being the manager. Is that okay? Of course. Like I said before, I'll do whatever I can to help you. Why yes, thank you very much. Souta's words were gentler than what a homeroom teacher would say, and yet they captured the core. This was the mature side of him, the part that made you feel you could rely on him. The reason Hiyoriy became, for Souta. Well then, I'll go finish the rest of my work in the manager's room. Hiyoriy, do your best studying too. I'll do my best. The conversation came to a break. As Souta put his hand on the table and stood up, Hiyoriy immediately moved. She thrust out her clenched fist in front of her. Yeah. Hiyoriy, who posed as if punching, smiled with a beaming face. Okay. Souta bumped his fist against Hiyori's outstretched fist and patted her head a few times before leaving the living room. Click. Closing the door, Souta stopped walking and looked up at the ceiling. What should I do? I can't get Saki-san's words out of my head. Souta was pretending to be calm, but his heart was pounding loudly. What he talked about with Saki in the middle of the night yesterday. Souta-san, don't run away. I want you to properly face those feelings. The more he talks to the residents, the stronger the chains of words become. The person Saki-san was referring to, was it Hiyoriy? Souta-san, do you prefer preschool teachers or orals who graduated from university? That's what he felt from Hiyori's question. What is this feeling? Unspeakable feelings were welling up. Souta himself still didn't realize it. That Saki's words triggered him to unconsciously see the residents as the opposite sex. Phew. Calm down. I have to organize invoices now. The work he was about to do was something he absolutely couldn't make a mistake on. By saying it out loud and hearing it with his ears, he somehow managed to regain his composure. But that's something Souta can do because he's misunderstanding that there is someone among the residents who has feelings for him. I won't say who, but since I'm indebted to you, I'm saying this. I'm on your side. That's what Saki actually said. However, if you break this down, she didn't mention the exact number of people who have feelings for him. Chapter 110, Koyuki's Gift. I think it's not just me, but lately I've been having a strange feeling quite often. Early morning on a weekday. As usual, Koyuki was working on her main business in the living room, moving her hands and voicing such words. A strange feeling? What kind? And Souta, who placed a cup of coffee in front of Koyuki with the usual thoughtfulness, picked up her words and tilted his head. This might turn into a heavy conversation, but even though I know your daily life with us will change, I can't really feel it, or rather, I can't imagine it. I can't express it well, but that's how it is. Ah, I see. Everyone's not changing their attitude in a weird way either. The reason their attitude doesn't change is also because you're acting normal, right? I think that response is spreading to the residents. Ahaha. You're going to say that? I'm really grateful that you're creating an environment where I can work comfortably until the end. Everyone knows that Souta's working period is running out. So they think of doing this, doing that, trying not to burden him. Of course it's appreciated that the residents are being so considerate, but from Souta's perspective, he can't act as usual and it becomes harder to work. Souta is getting paid, so he wants to do work worthy of it on his own. It can't be helped that I'm saying this to you, Souta-san, but I'm sad that you're quitting this job. It's very rare for Koyuki, who usually takes care of those around her, to let slip something like this. She can convey her true feelings like this because it's a situation where it's just her and Souta. It's also because she's facing someone she can let her senior position fade with. As I thought, a man who makes a woman sad is no good. Of course, the reverse is also true. For this, I'm really sorry. In return, if you have any requests, please tell me anything. I'll do my best if it's something I can do. That's about all I can do now. Oh my. You said anything, right? As if she had been waiting for these words. As if the lead was successful, Koyuki showed a smile. Of course. Souta, who replied that way, nodded sincerely even though he thought, if you say anything. Yes. Could you take me to the land of your new workplace, Souta-san? Huh? We'll go straight to a real estate agency and live together in an expensive apartment. You can't take me to the company dormitory, right? Eh? Not that he was being provocative, but Souta ended up having the same reaction twice. He just couldn't keep up with the content of the conversation. Even so, it's not bad conditions that I can do housework like a normal person and have an income, right? At first, you'll be busy just getting used to the company atmosphere. So I'll support you, of course. As the older one, I'll pay the rent and living expenses. So, you mean we should live together? That's what it comes down to, right? Koyuki agreed with a nod to Souta, who asked straightforwardly without beating around the bush. Koyuki naturally tilted her head as if to get confirmation again. In the silent space, Souta scratched his cheek and suddenly became calm. I got tricked again, he thought. Please stop the jokes there. The conditions were so good. I almost nodded. Fufu. See, that smile is, after all, the reason she couldn't say it's not a joke here was because Koyuki didn't have conviction. Because she didn't strongly feel affection from Souta. She had a hunch that even if she answered honestly, it probably wouldn't turn out well. That just now was a bad joke, okay? I won't forgive you if you do it again. I'm sorry about that. But, if it wasn't a joke, what were you planning to do, Souta-san? Oh, of course, I'll ask you at that time. Souta answered with a smile as if giving an immediate reply. Normally, you can't take it any other way than being happy. But this was Koyuki's reaction. She replied as if hiding some dissatisfaction. Even though she says it's a joke, she understood that he was going along with it so as not to hurt her. That could be taken as not being taken seriously. But for Souta, it's a given. Souta had this kind of exchange with Saki. If a resident liked me, I see. While I would be truly happy about those feelings, I probably wouldn't date them. Even if I liked that resident, why won't you date them? Just like a teacher and student can't date. Various problems arise if a manager dates a resident. Especially since I'm the one my mom asked. I can't cross that line. There was no lie in these words, and as long as he had responsibilities as a manager, this restriction wouldn't come off. In order to not hinder his work, he's conscious of not thinking about such things. Oh, even so, Saki-san isn't waking up. I thought the three of us could talk today. But she went out to play until night even though her jet lag hasn't gone away. She must still be tired, so let's let her sleep. Koyuki, who was elegantly drinking coffee while giving instructions for Saki's sake. But, was that really the case? It could be taken as her not wanting to waste time alone with him. Come to think of it, Saki was praising you, Souta-san. Saki-san was? Yes. About the cocoa and hand warmers. And also about you leaving your seat during the meal after she returned. Is that so? I'm glad she was happy. I don't recall the meal thing though. You're playing dumb again. If you do that, I can't praise you even if I want to, right? I'll just accept your feelings. I'm sorry for making you worry by not telling you where I was going. Geez, you're younger than me but not cute at all. Ahaha, sorry about that. I won't say what, but I want to stay true to myself until the end. Souta-san, in a few more weeks, the one who feels the parting the most is probably Souta, because from Suta's perspective, he'll be saying goodbye to all 5 residents. Koyuki, who noticed the sadness mixed in his serious tone, looked down and let out an as if to change the mood and atmosphere. Come to think of it, I forgot to give this to you, Souta-san. What is it? Here, it's a reward gift from me, a bit early. Of course, it's handmade. Koyuki handed Souta a luxurious-looking black rectangular case. Wow. May I open it and take a look? I don't mind. The case is designed to open by sliding. Oh, is that so? Then excuse me. And so, Souta slid open the case and exclaimed in surprise as his eyes widened. Inside was a silver thin chain, and attached to it was a ring-sized ring. It was a necklace of a quality that didn't seem handmade at all. I took the orthodox route and used a mineral and ring for the necklace. But was there any problem with that? No, no. It's really nice. Rather, is it okay for me to receive such an elaborate necklace? Fufu. Of course. I'm glad you're so happy. It was worth making it. An item made by Koyuki, one of the top 10 in the handmade industry, just for a certain person. If Koyuki's fans knew this fact, they would shed tears of blood in jealousy. I wonder if you know, Souta-san, the meaning of sending a necklace to someone. There's such a thing for necklaces? Yes, just like flower language, each accessory has a meaning. It might be good to look it up later, right? Got it. Thank you so much. I'll look it up as soon as it's break time. Souta, who returned the necklace to the case with a happy face, didn't notice that Koyuki's ears were turning red as she fidgeted with her slender fingertips. Yuki, you're aiming too much. Outside that living room, in the hallway, Saki, who had woken up a little while ago, was eavesdropping and muttered softly. Saki knew to deepen bonds, to monopolize, to be connected forever. That's what it means to send a necklace. That joke from before wasn't said as a joke at all. She had sent an item that clearly revealed her desire to live together. Chapter 111, The First Confession. Souta-san. Did something happen? Oh, no, it's nothing. Are you sure? You seem different from usual. This was what Hiyoriy said to him after 5 p.m. Souta, are you spacing out a bit today? Are you okay? Huh. Am I? I feel normal though. Really? I feel like something's off. This was what Mirei said to him before 7 p.m. Souta-san. You have a pensive look on your face. Are you alright? Oh, I'm fine. I was just organizing in my head what I have to do next. If that's the case, then good. And this was what Kotoha said to him after 7 p.m. The times were different but 3 residents felt the same way. It's unthinkable for such a coincidence to occur. In short, there was almost certainly something unusual about Souta. One more resident also showed behavior different from usual. That was the dorm's coordinator, the senior Koyuki. Despite sensing Souta's abnormality, Koyuki kept pretending not to notice. Yes, the reason for not mentioning it was extremely simple. Because she was the one responsible for causing this. Koyuki sensed Souta's reaction, that he had probably looked up the meaning of giving a necklace. That the talk he thought was a joke actually wasn't. That he probably hadn't caught up to understanding that. Precisely because it was an attack made when they were alone, a phenomenon occurred where residents who didn't know the situation felt something off. A somewhat different air than usual drifted through the dorm. Even in such an odd environment, one other resident, Saki, was going with the flow, because from Saki's perspective, she had no doubt saw discomfort at all, because at that time, she had eavesdropped in the hallway and understood the whole situation. The resulting structure was 3-on-3. Half understood the situation and half didn't. While this structure maintained an average, it would start to crumble a few hours later. Because there was a resident who thought that precisely because it was with Souta, in order to solve her worries, in order to have an emotional anchor. Section. It's already late at night. Thank you for making time, Souta-san. No. This is still a time when I'm awake, so it's fine. A little past 11 p.m. at night, at this time when the residents had fallen asleep, Souta and Kotoha had gathered. Of course there was a backstory to how this happened, because Kotoha had called out to him saying, "Can we talk a little from 11 p.m.? From there, they coordinated their schedules and created this situation now. Hey Kotoha, are you sure you're okay? You have to wake up early tomorrow too, right? Of course I'm fine. I'm good at mornings. And I wouldn't have been able to sleep without resolving this. And that this is what we're talking about today, right? Yes, though I'll be the one mainly talking about Souta-san. Oh, about me? Not about you, Kotoha. That's right. If I say this, you might be able to guess, but I'm sorry for meddling. As soon as that apology came in, the conversation progressed. Then, getting right to it, what really happened today? There was almost no preface. Kotoha immediately moved to the main topic so as not to give him time to make excuses. I've been interacting with you for a long time now, Souta-san. I can tell you're hiding a worry. Hiyoriy-chan and Mirei-chan also seem to say things like something seems off. Ahaha. I guess it's about that. You asked me about it a few times too, Kotoha. Souta himself didn't think he had fooled her with that. He was asked the same thing even after time had passed. It's an obvious judgment that he can't switch gears when his feelings are still the same. Normally, I wouldn't pursue it this much, but Souta-san, you don't have much time left, right? At least at the end. Please let me express my gratitude for all your hard work. Kotoha. If it's something you can't say, I don't mind if you blur it out. So, I want you to talk about it. Keeping worries to yourself is truly hard. I think you know that too, Souta-san. Kotoha was being calm and handling it well. Of course she was choosing her words as if advising him, but she was even shaking his emotions by setting conditions that made it easy to talk. No matter how stubborn a person is, if they're spoken to with such word choices, they can only nod. I want to help you, Souta-san. Is that no good? Haha. I'm happy to hear you say that. Then, there are some parts I'll blur out, but is it okay if I tell you about it? Yes. So what happened? From the fact that the others also spoke to you, I think it must have been something quite serious. Deceiving, hiding, feigning ignorance. This is something Souta often does. Usually it doesn't get exposed much, but this time is different. First, there's one thing I want to ask you, Kotoha. Yes? Do you know the meaning of giving a necklace to someone? Like, imagine it's similar to flower language. Of course I know. There are gifts that would be rude to give, so for ring-shaped items, it means wanting to monopolize the other person. Wanting to be by their side. Wanting to spend time together. I knew it. As expected of Kotoha, who works as a receptionist, she fully understands the meaning of gifts. From Souta's side, he realized the information from the internet was correct. Could it be that you were given one? Why yeah, that's right. I didn't know the meaning, and the woman who gave it to me told me to look it up later. I looked it up afterwards and was surprised. I thought, doesn't that mean she conveyed her feelings to me? Sorry, I didn't get it from resident here. Souta, who felt like Kotoha's expression had darkened, immediately interjected forcefully while mixing in a lie. This was probably necessary for Kotoha to not worry, and also to create an environment where Koyuki could spend time comfortably. I see. There's no doubt she's conveying her feelings because the prompting was done precisely because she gave it with that meaning. Alright. The rest is up to you, Souta-san, to decide whether to date her or not. Do you have any thoughts? You could tell from Souta's expression and attitude up to now, that he wasn't trying to give an immediate answer. Rather, his feelings of reservation were at the forefront. I'm perplexed because it's from a woman I interact with a lot. I mean, if you asked me if she really has feelings for me, it's still ambiguous, and it's become hard to interact with her. I'm going to ask something that might be hard to answer, but are you not considering dating her, Souta-san? Yeah. At least until I quit being the manager. I want to avoid thinking about dating because I'm the one entrusted with this job. I can't do anything that would hinder it. I see. This was the one thing Souta absolutely wouldn't budge on. No matter what he was told, he would definitely shake his head. Precisely because this was a job passed down from his grandmother to his mother, he couldn't slack off either. If that's the case, the other person might have realized it and hinted at it. Rather than hinting, I feel like she's trying to make it obvious. And if she's serious, I don't even know when I should give a reply. I don't think you need to worry about that. If it's someone who knows you, Souta-san, they won't rush you, and I think they'll choose to wait rather than demand a reply. Kotoha realized that Souta had no intention of dating anyone while serving as the manager, that he intended to shut them out no matter how strongly they conveyed their feelings. To fulfill his role as manager, there was no way this priority would waver. In my opinion, Souta-san, I think it's best for you to act normally until you get a reaction from the other person. That way, they won't have to worry, and if you're prompted for a reply, you can honestly say I want you to wait until I quit being the manager. If they don't respect your opinion there, you can even give up on them. You say it like it is. If you like someone, you can wait forever. Somehow, those words are a relief. Thank you. Then I'll try doing that. Because that's actually the best action for me too. In the end, it was being postponed, but he wasn't running away because it was an action to seriously face it. But, You know, that woman is quite cunning. If she's hinting that much, don't you think she should just say it already? Ahaha, I might think that a little. I was thinking about her all day today. After all, that's the effect of hinting. It's a tactic women often use to make you conscious of them. Oh, there's something like that too, huh? Do you like her or not? By giving that fine line, the other person ends up worrying. The more they worry, the more they end up thinking about that person, becoming conscious of them. That's the biggest merit of this hinting effect. But hinting isn't all good. It leaves the other person constantly flustered, so they unknowingly take on a burden because they think about resolving that fluster. Their concentration also stops lasting. That's the reason Hiyoriy-chan, Mirei-chan and I retorted. I see. I have no more words to say. Souta, who probably had a lot of things that rang true, let out a wry smile with a chuckle. His stiff expression loosened a little and he must have gained some mental leeway. That was a factor that softened the atmosphere in the living room, and it was also a trigger that got Kotoha on a certain pace. But that woman is terrible. To impose such a burden on you, Souta-san, when you're already so busy. Until now, Kotoha had been talking calmly and leisurely, but inside she was filled with impatience. Yes, Kotoha learned that she had been beaten to the punch. By the person who gave the necklace as a gift, by that woman she had in mind. If it were me, I wouldn't want to make you bear such a burden, so I would properly convey it. Souta-san, who works hard at his job every day, who is considerate and kind. I might lose the person I like. Such a sense of crisis strongly moves people. It can easily break down that wall that prevents them from taking a step forward. Kotoha conveyed it with a gentle smile, her cheeks turning red. What's with the sudden? When you say it like a confession, it's embarrassing. Please stop joking like that. I'm really sorry for the abruptness. Really? This is bad. Look, my heart is pounding. I need to cool down my embarrassment. Souta was fanning himself with both hands, but Kotoha wasn't taking any noticeable actions. At most, her face was gradually turning redder. Souta-san, I'm happy you're getting embarrassed. I'm not saying this is a joke at all. Huh? I really do love you, Souta-san. Not as a manager, but as a man. I want to date you. Souta was frozen still like a stone, his mouth half open and eyes wide open. But Kotoha wasn't. As if to say I said it, she scratched her cheek, but still gazed intently at Souta. The only thing heard was the sound of the second hand of the clock advancing. You might not see me as a member of the opposite sex with this childlike appearance, Souta-san, but that's precisely why I thought I had to say it soon. Well then, I'm sobering up, so I'll excuse myself for now. I'm so embarrassed. I want to crawl into a hole. Leaving Souta, who was in a fluster with his mind going blank, Kotoha stood up. She stood at the door leading from the living room to the hallway and looked back with a listless gaze. Please suffer with this luxurious worry, Souta-san. Suffer to your heart's content. It's your fault for being so popular. Souta-san's gratitude for his hard work was already over with the hinting matter. Kotoha changed to a good-natured smiling face and lowered the doorknob. You can give me your reply after you quit being the manager. Well then, please start tomorrow. That was the end of their exchange. Kotoha left the living room after bidding good night to Souta. On the second floor, right around the corner where Kotoha had gone up the stairs, a certain person was lying in wait. Oh my, making time alone and slipping out. Kotoha. Well, I wonder who was the one slipping out. Because you were quick to make the first move. Yuki-chan. Fufu, I won't let you call it unfair. This is also part of my strategy. I didn't particularly want to say that. It's just I thought you made a weak first move for being you, Yuki-chan. I won't say what, but I didn't drop hints. That's more effective and makes you look stronger! Exclamation mark. Koyuki's face, which had a smug expression, clouded over. On the other hand, Kotoha, with her ears turning red and hiding them with her hair, also had a faint smirk on her face. Chapter 112. The True Nature of the Discomfort. Souta, what's seriously wrong with you? This morning, the day after Kotoha's confession, Mirei, with a furrowed brow, was digging at Souta who was standing in the kitchen. Huh? What do you mean what's wrong? Not what? You're holding back yawns so many times. You've been acting strange since yesterday. Didn't you not get enough sleep? No, that's not it at all. I slept properly. There are times when you yawn even after sleeping properly, right? That's what it is. Then how many hours did you sleep? If I remember correctly, about 4 or 5 hours, I think. Souta naturally answered, looking up at the ceiling as if trying to remember. It was also as not to make them worry. But that becomes meaningless. 3 hours is not getting nearly enough sleep. In the first place, it's doubtful if you even slept at all. No, it really was 5 hours. Mirei decided on 3 hours, ignoring Souta's argument. It's because she knows Souta's personality of deceiving so as not to worry others that she can easily do this. Souta-san, are you really okay? Hiyoriy is worried. Even Hiyoriy. There's really nothing wrong, so don't worry. If I hypothetically didn't get enough sleep, I'll make sure to take a nap during the day. With Mirei's retort, even Hiyori's worry spreads. She makes a shape with her eyebrows and appeals her true feelings. You know, it'll make the atmosphere heavy if I say this, but Souta, you don't have much time left at this dorm, so why don't you rely on us a little? If you think it's affecting your sleep, you can buy dinner at the convenience store the night before and have it in the morning. Making it by hand every day must be tiring, right? Hiyoriy, sometimes convenience store food is better. I think it can be like a change of pace or something. Even if Hiyoriy, who requests dishes she wants to eat almost every day, says such a thing, it lacks persuasive power, but it's a splendid follow-up so as not to burden Souta. And for Mirei, being able to show consideration for the opposite sex she's not good with is growth in her own way. If Souta's health deteriorates, it affects us more. You should think about that a little more. If someone complains there, Hiyoriy and I will say we ordered it. Right, Hiyoriy? Of course. Though I think Koyuki-san and Kotoha-san will understand too. Thank you both. Then when the time comes, I'll rely on you. The way you say that, you definitely won't rely on us. You're planning to play dumb like did I say that? Right? But that's just like Souta-san. I mean, we'll be in trouble if you don't do something unlike yourself. Ahaha, I got it. I'll make sure to rely on you when I need to. It's a promise. A promise. I got your word. Souta is told by the two high school girls to rely on them. There's probably nothing more gratifying for a man than this. But this is a fair reward for Souta's hard work up to now. It's precisely because he showed them his diligent attitude every day that he gets such reward. Because you wouldn't think to say such words to someone who slacks off. Just as that conversation came to a break. Good morning, everyone. Morning, everyone. The door opened and Kotoha and Koyuki appeared in the living room together. Oh, good morning. Mornin'. Gee, good morning. Hiyoriy and Mirei returned the greeting as usual, but one more person, only Souta gave a stuttering response. Yes, these two who just appeared are the very culprits who put Souta in this situation. Is Saki-san still sleeping? Hiyoriy had something she wanted to talk about. If it's Saki, she was working late into the night, so she probably won't wake up until around noon. I've heard jet lag is hard to get over. The adults, the two of them, immediately answered Hiyori's question. Koyuki hinted at blatant affection, and despite Kotoha having confessed, the two's behavior was unchanged from usual, as expected of their ability to handle the situation. Oh, and Souta-san, thank you for yesterday. No, I should be thanking you, Kotoha. Oh my? Can I take that response as something to look forward to? Fufu, just kidding. Hey, ahaha. The fact that she confessed. Waiting for a reply until he quit being the manager. Kotoha takes advantage of these two to tease him. There's no doubt she has the same aim as the hinting effect, to make him constantly aware. Oh, I just noticed. But you made 2 types of pasta today. Mentaiko and Napolitan, right? Why yeah. Hiyoriy insisted on eating it no matter what. She threatened that if I didn't prepare it, she would throw a tantrum. Hiyoriy wouldn't threaten like that. I did make a request, but Fufu, throwing a tantrum does seem like something Hiyori-chan would do. Hiyoriy sure makes merciless attacks. Hiyoriy really didn't say anything like that. When in trouble, it's Hiyori's turn. This is a tactic Souta often uses. Hiyoriy exaggeratedly protests a bit, brightening the atmosphere. The conversation expands while a fun atmosphere envelops the living room. Hiyori's energy and cheerfulness move things in a good direction. But there was one resident who didn't even join that circle. Mirei, who had been calmly observing the scene in silence, changed her expression to a stern one. She was staring at Souta's behavior suspiciously. There was one reason for that. Because Souta was showing a reaction he absolutely wouldn't normally show. He immediately averted his gaze from Koyuki and avoided making eye contact with Kotoha. He was conversing, but he seemed to be awkwardly avoiding them somehow, and also seemed to be desperately trying to interact with them as usual. That wasn't the case between Hiyoriy and Mirei. In other words, could it be that Souta's behavior is strange because these two did something? That's what Mirei realized. Could it be? No, I won't know until I confirm it. Mirei, who had been fiddling with her pink antenna and momentarily sharpened her eyes before returning them to normal, was pondering how to take action. Chapter 113, Mirei finds out 1. Mirei, you're staying after school to study today too, right? The usual group said they're staying too. This was during the last class period of the day. Mirei was being asked by her friend in the next seat about studying after school. During exam season, such conversations were probably common. Sorry, I have something to do today, so I'll pass. I'll study at the dorm, so don't worry. Huh? I didn't expect to be turned down. Could it be a pretty important errand? Yeah, something like that. And lower your voice a bit more or the teacher will notice. My bad. My bad. Even during homeroom, if there's too much chatter, you'll get a lecture from the homeroom teacher. It's a bother to those around too. Even though she was speaking softly, Mirei's warning made her friend's voice drop to a tiny volume. So, what's this important errand? Well, various things. That vague answer. It's a guy, isn't it? The beautiful girl finally has a guy in her life. What guts, to be messing around with a guy when you have exams. There you go with the teasing. There's no way that's it. You know I hate guys, right? I'd rather study than play around with a guy. Even if I were to make up an errand, you know. Ahaha, that's so like you. Mirei. No one would think this upon seeing Mirei's complete denial with a dignified attitude. That she was lying. Section. I'm home. Click. Mirei, who opened the front door of the dorm, headed towards the living room with quick steps without putting her loafers on the shelf. Welcome back. Mirei. Sorry I couldn't greet you. No, it's fine. It'd be impossible to greet me at this speed anyway. Welcome back. Mirei. Good work at school. And there was one more greeting, a little delayed. It was the voice of someone who wasn't at this dorm a few dozen days ago. Oh, good work to you too, Saki-san. Are you working now? No, not work, English study. Just studying abroad isn't enough to become perfect. As expected of Saki-san. Studious. In Saki's case, if her English ability drops, she'll lose her job. So it can't be helped. Saki translates for popular uploaders on a video posting site. That uploader is one person belonging to a large organization, and Saki, who works behind the scenes, is also a member. However, the difference between an uploader and a translator is that translators are replaceable, especially because it's a popular organization in the world. There are countless replacements for translators. There are even people who volunteer for it. In order to not cut off her source of income, the one thing she absolutely must avoid is becoming a target. She can't be satisfied with just studying abroad. Mirei, you have to work hard so you don't lose to Saki-san, okay? I can't lose when I'm an exam student. In spirit too. Ahaha, that's true. Souta. Is the food ready? There was also a reason for Mirei to ask this. Yeah. It's ready for now. You want to eat already? If that's the case, then come with me for a bit now. I'll treat you to something, so let's go to the convenience store. Huh? Yes, Mirei didn't ask if the food was ready in order to eat it. She was just checking Souta's work availability. To take Souta out like this. Saki-san, I'm borrowing Souta for a bit. Honestly, it's a bother to have him wandering around while you're studying, right? Yeah, it helps. It helps. Then study in your own room. She agreed even though she was prepared to be told such a logical argument, and even though she didn't actually think so. I won't say who, but since I'm indebted to you, I'm saying this. I'm on your side. As she said, Saki was on the side of the residents. She was acting to make things go according to Mirei's wishes. See, Saki-san is saying this too, so let's go quickly. Oh, okay. Sorry for disturbing your studies, Saki-san. Yeah, it's fine. And what came from Souta was not an objection but an unexpected apology. Saki also felt a sense of guilt in an unexpected place. Section. Could it be that you came home early today to take me to the convenience store? It's pretty rare for you to come home before Hiyoriy, right? The two of them passed through the entrance and headed to the familiar convenience store. Mirei suggested let's walk, so they chose to walk instead of using the motorcycle. Souta asked while glancing at the still bright sky and matching his pace with Mirei's. No. Can you think of any other reason? I think it's pretty obvious. Ahaha. It's just to confirm. I mean, if this part doesn't add up, there might be inconsistencies in the story. Then if I answer that confirmation, will you answer what I want to confirm too? If it's something I can answer, then I'll say it. As you said, I came home early to take you out. If Hiyoriy was here, she'd definitely come along when I invited you. It was an assertion only Mirei, who knew Hiyori's personality, could make. And Souta agreed with this too. So you wanted to talk about something with just the two of us today? I'm getting strangely nervous. When you're going to have an important talk, Hiyoriy being there is kind of, the atmosphere gets unnecessarily bright, or the conversation gets unnecessarily sidetracked. In the end, it's like, should we talk about something else? Of course, that's one of Hiyori's good points though. From her big reactions to her word choices to her quips, unless something major happens, Hiyoriy is full of energy every day. To put it negatively, Hiyoriy would be a bother if she was here when having this kind of conversation. Ahaha. Her personality is a sure thing. If you want to switch to a bright topic, you can just leave it to Hiyoriy. Exactly. Just like that. You did that this morning, didn't you, Souta? What are you talking about? Souta, who was the first to sense the change in atmosphere, had a slightly chilled voice. Don't play dumb. I could see that when you were talking with Koyuki-san and Kotoha-san, you deliberately teased Hiyoriy to distract her. No. I had no such intention. It was just a coincidence. A coincidence. Souta's expression became more and more strained as Mirei attacked him, hitting the key points with certainty. He was showing a somewhat easy-to-understand reaction precisely because he knew what she was talking about. Hey, you really don't have to cover it up. I'll just be frank, but I know everything, Saki. I heard it from Kotoha-san. Kotoha did? She told that story to the residents. I'm not sure why you're surprised, but it's only natural to talk about such things. Girls basically talk about anything because they like to chat, especially if they're close. Coming from Mirei, who was the same sex, and mixing in generally known facts, it was extremely persuasive. Furthermore, if she showed that imposing figure, it would be impossible to notice that he was being hooked. He had completely fallen for Mirei's trick. So let me confirm it too. Whether what I heard from Kotoha-san is true or not. Maybe Kotoha-san was just lying to tease me, and it's hard to interact in various ways if it stays ambiguous like this. Oh, if it's true, I'll cooperate so that it's easier for you to act, Souta. If he had a calm mind, he would realize that Mirei wasn't guaranteeing her cooperation. However, Souta was not composed right now. Kotoha told Mirei about that matter. As a result, Mirei found out because he was misunderstanding it like this. The hook was so successful, it was as if to say it was splendid. So, what is it, Souta? What did Kotoha-san say to you? Mirei, who took the lead in trying to find out the truth, was impatient. The proof was that she made a statement like, what did she say to you? Without grasping anything. But Souta couldn't pick up on that. No, Souta had made up his mind. If Kotoha is talking about it, if it's known, then I should also speak honestly. If he had taken a little more time to reach this feeling, he probably would have noticed Mirei's hook. the future that came next would have also changed. There's no mistake in what Kotoha-san said. Last night, I was confessed to. A short pause. Sorry, say that again. I was confessed to. She properly conveyed her feelings to me. A long pause. It was all because Mirei didn't react to the unexpected truth. What? It was probably a few dozen seconds in time. Mirei, who had processed the situation in her mind, let out a surprised voice. The hook. It doesn't always work out favorably. Sometimes it makes you impatient. Chapter 114, Mirei finds out too. Huh. Why are you so surprised? Could it be that what you heard was different? It's only natural for Souta to be this flustered. Someone who openly says things like I was confessed to by so-and-so after receiving a confession would naturally be despised. Moreover, it would mean he made an irreparable mistake to Kotoha. It would undoubtedly affect Kotoha. No way. What I heard from Kotoha-san was that, and from Mirei's perspective, there's no way she could say it. The statement I heard from Kotoha was a hook and a lie. Now that she knows this fact, she has no choice but to keep it hidden. Then why were you so surprised earlier? I'm really curious. That's because I thought you'd normally say kokero instead of confess. If she had anticipated that Kotoha confessed to Souta, she probably wouldn't have tried to hook him. She would have also thought of an excuse in advance. Even though she was shown a clever lead, if she was told something that made her mind go blank, she could only make a forced excuse. Well, I often say that too, but it's hard to abbreviate when talking about something like this, right? In terms of atmosphere too. Well, that's true, but are you hiding something? I am not hiding anything. I just thought it was really true. Mirei averted her gaze and continued her clearly strange behavior. Even so, there must have been a considerable shock when she confirmed that the confession was true. Especially because it was something a friend did to a friend. A resident to the manager. Souta felt something was off, but convinced himself that it's not an impossible reaction. Mirei was probably saved by this too. Well, just like Mirei was surprised. I was surprised too. I didn't know you thought of me that way, but conveying your feelings really takes courage, and I was honestly happy that you directed that towards me. Anyone who hears this murmur from Souta would understand that he doesn't think it's a bother or even consider it one. There are people in this world, those who think it's unpleasant to respond to a confession. It's awkward. So it's a bother, is how they perceive it. It might be a minority, but this is an emotion people should have, and it's one of the reasons people are afraid when confessing, thinking they might be perceived that way. Even though I say this, I was just confused and got poked at by everyone. Wait, what's with that questioning look? Come to think of it, when did you hear about this from Kotoha? If I remember correctly, you said my behavior has been strange since this morning, so you didn't know at that time, right? Did you have time to hear about it? That was on the phone during lunch break at school. On the phone? I told Kotoha-san that your behavior was strange. Then she answered me like that. Since it was over the phone, I hadn't even seen her face and could only judge by her voice, so I thought it might be a joke. Mirei, who understood the situation and had her head cooled with a little time, was able to come up with a plausible excuse. The fact that she used "that's why" twice at the end of her sentences showed her strong intention to somehow persuade him. Oh, I see. So Hiyoriy doesn't know about this, and you didn't want to bring Hiyoriy along to prevent it from spreading further? Yeah. There's no doubt it's better to keep this kind of talk contained as much as possible. I see. Thank you for thinking about me and Kotoha. Mirei. It's not like I need thanks or anything. The reason Mirei took Souta out was to find out what happened between the two. It wasn't because she was thinking about them, hence her statement. I have one more thing I want to ask about this morning. And what's that? Why was your behavior strange with Koyuki-san too? Souta? If the reason is what you said, your attitude should only change towards Kotoha-san, but you weren't like that, Souta. You had a similar reaction to Koyuki-san too. Why, you're quite observant. I can't believe you noticed that too. That's how much your behavior was off. I'm honestly happy that you're worried about me, Mirei. But sorry, I can't say it myself regarding Koyuki-san. Huh? If it's something you can't say, does that mean you were confessed to by Koyuki-san too? No, that's not it. I wasn't confessed to. Wait a minute. The way you say confess is strange in the first place, isn't it? The nuance just now means something close to a confession was done to you. I won't say any more than this. It's obvious I'll dig my own grave if I say more. There was no mistake in what Mirei was saying. No, Souta made her realize that by using the word confession, by taking this defensive stance, he might make her think with near certainty. Even so, Souta absolutely doesn't want to let any weakness show. If it involves someone other than himself, and if it was an action close to a confession, it's only natural to devote himself to defense. Whatever. Then answer this last thing. What are you going to do about Kotoha-san's? Or what did you do about it? I haven't replied to the confession yet. Kotoha was considerate and said she'll wait until I graduate from being the manager. I don't get it. Since I'm filling in for my grandmother and mom as the manager, I absolutely don't want to do anything that would make me unable to concentrate on work. Also to avoid damaging the reputation of the dorm itself. With his strong sense of responsibility, Souta is determined to not cause any trouble. He deals with what he can deal with. He's just doing what's normal as an adult. But it's wrong to rely on Kotoha and respond like this, right? It's like you're not sincerely facing the person who confessed to you. That's not what I want to know. I'm asking if you're going to date her or not. That's honestly, I don't know. Huh? What's with that? You should normally be able to answer right away. Don't hide it and say it. I really haven't decided. You could say I'm running away from the confession, but I'm trying not to think about it until my term ends so it doesn't interfere with my work. And even after I retire, it's not something I can decide on immediately. At least not this. Souta's next workplace is more than a 3.5-hour drive away. Including traffic lights, it would probably take 4 hours. There are also matters of that environment and compromising with work. And there's meaning in Koyuki's hints too. Because he hasn't thought deeply about it, a situation where he doesn't know what is occurring. But I absolutely have to give an answer so I don't do anything rude to the other person. And this leads to more confusion. From Souta's perspective, it was a natural response. I don't know if I'll date her, but I'll definitely give an answer. But it unconsciously fueled Mirei's anxiety. That unknowingly existed. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Huh? A trembling voice suddenly came out. Souta's steps stopped as Mirei grabbed his sleeve. If he turned his head to the side, Mirei, with her large jadeite cat eyes moistened, had her mouth tightly closed. As if to shake Souta's answer. I hate it if Souta dates some other girl. I won't allow it. I won't hand you over to Mirei. Souta isn't just a man. He's the only member of the opposite sex who alleviated her past trauma, the person who has always treated her kindly without complaining about her past attitude. When she was anxious, he was always by her side. When she wanted to rely on him, she always relied on him, that kind of important person. It was almost like her father before she lost her mother. When he was kind, she just hated the idea of having such a suitor taken away from her. When she learned the reality that he would answer the confession, she understood. Souta, with an expression like a child throwing a tantrum, like begging, like not letting go of something precious, Souta's mind was driven to the point of overload. And it's not over yet. The situation becomes worse. Oh no. Hey, everyone. This is bad. Hiyoriy-chan. Look over there. That's Mirei, right? It's Mirei, right? They're on a date. Because Mirei's hairstyle stood out, because Mirei was famous for being beautiful, her classmates noticed her even from a distance. The scene was lively to the point of being noisy, but Hiyoriy was different. Mirei-chan and Souta-san. Her honey-colored eyes were wavering with agitation. To Hiyoriy, Mirei and Souta weren't just friends or acquaintances. If she saw the two of them together with that special sense of distance, she would end up like this. Because to Hiyoriy, it wasn't someone else's business. Chapter 115, Hiyori's Restraint. I am home. Welcome back, Hiyoriy. This was after seeing that scene. Hiyoriy had returned to the dorm as if running away. She didn't have the mental capacity to get between those two who seemed to be flirting. Saki, who was continuing her English studies in the living room, stopped her hand and turned around to return the greeting, but noticed something upon seeing her expression. "What's wrong, Hiyoriy? Your face is pale. Are you not feeling well?" That's not it, so I'm fine." "So Souta-san and the Mirei-chan are." If it's those two, they went to the convenience store. Mirei invited him. I see. That scene might have been a mistake. Maybe it was someone who looked like Souta and Mirei. Such faint hope was shattered by Saki's answer. When Hiyoriy saw that scene, an unspeakable anxiety had assailed her heart, to the point of refusing to keep looking at it or approaching it. Hiyoriy herself couldn't sort out what exactly it was or what kind of emotion it was. "If you say I see, does that mean you saw where Mirei and Souta-san were?" "You saw them but asked Saki." "I see," is a word of affirmation. It's only natural for this question to come up if you confirm it yourself but still ask for an answer from Saki. And Hiyoriy remained silent for a long time. This again was as good as affirming it. From the conversation up to now, Hiyori's gloomy expression, lack of energy, complexion. There was only one thing Saki, who knew the whole situation in the dorm, could think of. "Hiyoriy, sit down for a bit. Saki has something to tell you." Hiyoriy will go to her room. "Sit down." "If you go to your room, you probably won't come out." Hiyoriy. Is barley tea okay for a drink?" "Why yes." "Wait, Hiyoriy. Who's younger? Should be the one preparing that." "It's fine. Your job is to sit there, Hiyoriy." "I understand." "Thank you very much. Don't worry about it." Saki, who blocked the escape route by proposing first, closed her English reference book and notebook and headed to the refrigerator. Hiyoriy watched her back while hanging her school bag on the pillar of the table and sat down on the chair. After waiting for 1 minute for Saki to return while restlessly blinking. "Here, I put ice in it too." "Oh, thank you very much." "I'll have some." The distance from school to the dorm was long, and this was after seeing that scene on the way home. Hiyoriy, who was physically and mentally exhausted, immediately jumped on the barley tea. She gulped down about half of the cup full of barley tea. "You're drinking it deliciously." "Sorry for being greedy." "No, it's fine. You're not being greedy at all." "If that's the case, I'm glad." So what did you want to talk about?" "Saki-san, the preparations before getting to the main topic seem to be over." Hiyoriy, who put the cup back on the table, widened her honey-colored eyes and returned to the conversation. "I have something to tell you." "Sit down." She had been told this earlier. There was no doubt it was important content. Hiyoriy had a tense look on her face, but Saki noticed this. "You can relax. It's not a heavy talk." "Oh, that's a bit of a relief. I thought the atmosphere was like I was going to get scolded." "So what is it?" A skillful cushion was inserted, dispelling the misunderstanding. "I'm not going to get scolded." When Hiyoriy, who had regained a bit of liveliness, leaned forward and got into a posture to listen, she was suddenly told this. "What do you want to do with Souta-san?" Hiyoriy. "So, what do you want to do with Souta-san?" Hiyoriy. What's with the sudden?" "There's no way I can tell you that." Hiyori's good innocence becomes a bad move here. This blatant agitation is the answer to everything. It's as good as reflecting Hiyori's true feelings. There's nothing sudden about it. "Looking at Hiyoriy since you came back, I think this." "Mirei did something to Souta-san, and Hiyoriy saw that and lost her energy. You became anxious and jealous." If that's not the case, say it's not the case now. The talk from here on will be pointless." Hiyoriy didn't say a word. She didn't say that's not it out loud, perhaps because it was embarrassing to admit it out loud. She acted as if it's not wrong and looked at Saki's reaction with a red face. This was probably the best Hiyoriy could do, and for Saki, the confirmation was sufficient. Hiyoriy. What is it?" Listen to Saki's monologue. "Why yes." The confirmation was made, but she pretended it wasn't. Using such a contradictory excuse. What Saki says from here are words to admonish Hiyoriy. If you don't want the person you like to be taken away, I don't understand why you don't take action to prevent them from being taken away. Making eye contact with Hiyoriy. 1. There's no need to hold back for others. Even if you hold back, There will definitely be more demerits than merits. 2. You just don't know it, but everyone else is doing it. Taking action to not let him be taken away. The moment she took in that third point, Hiyori's eyes became round. Huh? Everyone? What do you mean? Are they already doing it? I can't say the details, but everyone is taking action to not let Souta-san be taken away without Hiyori knowing. No way. I shouldn't say this to Hiyori, but at this rate, Hiyori might lose. Why? From what I see, Hiyori is holding back more than everyone else. So you're not standing on the same stage as everyone else. Looking at her daily words and actions, it's obvious who Hiyori has feelings for. The only one who hasn't noticed is Souta, and they're taking action to not let him be taken away. Not noticing this move is a big mistake, because the impatience born from there becomes the power to break out of one's shell and move people. Saki regretted it after returning to Japan. Studying is important, but I should have talked more with my friends at the study abroad destination. I should have had more fun. The situation is different, but I don't want Hiyori to have such regrets. But you know, in Saki's case, I can go back to the country I studied abroad in and play with my friends to erase this regret. But Hiyori is different. Hiyori's regret will remain forever because there's no way to resolve it. This is all Saki wants to say. The rest is up to Hiyori's judgment. The path Hiyori is about to take is not something a third party can instruct. It's not something they can take responsibility for. They have no choice but to leave it to the person herself. Saki finished the talk, stood up from her chair, took her teaching materials in her hand, and left the living room, without looking back, so as not to interfere. This was 20 minutes later. What is that? Mirei and Souta had returned home. Hiyori, who greeted them, was giving a glaring look at a certain place. Mirei wouldn't let go, you see? Souta's the one not letting go. No, look. Souta stretched out his hand with a snap as if to prove he wasn't holding it. The one grabbing that outstretched hand was Mirei, who had said you're not letting go. For now, holding hands inside the dorm is not allowed. Like I said, that's. Souta tried to argue against Hiyori's words, but Hiyori's gaze was directed elsewhere again. Mirei, who was hiding behind Souta, also sharply changed the shape of her eyes. Hurry up and let go of Souta-san's hand. It doesn't make sense. Just hurry up and let go. Hiyori doesn't have that authority. Eye contact unbeknownst to Souta. The two of them had things they couldn't compromise on. That's enough. Souta-san, I have something I want to talk to you about later. This was the hand Hiyori played. She had issued the check so that Mirei could hear it. Chapter 116. The atmosphere in the dorm. What kind of situation is this, I wonder? It's been like that ever since I came home. It seems like Hiyori-chan's switch has also been flipped. From what I can see, it's not just Hiyori whose switch has been flipped, right? Mirei looks like she's marking her territory. Her possessiveness is fully exposed. Well, that's certainly true. A few hours later, Koyuki and Kotoha, who had returned home from their part-time jobs, were conversing while looking at that scene from a slightly distant place. I wonder if this is Saki's doing. I think she gave some kind of advice. You thought so too, Yuki-chan? The proof is that she hasn't shown her face in the living room at this time. I think she's trying to avoid being questioned by us. We've been had. Is this punishment for trying to slip out? In fact, Saki only gave advice to Hiyori. Mirei grasped the situation because she had hooked Souta, but in the end, there's no doubt that the gears have started turning. The two continued to observe the scene with wry smiles on their faces. Hey Mirei, how long are you going to cling to me? I can't work like this. Before you scold me, scold Hiyori first. Then Hiyori. No way. Mirei on his right arm, Hiyori on his left arm. They were sticking to Souta like magnets. The two were having a cute argument on either side, but they weren't trying to let go of his arms. No matter who Souta scolded, the formation didn't change. They were interfering with his work, but Souta wasn't being very strict with them. He felt responsible for creating this situation by suddenly announcing his retirement as the manager. In the first place, Mirei-chan is unfair. You took Souta-san to the convenience store. And yet you're being spoiled again. Hiyoriy makes meal requests every day. This is to make up for that. Wow, that's a different story from this. Besides, you're going out with Souta today, right Hiyoriy? You're going to monopolize him after this, so you're in the same situation as me. Geez. Hiyoriy just couldn't win against Mirei with words. She immediately started mooing like a cow when she was refuted. It was a noisy but lively and bright scene. It's somehow heartwarming to see that kind of exchange. Hiyori's aura is already overflowing with love. That kind of exchange is something you can do when you're a teenager. It would seem strange if we did it. If I could go back to being a teenager, I'd join that circle right now. Oh my. Knowing you, Yuki-chan, you'd capture your targeted prey before even joining that circle, right? That's not true at all. If I could do that, I wouldn't be struggling like this now. On the other side, a noisy exchange. On this side, a calm exchange. An atmosphere fitting for adults was being created. But, I'm relieved. It doesn't seem to be turning into a bitter quarrel. Hiyori-chan and Mirei-chan are adults on the inside after all. I think they're respecting each other. There are no bad people in this dorm who would kick down their friends. Well, there is some tension though. Kotoha was sensing what was being created in the dorm's atmosphere. Oh my. But couldn't the same be said about you, Kotoha? You're tense knowing that Hiyori and Souta-san are going out, right? I wanted you to ignore that. Fufu. I'm sorry, it was just too obvious, but it's rare for Kotoha to honestly affirm something. There's no need to hide it from you, Yuki-chan, who knows my feelings. Of course I become anxious when they're alone together. Hiyori-chan is like that right now too. Right after glancing at Hiyori, Kotoha covered her mouth with her hand and lowered her eyes. It's only natural to feel restless when the man your rival is aiming for is alone with her. Conversely, you're amazing, Yuki-chan. You have composure. I'm really envious. What are you saying? This is just enduring it. I mean, you conveyed your feelings to Souta-san. Right Kotoha? My desperate appeal was overwritten, so there's no way I can have composure. Oh. That's somehow. I'm sorry. Don't just say sorry. Geez. Conveying feelings has more impact on the other person and stays in their heart more than hinting at affection. Koyuki had made such a plan and carried it out, but Kotoha's attack had caused an upset. If I get rejected and you end up dating him, treat me to yakiniku, okay? You crushed one person's love path, so juju is in order. That's a high-class yakiniku restaurant. I can somehow go with my savings. But then if I get rejected and you end up dating him, please treat me to juju, Koyuki-san. Yes, at that time, I'll add an all-you-can-drink too. I'll pass on the all-you-can-drink. I'll keep drinking without it. You're fully intent on putting a financial burden on me. Kotoha is strong with alcohol after all. That much is necessary to make up for crushing my love path. Well, if you say that much, I understand. I don't intend to lose though. It's quite a wasteful way to spend money. But this is also one way of interacting. The restaurant would be happy to have such customers. But, what will we do if he gets taken by someone else? In that case, the three losers will treat the winner to juju. The adults will pay. Then the person dating Souta-san will be left out. Oh, I see. You intend to let them be alone together with that. If Souta-san knows that information, he should come. Yes. That's about all we can do. We have to treat our comrade in arms to a drink. I think there's still time before he moves to his new workplace. Fufu. That's right. The residents are properly thinking about how to avoid the worst-case scenario of falling out while competing within the dorm. Unaware that such a conversation was taking place, Souta was about to spend time with Hiyoriy. Chapter 117. Hiyori's Confession. The full moon floated on the ripples. The cold wind carried the scent of the tide, the sound of waves breaking against the tetrapods. In the calm space where not a single voice could be heard, there were two shadows. Wow, it's beautiful. I thought you were bundled up, but I never expected you'd want to go to the beach. Hee, sorry for being selfish. I went to the hill before but never came here. Hiyoriy smiled as if it was natural. If I let today slip away, we might never be able to do this again, just the two of us. Souta was unaware of that underlying intention. Well, there's no need to apologize. I wanted to come here too to refresh myself. Oh, be careful not to fall into the sea there. The railing is a bit low. Of course. This was a well-maintained port. There was a large park nearby with a running course. It's a spot that's bustling with families on holiday afternoons. It was just past 9:30 p.m. now. There were several cars parked, but due to the vast area, they hadn't run into anyone yet. Phew. Souta sat down on a bench illuminated by a street lamp, keeping Hiyori's back in his view as she gazed at the sea. She looked happy and was hopping around joyfully. It was worrying she might fall into the sea, but she kept some distance from the railing at least. Still, it looked a bit risky, but her figure was endearing. Souta-san, aren't you going to look at the sea? I'm content just feeling the sea breeze. Besides, I can see the horizon from here. Then I'll sit on the bench and look at the sea too. Oh, got it. Go ahead. Thank you very much. Interpreting that Hiyoriy also wanted to sit and look at the sea, Souta moved to the right side of the bench to make space. Hiyoriy plopped down right next to him. Their faces were close together. It feels kind of embarrassing. Really? Oh, it reminds me of that time I forcibly took you to the hill on my bike to hear about your worries. That was probably around a month after Souta first became the dormitory manager. You were really pushy back then. You even said you wouldn't take me to school until you heard about my troubles. Sorry, but that's how worried I was. You weren't your usual cheerful self, and I didn't want to let you go to school in that state. That really helped me out back then. Thank you. You're welcome. Although my actions weren't exactly praiseworthy, taking a minor out at that hour was the wrong thing to do after all. What if, hypothetically, I reported you? Would you win the case? Hey, don't say scary things like that. Hee, just kidding of course. The two reminisced about past memories while adding color to their conversation. Parting was near. This was a fact etched in their minds. Something they could never forget. Conversations naturally tended to go in that direction. Laughter and nostalgic voices continued to echo in the port. The more fun they had, the faster time seemed to pass. Looking at the clock, 30 minutes had almost gone by since they arrived at the port. It would be 10 p.m. in a few more minutes. For a minor, this hour couldn't be taken lightly. It seemed like a good point to bring up the main topic early. So Hiyoriy, you said you had something to discuss with me today, but what was it about? Oh, are we talking about that already? I mean, that's why we came here today, right? It seemed like something you couldn't discuss in the dorm, so I figured it must be really important. So it's better to bring it up sooner. Alright. But, is it that hard to say? If it's difficult, we can take it slow, even starting with questions. The carefree Souta still hadn't realized Hiyori's main point. He naturally asked with a question mark, but the answer would gradually become clear. Then can I ask you one question? I want you to answer honestly. Okay, I'll try not to lie. Then I'll ask. Okay. With a tense expression, Hiyoriy clenched her hands on her thighs into fists. Her face turned red as she timidly asked, Souta-san, you're not dating anyone right now, right? Yeah, I'm not dating anyone. If I was, I couldn't be the girls' dormitory manager. Phew. Alright. Of course. That's a relief, huh? Here, it was only natural to wonder why she would ask such a question, and he began to sense a familiar atmosphere. It's similar to that time when Kotoha confessed to me, he thought. When Souta widened his eyes and turned to face Hiyoriy, she immediately averted her gaze. What's wrong? She asked while fluttering her hands anxiously. No. That's my line. Why are you so flustered? That's because I'm about to tell you something very important. Oh, okay. Hiyori's heart wasn't the only one leaping. Souta felt the same. He pretended not to have any idea, but Hiyori's pure nature made it obvious from the atmosphere. About what that important thing she wanted to tell him was. Why yeah. It was something that required courage for Hiyoriy to say. Something Souta had to listen to seriously. Because they were both so earnest. The same kind of exchange continued. Even so, Hiyoriy was the first to speak up. You see, Hiyoriy learned from a friend. How to know if you like someone. Is that so? And, what was that method? You're going to make me say it? You're going to make Hiyoriy say it? No. You don't have to say it. But I'm curious what kind of advice you got. For Souta. He said that to expand the conversation. To dispel the tension. Yet that advice was completely different from what Souta had imagined. One wrong step and it could be grounds for a sexual harassment lawsuit. It's whether you want to do any naughty things with that person. Huh? He thought he misheard for a moment, but one look at Hiyori's expression overflowing with embarrassment made it clear. Unable to process the information, time seemed to stop for Souta, but only for him. Suddenly saying something like this. You probably think Hiyoriy is crazy. But Hiyoriy wants to do naughty things with Souta-san. I really want to. Wait a minute. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hiyori's face looked like a boiled octopus under the streetlight. She squeezed her eyes shut tightly as she made this unbelievable confession. No matter how you looked at it, any man would be flustered being told this by a pure high school girl. I am sorry. I am not trying to make you apologize. You see, until now, Hiyoriy thought of Souta-san as a reliable older brother figure, but after you helped me so much, and after learning this from a friend, and seeing Mirei-chan clinging to you, it made me feel irritated, and I realized that Hiyoriy really likes you after all. I love you so much. Now I can say it. I don't want anyone to take you away from me. Even if it's someone I'm indebted to, I absolutely don't want to give you up. Hiyoriy had been coming to the girls' dorm since middle school. She had virtually no opportunities to interact with the opposite sex, and this was her first time confessing. She wanted to do adult things if it was with Souta. Feelings that one normally would never express, she conveyed her true thoughts straightforwardly. This was the answer the inexperienced Hiyoriy came to. Souta felt it most strongly. Just how much effort she put into conveying her feelings. Hiyoriy wants to keep relying on you a lot. I want to do lots of things couples do. I absolutely hate the thought of parting with you, Souta-san. Hiyoriy will be a college student next year. As a college student, logically there's no problem dating a 23-year-old man. I think it won't be as frowned upon compared to a high schooler. Well, and I'll do my best to go to a college near Souta-san's workplace. I'll look for a college in that area where I can achieve my dreams for the future. So please seriously consider Hiyori's confession. Hiyoriy is dead serious. This is a sincere confession. With trembling hands, watery eyes, yet looking straight at Souta's face. She made a splendid confession, unthinkable for her first time, and she continued, "Why you can give your answer when you graduate from being the dormitory manager. That's fine, just like Kotoha, respecting Souta's feelings." Thank you, Hiyoriy. From here on, Souta, saddled with new worries, felt time pass incredibly quickly, perhaps triggered by something else. He found himself on the receiving end of obvious affection from Hiyoriy, Mirei, Kotoha, and Koyuki. Saki teased him. He became so busy that he had no time to rest as the dormitory manager, and so it arrived, the final day of his job as the manager. Chapter 118, Parting and Moving Forward. Yeah, got it. Then I'll head out of the dorm first. No need to thank me, Grandma Shizuko. It was a really fun workplace. Yeah, okay. Talk to you later then. This was the dormitory manager's room. Sitting in a chair, Souta lowered the smartphone he had held to his ear and turned it off. The call lasted about 10 minutes, informing him that Shizuko and his mother would be coming to the dorm together, and the time frame. He was also told that Souta could leave the dorm before the two arrived, using the time for himself. His belongings up until now had been collected yesterday and were scheduled to be delivered to his family home around noon today. Since both his father and mother wouldn't be home at that time, Souta would be receiving them. As a result, he would be leaving this dorm earlier than when Shizuko and Ri would arrive here. It's finally time. Yesterday's farewell party was really fun too. Surveying the now empty manager's room while finishing up his final organization, Souta smiled slightly. Just as he said, yesterday a farewell party for Souta was held at the suggestion of the residents. Souta, as the manager, had the whole day free. The residents cooked, everyone cheerfully ate and chatted. There was even cake. Even though everyone must have been sad, they didn't show that mood at all. Their feelings of wanting to properly see him off came across. It was such an unforgettable, fulfilling day. Souta was wearing a rider's jacket with denim pants, an outfit ready to head out anytime. The time was 11:10 a.m. It was about time he had to leave the dorm to go receive his luggage. And the residents lined up in the hallway on the other side of the glass were also urging him to hurry up and come out of the manager's room. Hiyoriy, Mirei, Kotoha, Koyuki, Saki. These five were standing side by side, sending intense gazes toward the manager's room. The residents were well aware that parting was approaching in just a few more tens of minutes. Memories of his time at this dorm until now naturally flowed through Souta's mind. It was only natural for his eyes to well up with tears. Even so, he didn't show his tears. He didn't want to show any weakness until the very end. This was a man's true nature. After taking a deep breath, Souta exited the manager's room with his touring bike loaded with small luggage. Without any glass in the way, he faced the residents he had taken care of all this time. Man, time sure flies. I can't believe a day like this has already come. Fufu, you said that at yesterday's party too, Souta-san. Good work. Saki agrees. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Souta, you idiot. Wah, Mirei-chan. All the residents responded to Souta's words. Some of the responses were a bit odd, but that was because their unwillingness to part ways was at the forefront. One look at their expressions made it all clear. It feels like we still haven't talked enough somehow. Even though we must have spent so much time chatting with you, Souta-san. Hearing you say that makes me happy. Thank you for all your support. That's my line. It wasn't just at yesterday's party that he talked with Koyuki. No, with the residents. It had been all morning today as well. Moreover, if Koyuki hadn't been at this dorm, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to open up to Mirei. This gratitude was something he could express over and over and still not convey it fully. I thought we'd get to be together until evening though, Souta-san. I am really sorry about that. I have to go receive my luggage. So you're prioritizing your luggage over us, Souta-san? No. No. It's so I don't cause you trouble. Souta replied with a wry smile to Kotoha, who was sending him a kind gaze amidst her attacking glare. Souta, Mirei-chan. Don't tease me, idiot. Ahaka. My bad. My bad. This was how he responded to Mirei, who continued looking sad. If even Souta created a sorrowful mood, the atmosphere around them would turn that way too. He had to keep up a cheerful front until the end. Souta-san, thank you for all your hard work. You're as energetic as ever until the end. Hiyoriy. There's no way I can be energetic. I feel like crying right now. Wait. Please don't cry, Hiyoriy. I'm begging you. If the always bright and fun Hiyoriy started crying, it would lead to an irreversible situation. He had to somehow get her to hold it in. Souta-san, good work until now. And here, as if reading the mood, Saki interjected with a calm voice. Yeah, thanks. It would have been nice if I could have interacted with you a bit more. Saki-san, you can come visit again. Saki will welcome you. Ahaha, that's true. However, both Saki and Souta probably knew this wouldn't be easy to fulfill. Because Saki knew how many residents at this dorm had feelings for Souta, it went without saying that he couldn't casually visit this dorm. That said, do your best with various things. Keep that promise. Yeah, of course. The vague what and promise. If these two words were mentioned, it was simple to grasp what Saki was trying to say. Souta-san, don't run away. I want you to properly face their feelings. This message was clearly conveyed to Souta. In exchange for having them wait for his reply, no path of escape had been prepared for him. No, he had crushed that path of escape himself. Alrighty then. Well, I guess I'll get going soon. If I stick around too long, I won't be able to leave. In that case, why not just stay and not go back at all? Everyone probably feels the same way. Ahaha, as much as I'd love to, I'll have to decline. In this moment, Souta made up his mind. It's about time to leave this place. If he lingered, he wouldn't be able to go home. These words were true. Looking at the residents' faces any longer was somehow painful. Well then, it's about that time. This was his preface before leaving his parting words. Everyone, thank you so much for everything up until now. Mirei and Hiyoriy, please work hard on your entrance exams. Koyuki-san, Saki-san and Kotoha. Please do your best at work. Take good care of yourselves. Yes. Okay. Sure. Yes. Koyuki, Kotoha, Saki, Mirei, and Hiyoriy replied in that order. Just hearing this put Souta at ease. I'll work hard too so I don't lose to you all. If there's a chance, I'll come visit, so see you then. Well then, bye-bye. With that, Souta tried to smoothly part ways, but it ended up being a loose ending. Hey, you don't need to see me off outside. Come on. It's chilly so you'll catch a cold. Let us see you off at least for the last time. If our senior Yuki-chan says so, Souta-san has no choice but to comply. Yeah, if I can't see you off, I'd rather catch a cold. I agree with Mirei-chan. Ayakaka, you got me there. Going outside, Souta held back his tears in front of his bike and quickly looked for his helmet. He promptly put it on his head to avoid showing the tears that were about to spill out. From then until Souta rode out of the parking lot on his bike, until his figure disappeared from view, the residents kept watching him the whole time. Section. Souta-san, you probably already know how I feel, but I'll ask, how about it? Would you go out with me? Souta-san, may I have your reply from that time? I like you. I still wanna be involved with you, Souta. I said it a bit ago too, but just go out with me already. I'm sorry for being persistent, Souta-san. Please go out with Hiyoriy. These were 4 emails sent to Souta's smartphone after he returned home on his bike. Souta read them over and over, thought it over and took his time to reply with long messages to each one. Among the 4 messages, there was only one that he sent a reply with different content to. Chapter 119. If, sighed, Souta and Koyuki. It's really strange, but even now it's hard to feel it's real sometimes. There are moments when I think this might all be a dream. In this store playing rhythmic, catchy music like Dun Dun Dun, Donkey, Donkey Hote, Koyuki, wearing an off-shoulder lavender knit sweater exposing her white neck and a cream knit tight skirt emphasizing her slender body lines and long legs, turned gentle eyes to the person next to her and spoke in this voice. What doesn't feel real? It's curious, but the fact that I'm dating you right now, Souta-san. We just rented an apartment today, and such an expensive one at that. Today, December 24th, as they approach their 3-month anniversary. It's not an exaggeration to call it a lover's day. Christmas Eve. This might be late to ask, but are you really okay with signing the contract for that apartment? My job doesn't start until February, so the income until then is. Well, you're studying now to make up for the blank period, right, Souta-san? Don't worry about that. But, no buts. When it comes down to it, I'm the one who forcefully brought you along when you were going to live in the company dorm, so there's no need for you to agonize over it. If anything, thank you for indulging my selfishness. As the conversation suggests, today the 2 of them signed a contract for a certain high-class apartment. A splendid 1 LDK apartment with soundproofing measures, where they won't be bothered by surrounding noises. In other words, starting today, they will begin living together. It may be too soon to decide to cohabitate after just starting to date, but at Koyuki's wish that I'd rather live together right now than have you stay in the company dorm, and the timing was right. They came to this donkey hotel today to get daily necessities for their life together. I'm grateful you'd say that, but I really feel bad since I'm unemployed right now. I see. Then would it be alright if I give you a job, Souta-san? Of course. What is it? I want you to make me feel that we're really dating. Meaning? Like this. Saying that, Koyuki naturally held out her snow-white, supple hand. A woman's hand with fine, flawless skin. Just holding hands is enough? That's not a fair trade at all. It is to me. More than money. What's important is being able to spend time happily with you, Souta-san. Koyuki, you really only say things that make me happy. No boyfriend would refuse to hold hands after being told this. If anything, he'd want to grab her hand himself. Souta gently took Koyuki's unresisting hand. Then he intertwined his fingers with hers to hold hands like lovers. What's wrong? I heard a weird sound just now. No. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Someone who claims it's nothing wouldn't react with a startled twitch and repeat the same line twice. They wouldn't glance at their entwined hands while blushing. Foo-foo. Really? Souta-san. Koyuki had thought he would hold her hand normally, but he did it in a way that let her feel even more like his girlfriend. This was a welcome miscalculation in a small voice that even Souta right next to her couldn't hear. Moreover, she even sent him a heated gaze, but Souta didn't notice and was looking around the store with apparent interest. This was typical Souta behavior when out shopping. Souta-san, I'm sorry for the sudden request, but there's one thing I've always wanted to do. May I tell you? What is it? Well, you see, I want to get matching things like toothbrushes, mugs, room slippers. I know it's silly to say this at my age, but I want to feel like we're living together even through things like that. The older Koyuki timidly peeked at his reaction as she asked, looking up at him. Perhaps because she conveyed her request in a weak manner, she looked a bit younger than usual in this moment, but also seemed to be saying I absolutely want to do this. This was an expression only Koyuki's boyfriend could see, and it was a moment for that boyfriend, Souta, to cleverly take the hint. Oh, my bad. I thought it was a given that we'd get matching stuff. Ah really? So, don't worry about checking with me and just buy the pair items you want. Fufu, okay. In reality, it never even crossed Suta's mind to get matching things, but he had no issue agreeing to it. A little white lie like this was harmless, and that response was precisely the right answer. Koyuki looked at Suta's face with a happy smile and squeezed his hand tightly. To onlookers, it would seem like a couple holding hands and innocently flirting within reasonable bounds, overflowing with happiness. Rather than finding it irritating, it was simply an enviable sight. There was no end to this blissful exchange. Souta and Koyuki spent a fun time imagining their life together from now on while putting daily necessities in their shopping basket. However, this is where the story takes a slightly mature turn. When the Christmas season comes around, Don Quixote gets a plentiful stock of certain products that become bestsellers, but those are placed in an inconspicuous corner, out of people's sight. Wait. Just as they had finished putting an assortment of household items in the basket and Souta was about to say shall we head to the register? Koyuki was now pulling his hand, saying there's somewhere I want to stop by for a bit. Come with me. Koyuki proceeded straight toward the corner of the store. Based on the store's layout, any adult could somewhat guess what lay ahead. And so, after being led for about a minute, a corner with pink signs came into Suta's view. As expected, it was a section labeled 18+. Now then, shall we go in? Wait. Koyuki remained perfectly calm in front of that section. With a straight face, she dragged Souta inside. I can't explain in detail due to various circumstances. The inside was stocked with items and tools befitting the nature of the section. Perhaps due to good timing, there were no other customers there, creating a unique atmosphere. Of course, this was Suta's first time coming to such a place with Koyuki, and they had never had that kind of conversation or done anything like that before. That's precisely why Souta was showing such agitation, as I thought. They have a lot of stock this time of year. Well, yeah. Why you're right. Souta couldn't comprehend why Koyuki was so composed, but the reason was simple. The moment she decided to visit this Don Quixote, Koyuki had resolved to come to this section. Souta-san, for these kinds of things, the more expensive they are, the more effective, right? Cutely twisting her pretty face, what she was staring at was a bottled product meant to enhance sexual desire. Wait, Koyuki, what are you thinking? Let's go with this one, the most expensive. Koyuki showed the product to Souta. Its name was written in gold letters, Gabore Seppuku. The sight of the beautiful Koyuki holding it was too much for words. We'll take 2 of these and also some contraceptives. Wait, Koyuki. Koyuki gently placed them in Suta's shopping basket and bent her knees to lower her posture to look at the condoms on the bottom shelf, as if to interrupt Souta, who was blinking repeatedly to try to make sense of the situation. Koyuki's lovely nape was exposed. I hear 0.01 mm ones break easily, so 0.03 mm should be fine. We have to prioritize safety until your work settles down after all. Koyuki, enough with the jokes, let's hurry and leave. No. While looking at the contraceptives, Koyuki shook her head from side to side without meeting Suta's gaze. I'm serious. I mustered up my courage, so don't stop me. Ah. With those words, Souta noticed that Koyuki's shapely ear peeking out from her long hair had turned bright red as if flushed with heat. Today is the start of our first time living together, and our first Christmas Eve since we started dating. I want to make unforgettable, wonderful memories. No. Isn't it too soon? It hasn't even been 3 months. What those wonderful memories entailed there was no need to explain if you looked at the products Koyuki was selecting. If we both want to do it, the timing doesn't matter. Or are you saying you don't want to do it with me? I won't force you if that's the case, but that's not what I mean. But, okay, then, here. I'll buy these. Koyuki stood up and added 2 more rectangular boxes with the number 0.03 on them. She even considerately chose 2 kinds, extra ribbed and ultra thin. And then, the conversation ceased. An awkward atmosphere arose. The two stood in silence, averting their gazes from each other. Souta-san, just to avoid any misunderstandings, let me say one thing. What is it? I'm not forcing myself. I want to do those things with you. One of the reasons I chose a soundproof apartment and didn't want you to live in the company dorm was for that purpose too. But I'm not a lewd person. Oh, this claim could hardly be called convincing. After all, she was the one who brought him to this section in the first place and was buying a total of 24 condoms. In the first place, today is a night for lovemaking, so all couples do it. So we should too. Sorry. To be honest, I want reassurance that I belong to you, Souta-san. Koyuki. Doing such an act provides a sense of specialness, a sense of security. This was a shared sentiment, and you told me before, right? That you want me to call you by name without honorifics like Mirei does. I've always wanted that. I said I'd wait patiently until you can call me that way because it's embarrassing. So during that act, I'll call you that way, huh? Perhaps overwhelmed by embarrassment, Koyuki presented that condition while her lips trembled. Then, with her face as red as a ripe tomato, she said, "Oh, or what? Could it be that yours can't do it?" "That's not it. It reacts properly." "Oh, I bet it'll go soft right away though." "Huh? Fine. I get it. I accept your challenge." Koyuki's provocation easily swayed Souta. After all, it's not like he didn't want to do those things with his girlfriend. But please be gentle. It's my first. Let's go, Koyuki. Couple-like conversation. And so, Souta took Koyuki's hand and together they exited the section. Afterwards, having organized their belongings and daily necessities in their newly rented apartment and finished dinner, it was a peaceful time of day. The two spent a passionate night in bed, perhaps because she didn't usually engage in intense exercise. Koyuki, who had provoked him so much, was down after just 1 round even after drinking that beverage. From there, the younger Souta with more stamina slowly and gently teased her, making her moan his name over and over, calling out Souta in a sweet voice. Chapter 120. If, Souta and Hiyoriy. The time period is May, a few months after the New Year, and the setting is Seizanami Childcare and Welfare Vocational School, which was built less than 10 years ago. Hiyoriy is a first-year student at this vocational school. It's a time when she has adjusted to the facilities, environment, and made friends. The gender ratio at this school is 1 to 9, mostly girls. Perhaps because it was almost like an all-girls school environment, Hiyoriy quickly gained the same position she had in high school right after enrolling. Her kind, bright, and pure personality made her well-liked, to the point of being doted on by upperclassmen, other first years, and teachers. The time is 4:40 p.m. Hiyoriy was hanging out with her friends in a classroom at school. "I have a date with my boyfriend today. It's kinda, I don't have a date today, but I get that feeling. There are times when you're just not in the mood, right? Like when you have other plans or something." "Yeah, that's how it is. We planned to meet up after my part-time job today, but even though I tried to cancel, he got all selfish-like. But I really want to see you." "Of course, I won't do anything weird though. You've been dating for a year now, right? Sounds like the honeymoon phase is over." "Well, after dating for a while, you do start to notice things that bug you, like childish things about your boyfriend. Oh my gosh, that's so relatable. Hiyoriy listened silently to the conversation between her two close friends she had recently made. She listened absent-mindedly, sometimes tilting her head as she listened. She could have joined the conversation at any time, but the topics kept coming up that Hiyoriy couldn't even relate to. When you're dating, do you really start having that many complaints? And here, Hiyoriy asks a question. Of course, Hiyoriy, it's not that you get bored, but like, when you have other plans, meeting up starts to feel like a hassle, you know. You start thinking it's more relaxing to just hang out with friends, right? Totally. Honestly, sometimes that's more fun. Once again, it was a conversation Hiyoriy couldn't relate to. She tilted her head as if to say, Hiyoriy, you'll understand once you get a boyfriend too. This isn't an all-girls school anymore, so you'll probably get a boyfriend in no time. Huh, a boy. Scary thought, but Hiyoriy is so pure and devoted. I'm afraid she might get taken advantage of by a bad boyfriend, you know? Oh, yeah. You absolutely have to be discerning. We gotta raise this girl to be pure and honest. Students who attend Seizanami Childcare and Welfare Vocational School and know Hiyoriy are aware that Hiyoriy attended all-girls schools in middle and high school precisely because it's known she was in an environment with little interaction with the opposite sex. The on-target information that she doesn't have a boyfriend has spread. From her friend's perspective, the mentality of it's bad to talk about boyfriend stuff with someone who doesn't have one is at play, and they're being considerate by slightly changing the subject. However, for Hiyoriy, that's totally unnecessary because Hiyoriy does properly have a guy, a 24-year-old man named Souta who works in the design industry. But I wonder what kind of boyfriend Hiyoriy would get if she did date someone. My guess is like a slightly chubby, kind guy. I can see that too, but my prediction is more of a total nerd type. She doesn't seem to like flashy guys, so maybe she prefers the serious type. I see. Also, I get the sense she likes older guys. Hiyoriy, I'm totally right about this, aren't I? Why yeah, I love older guys. Hiyori's boyfriend Souta is older. So of course Hiyoriy answers with a big smile. One thing I can say for sure is that Hiyoriy would be the clingy type with her boyfriend. I feel like she'd be all over him. Like a baby duck, she'd be toddling right behind him. Geez, you two are so mean. I wouldn't do anything to be a bother like that. No way, Hiyoriy would definitely do that. She seems like a total baby, so. Well, I'm sure she'd start having complaints after half a year though. Huh, that's not TR. Just as Hiyoriy was about to speak her mind, 10. The ringtone of the most popular chat app among smartphone users, characterized by green and white colors, rang out. Hiyoriy immediately took out her phone from her bag, and her friends said, "Go ahead and answer like this. It'd be weird for you to leave your seat, and we'll be quiet." Yeah, we know how to behave, so don't worry about it. Thanks. Then I'll take the call like this. Her friends thought it must be a call from another girlfriend. And then, they heard, "Hello, Hiyoriy." Huh? What? Due to the phone's settings, it started on speaker mode. Hiyoriy naturally turned off the speaker function, but her friends clearly heard a man's voice say the first line. As the two friends looked at each other, Hiyoriy continued the call. "Hello. Good work, Souta-san. Are you done with work already?" "Yeah, as I mentioned this morning, I was able to finish early. So I was thinking we could go out to eat now as I said earlier. How about it? It should be around the time you're done with school too, right?" "Of course I want to go. But just dinner is no good." "Ahaha, I thought you might say that." "Then how about we go shopping for a date after eating out?" Hiyori's phone has a hole for the speaker on the bottom side. Because she's holding that hole facing her friends, bits and pieces of the conversation can be heard. Her friends take note of the word date. Of course, Hiyoriy has no way of knowing that the contents of this call are being overheard. Souta-san. What is it? Rather than going out, I want to hang out at my place. I'm living alone, so it gets lonely. Well, anywhere but your place is fine. Yeah. Huh. Why? Were you even listening to what I just said? I mean, come on. Hiyoriy, you sneakily try to bring over those kinds of manga, trying to chip away at my reason. I am not doing that. Yes, Yes. That's why I don't want to go to your place. We made a promise when we started dating that we'd do this stuff after you turn 20, remember? But legally, it's okay once you turn 18. I looked this up properly. Hiyori's sexual awakening came late. And precisely because it came late, because she had awakened to it, she became more curious than most. And her friends, overhearing information over the phone about Hiyori's actions devoid of a shred of innocence, held their heads in shock, mouths agape. Our rules take priority, right? It's your fault for not looking it up before making the promise, Hiyoriy. Grrrr, geez. Don't grrrr me. Oh, sorry for the sudden call. Actually, I'm already at your school, so could you come down from the school building? It's kinda, you know. Oh, okay. Got it. I'll be right there. At first, Hiyoriy had a puzzled expression. But the moment she said she'd go, a cute smile bloomed on her face like a flower. The change in expression was amusing, and with that, Hiyoriy hung up the phone and stood up. Okay, alrighty. I'll walk Hiyoriy out. I'll come too. Huh? It's okay. I won't get lost. No way. Hurry, hurry. Her friends touched Hiyori's shoulders and quickly moved to block her escape route. They had the objective of finding out what kind of guy Hiyori's boyfriend was. And so, the three of them who left the classroom and entered the hallway heard, hey, right now. There's a hot biker dude on a black motorcycle in the visitor parking lot. Seems like a few girls have already gone to check him out. Ooh, I want a seat too. Let's hurry and go. I'm coming too. Casual girl talk. But there was one person present who had a hunch about this information. Sorry. I'm gonna run ahead. Hiyoriy blinked her eyes and spoke with a hint of panic. Her lips trembled as if feeling uneasy. Section what's this? Hey, I didn't do anything wrong. Really? I parked my bike properly. I parked in the general area. This is the visitor parking lot on the grounds of Seizanami Childcare and Welfare Vocational School. Souta, who had taken off his helmet and was passing time on his bike by fiddling with his phone, felt unbearably uncomfortable. He felt like running away. The school building entrance connected to the outside. A number of students had gathered there, and their numbers were increasing the more time passed. Furthermore, the gazes of the students gathered there were all directed at Souta. It was only natural for Souta to feel uneasy. That huge bike is so cool. No, that biker guy is also super hot, and he's got a model physique too. His legs are so long. Isn't this a chance to exchange contact info? Completely unaware that such conversations were taking place among the gathered crowd. Hurry up, Hiyoriy. Souta sent out an SOS to his girlfriend Hiyoriy. That wish was inevitably, properly conveyed. Souta-san. A familiar, lovely voice stimulated Souta's eardrums. Turning his head toward the source of the voice, Hiyoriy was waving her hand and running toward him. At that moment, the students gathered at the entrance burst into commotion. But Souta had no room to pay attention to that. Oh, good work, Hiyoriy. Huff. Not good work. Why did you park your bike in a place like that, Souta-san? So this really was a spot I shouldn't park? Why yes. Please park way off in the corner. That spot is. Anyway, it's no good. Sorry. I'll be careful next time. Based on Hiyori's reaction, Souta thought he had stepped into some unspoken rule at the school. He thought the gathered students were trying to inform him of that. However, that was completely off the mark. There was nothing wrong with where Souta parked his bike. There was no unspoken rule. It's just that it was inevitably in plain view from the entrance. Hiyoriy scolded him precisely because he parked in a spot that drew attention to Souta, her boyfriend. Hiyoriy had seen and overheard it when she went outside. The students gathered at the entrance were playing rock paper scissors to decide the order of who would talk to Souta. Hiyoriy had won a fierce battle at that girl's dorm. Not only that, she had studied hard, properly decided on her future dream, and chosen a school close to Souta's workplace. Because she loves Souta so much, she gets very jealous. Next time you come to this school, please keep your helmet on the whole time, Souta-san. Even when your bike is parked. Puffing out her cheeks, Hiyoriy made no attempt to hide her jealousy as she got angry. Having said her piece, Hiyoriy took out the spare helmet from the bike herself and got on Souta's bike with practiced ease. Then, She did this. Souta-san, you dummy. Ugh. Souta let out a sound no human should make. Of course. There was a reason for this. Hey, Hiyoriy, that hurts. This is your fault, Souta-san. It's because you are bad. Hiyoriy had wrapped her arms round Suta's waist and squeezed with all her might, hugging him tightly. There was no gap between Suta's back and Hiyori's abdomen to chest. That's how closely she pressed against him. This is how I get rid of this icky feeling. For now I'm gonna start the bike, okay? I'll listen to you later. Souta-san, when you get off the bike, please hold my hand like lovers do. And hug me too. This is non-negotiable. Oh, okay. Got it for now. Souta had no idea what was going on, but he could at least tell from Hiyori's tone that this was what she wanted. And so, the moment Souta started the bike and rode out of the school, Hiyoriy turned toward her acquaintances gathered at the entrance. This is Hiyori's. As if to convey that message, she threw a weak little punch with her left hand. The next day, lovey-dovey Hiyoriy, jealous Hiyoriy, secretly erotic Hiyoriy, secretly owns adult books Hiyoriy. Poor Hiyoriy ended up being called by nicknames like these. Chapter 121. If Souta and Kotoha Fufu, understood. Then I will get the company's permission and park the car in the parking lot. Yes. It was a weekday Friday. This was the break room for receptionists at Kotoha's workplace. Holding her smartphone with both hands, she was doing a voice check while skillfully flicking the screen, sending an email from 2 hours and 30 minutes ago. The name of the person Kotoha was emailing was registered at the top of the screen as Souta-san, heart emoji, using symbols and numbers that only certain people would understand, and he was also registered as a favorite contact. To be more specific, Souta was the only man registered as a favorite by Kotoha. A few seconds after sending the email, Kotoha let out this sound when she saw the read status appear. Then, as soon as the screen on her phone seemed to move, Souta's reply arrived. Thanks. There's no traffic jam on the highway, so I think I can get there before you finish work. I'll park my bike in the usual spot so no one in the company notices. He was probably taking a break at a parking area on the highway right now. The timing matched up perfectly, allowing them to exchange emails. Yes, please proceed with that plan. It would be quite troublesome if this relationship was found out. I'm sorry. No, you have your position at the company to consider, so don't worry about it. I myself don't want to do anything that would inconvenience you, Kotoha, as much as possible. I wouldn't mind if you inconvenienced me a little though. Really? Then maybe I'll try relying on you a bit when I feel like it. You say that, but I know you absolutely won't inconvenience me, Souta-san. Kotoha was grinning while exchanging emails. Of course. This wasn't intentional, but an expression that naturally came out. That expression didn't falter, and they continued emailing for about 5 more minutes until Souta sent a message with this content. Well, I've taken a long enough break, so I'll get back on my bike now. I want to get there as soon as possible, and I don't want to keep you waiting after work. Kotoha, I'm happy you feel that way, but please, absolutely do not rush and get into an accident. Motorcycle accidents are really dangerous compared to car accidents. Kotoha, I think you've warned me about that over 20 times already. I know I'm being persistent, but that's how worried I am. Car bodies are made with sturdy materials like steel plates, aluminum, carbon, and stainless steel, and they also have features like airbags to protect the human body even in the event of an accident. However, this does not apply to motorcycles. If an accident occurs, you'll be thrown off the bike and have to take the impact with your bare body. If you're unlucky and hit your head in the process, well, either way, there are dangers, but the degree is vastly different. It was only natural for Kotoha to worry, and yet she didn't do things like telling Souta to stop riding the motorcycle he loves because she valued his hobbies. Thank you, but don't worry. Ever since I got a girlfriend like you, Kotoha, I've become even more careful when riding. Even if I do get into an accident, I'll make sure to come back alive. I absolutely won't forgive you if you leave your girlfriend behind and go to heaven. Ahaha, I know. Rather, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if that happened. I've decided to make you happy, Kotoha. You only say things like that in emails, don't you, Souta-san? I'd like to actually hear those words in your voice. Have I? Yes, you have. Also, I can tell what you're thinking no matter what, Souta-san. Right now, you're thinking about when this email exchange will end, aren't you? Well, you might be right about that. I still want to keep emailing, but I also want to get there soon. Then please email me that you love me. Shall we close our phones after that? There it is, that tactic of yours. As Suta's reply indicated, this was Kotoha's go-to move. Your response is wrong. Yes, yes, I love you, Kotoha. I love you too, very much, Suta-san. Well then, see you tonight. Yeah. Do your best at work. Yes, I'll work hard, so Suta-san, please drive safely. Of course. And so, the email exchange where they could confirm each other's feelings ended. Kotoha looked over her emails with Suta again, grinning to herself, and she didn't notice the person who had opened the break room door and was staring at her. You look happy, Kotoha. Oh, Ogawa-san. Kotoha hurriedly lifted her face and met eyes with her superior, Ogawa, with a surprised expression. Kotoha, your reception chair was sticking out again. This is the 4th time today you haven't put it back in its original position. I am terribly sorry. It's in a position where outsiders can't see it, and I don't mind putting it back myself if it's just that. But you've really changed, Kotoha. You used to always be diligent about that kind of thing, but now you forget to do it because you want to email your boyfriend that badly, huh? Why yes. Putting the chair back under the desk before taking a break was a given. The fact that she couldn't even do that much earned her a scolding, but there was no anger in Ogawa's expression. Rather, she seemed sympathetic. Ha ha ha. I'm glad to hear things are going well with your boyfriend. Seeing that kind of expression on you puts me at ease too, Kotoha. If Ogawa-san hadn't pushed my back at that time, I don't think things would have turned out like this. Thank you so much for your advice. It's fine, it's fine. You help me out with work too, Kotoha. And if I remember correctly, today marks 1 month since you started dating your boyfriend, right? That's right. It will be exactly 1 month. Kotoha was suddenly asked about the 1-month milestone. She expected Ogawa to tell her something like it might be okay to give him a gift for your 1-month anniversary, but that prediction was way off the mark. I see. Then it might be about time to reveal to others that you're dating. Huh? Our reveal? Yeah. To be honest, it won't work out if you keep going like this. It's obvious that trouble's things will increase if you reveal it. But if you run away from that, your boyfriend definitely won't be able to feel at ease. Definitely. Kotoha had always relied on Ogawa since she was a newbie. Moreover, she had received helpful advice from her many times, so Ogawa's assertion shook her heart. No matter how much you separate work and private life, Kotoha, and even if you maintain a certain distance from men other than your boyfriend, in the end, it will turn out like this. This is an issue that precedes things like trust. Well, I can't take responsibility for this problem, so just keep what I said in the corner of your mind for now. You'll understand eventually. Saying that, Ogawa made a rotating gesture with her thumb and index finger. This was a gesture signifying rotation, indicating a change in break time. Kotoha replied yes and switched breaks with Ogawa during work. After that, Kotoha kept moving her hands while wondering what it meant, but a few hours later, she would find out the answer. Section. Kotoha sure is popular. Really? Suta parked his motorcycle in a nearby parking area and muttered an anxious voice while looking at the entrance of a certain high-rise building. This was the 3rd time Suta had seen it, including today. Kotoha coming out of the company with a certain man, looking close. Moreover, all 3 times were with different men, and this time in particular, instead of heading straight for the parking area, she walked in the direction the man was heading. Of course, Suta understood that Kotoha wasn't the type of person to do such a thing. If she was actually doing that, Suta would have seen the same man all 3 times. In other words, Kotoha was just associating with them for work. It was inevitable in order to create a comfortable environment. Still, seeing such a scene made him uneasy. Even if he trusted her, this alone wouldn't make it much better. If she was popular, there were various things he couldn't help but think about. -10 minutes later. Ha, Souta-san. I'm sorry I made you wait. Kotoha arrived at the parking area out of breath. It went without saying that she had hurried and run back. It's okay, Kotoha. Good work today. Good work today. If she didn't really like Souta, she wouldn't go to the trouble of exerting herself like this. Kotoha was properly conveying her feelings to him. Yet Souta still couldn't shake off his uneasiness. Even seeing Kotoha looking a bit pained from being out of breath, he still did this. Kotoha, I'm sorry. Please forgive me, just for now. Suddenly, Souta forcefully grabbed Kotoha's hand and pulled her behind a van parked in the same parking area. In that blind spot, out of people's sight, Kotoha. Souta tightly embraced Kotoha's small body. Her slender arms, as if to envelop her. It was a forceful action. But right now, it was as if to dispel the anxiety in his heart. I'm sorry. Souta-san. Someone might see us here. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble like this. Kotoha, who had been flustered and tried to resist at first, regained her composure upon hearing Souta's apology. Without moving her body, Kotoha, who was at his mercy, pointed out the one thing that came to mind. Could it be, you saw me coming out with a man? Yeah. The force of his embrace grew even stronger. Kotoha, who was being hugged so tightly that she couldn't escape even if she tried to resist, entrusted her weight to Souta, saying I'm sorry. There's really nothing between me and that man. We just ended up chatting for a while. This is the one thing I want you to believe, Souta-san. I know. I trust you, Kotoha. Then, in that moment, Kotoha held her breath. She didn't finish her sentence with why because Ogawa's words were still fresh in her mind. I see. Then it might be about time to reveal to others that you're dating. To be honest, it won't work out if you keep going like this. It's obvious that trouble's things will increase if you reveal it. But if you run away from that, your boyfriend definitely won't be able to feel at ease. No matter how much you separate work and private life, Kotoha, and even if you maintain a certain distance from men other than your boyfriend, in the end, it will turn out like this. This is an issue that precedes things like trust. Well, I can't take responsibility for this problem, so just keep what I said in the corner of your mind for now. You'll understand eventually. Everything connected for Kotoha, who realized why Souta took such a bold action. It was a trigger for Kotoha to lose her restraint, something to be happy about, and something to feel blessed about. You're getting jealous for me, aren't you? Why do you say that so happily? Fufu, did I get found out? Kotoha buried her face in Souta's chest and smiled. Souta-san, I will tell my co-workers on Monday after the holiday that I have a boyfriend I'm dating. When I really thought about it, I have lots of people who will take my side. There was nothing to be afraid of, that my environment would get worse. I kept making you uneasy, didn't I, Souta-san? I thought there would be no problem as long as I turned down invitations to dinner and such. I'm a failure as a girlfriend. If Souta was being invited by another woman, no, he might have actually been invited. Just imagining that made Kotoha feel I absolutely hate it. Thinking from the opposite perspective, it was the first emotion that came to mind. She didn't want to let her boyfriend do that anymore. Souta-san, today marks 1 month since we started dating, right? Why yeah, I'm sorry for the suddenness, but could you give me a metal choker today that I can wear at work? I'll leave the design up to you, Souta-san. Is that okay with you? It's not just that since it's a present from you, Souta-san, it's a wonderful gift. Let's go shopping together for an anniversary item for today's date. And then to the bar we have planned. Got it. A choker was an item that could indirectly convey I have a boyfriend. It would serve as enough of a deterrent, and if such a question was raised, she could simply affirm it. Reducing the number of invitations would be easy. Souta-san, how much longer are you going to hug me? 1 more minute. That's too short. 3 more minutes. It was Kotoha's suggestion because they were well hidden from people's view. The two continued hugging for 5 minutes, exceeding the agreed upon 3 minutes. And the moment they stopped hugging after those 5 minutes, phew, Souta-san. Yeah? Please look forward to what happens after the bar. I want us to do something that will make both of us feel secure. Kotoha, whose switch seemed to have been flipped, told him with dreamy eyes. Today, as they reached their 1-month anniversary of dating. Although they were in a long-distance relationship, it would be a passionate night where another obstacle between them disappeared. Chapter 122. If Souta and Mirei. Well then Mirei, I'm coming in. Yes, come on in. Hey, don't look around the room like that to check. It's not your first time here, you know. Ahaha, sorry about that. This was about half a year after Souta and Mirei started dating. On a Saturday holiday, Mirei invited her boyfriend Souta over. Mirei, who studied hard during the exam period, became a first-year student at a national university and started living on her own like this. The big reason she aimed for that national university was of course this: it was located close to the area where Souta lives, and a national university was one of the schools Mirei wanted to attend, as if chasing after him. Perhaps that was her major driving force as she overcame the difficult university entrance exams with high competition rates. You're probably still not used to living alone, so I'm just checking various things. You don't need to check that stuff. I'm obviously doing things like cleaning. In the first place, Souta would scold me if I didn't, and my grandma would report me too. I did make a promise with Mirei's grandma. After all, we finally went to greet her and she became my enemy from that day. How cruel. Aren't you supposed to like me since you're my boyfriend? If I didn't like you, I wouldn't do things like this. I see. An extremely quiet reply. Despite asking the question herself, Mirei turned her face away with uhmph. Of course, Souta wasn't the type to interpret it as did I say something upsetting. He fully understood that while she was happy, she was also feeling embarrassed. That's the kind of Souta he was. Ah, by the way Mirei, I know we promised, but was it really okay for me to come over so early today? It's only 8 a.m. What are you saying? It's 8 a.m. though. Generally speaking, isn't 8 a.m. early? That's not what I meant. Isn't it normal to meet up 10 minutes early? I thought you'd come by 7:50, but... Mirei furrowed her eyebrows into a shape, the face she makes when she's about to blame Souta. Compared to the past, her expressions have become much richer. Well, normally I'd arrive earlier than planned, but 8 a.m. is still pretty early, you know? So you're saying you were being considerate of me? Yeah. Idiot. Bonehead. Huh, wait. Why? Mirei had wanted to see Souta as soon as possible, precisely because she wanted to see him early. She was dissatisfied that he was being considerate. HMPH. Whatever. A boyfriend who doesn't understand his girlfriend at all is seriously Carried away by emotion, she was about to say I don't need him out loud, but it made her realize for Mirei, Souta was someone she absolutely didn't want to let go. There's no way she wouldn't need him. If he seriously took it that way, the one who'd be troubled is herself. And so, as if to cover it up, Mirei mumbled with a low voice. Her face flushed red as she tried her hardest. Are you trying to threaten me by any chance? Shut up. Huh. This was their conversation after passing through the entrance. Is it that heartwarming to have such an exchange right after meeting? As they headed to the living room, Souta discovered something. Mirei, were you working on university assignments until now by any chance? On the table were writing utensils and a stack of assignments. The eraser shavings hadn't been thrown away yet, making it clear she had been in the middle of studying until now. Yeah, since the holiday starts tomorrow. They gave out quite a lot. I'm really surprised at how different the amount is compared to high school. I see. Then I should probably head back to the company dorm in the afternoon. Huh. Why? What do you mean why? I can't really disturb your studying, you know. Studying is a student's job, so I properly consider that stuff. I'm a good boyfriend, right? To Souta, who said that half-jokingly yet was actually going to follow through with that action. Mirei said. Are you stupid? You're a terrible boyfriend. Hey, I'm not that bad. I wasn't doing assignments since morning to make you say that. I was working hard until now because I want to be with you until night. Look, I'm almost done. She must have really been in a hurry. She quickly grabbed the assignments on the table and showed them to him up close. I was working hard until now because I want to be with you until night. She didn't realize her true feelings had slipped out. If you see this and still plan to go home in the afternoon, I'll hit you on the head from now on. My bad. I'll take back what I said earlier. Will you let me stay with you until night? Gee, guess I have no choice. If my boyfriend says so, then whatever. I was working hard until now because I want to be with you until night. Those words remained vivid in Souta's mind. He felt the urge to retort, but just seeing Mirei nodding deeply with narrowed eyes was enough to satisfy him. Her tsundere side was still somewhat present, but the mellowed part seemed to be allocated to her rare-headed side. Hey, then Souta, let's make breakfast together now. I bought the ingredients yesterday. I want an omelette rice with wiener sausages in it. I don't mind making breakfast, but don't do anything weird when I'm handling a knife, okay? What do you mean by that? Like taking advantage of the fact that I can't resist and hugging me from behind, huh? You think I'd do that? When we cook together, you do it 100% of the time though. Then let's make it. What's with that pause? Souta, who was led to the kitchen by his girlfriend with a grin as she pulled his hand, had already realized what was going to happen to him. The moment he took out the ingredients from the fridge, washed his hands, and got out the cutting board, she clung to him from behind like a koala. Let's make it together. One might wonder what the meaning of those words was. Mirei's role was to season the food. Right now, she was just waiting for her turn. Yawn. Sleepy. The two of them were sitting shoulder to shoulder on the sofa watching TV after finishing breakfast. It was past noon when Mirei let out a voice overcome by sleepiness while yawning. Mirei, I want you to answer honestly. What time did you start working on assignments today? Based on the progress of those assignments, I think you must have woken up quite early. If I'm being honest, probably before 3 a.m. Before 3 a.m., the sun isn't even up yet. Well, I happened to wake up, so I thought I might as well stay awake, and I figured I'd finish the assignments in about an hour, so it was lucky in the end. Certainly, there was some truth to Mirei's reasoning, but Souta had heard her say I want to be with you until night. He predicted she had probably set an alarm to wake up, and that prediction was spot on. Mirei, take a nap. No way. If I nap, the time I spend with you will feel even shorter. I'm more worried about you getting sick. Either take a nap, or I'm going home now. Choose one of those two options. What kind of choices are those? I'll be fine even if I miss out on sleep for just one day. Souta didn't change his expression. He stared at Mirei with a serious gaze without blinking. She knew from his demeanor, he wouldn't compromise on anything other than those two choices. Geez, fine, I get it. Don't make such a scary face. Then I'll take a nap, okay? Together with you. Excuse me? I mean, those two choices just now were your one-sided opinion. It's not fair if my opinion isn't included, right? I gave those two choices because I was worried about you. And you're trying to bring fairness into this? Worrying and stuff like that is irrelevant. If you want me to nap, then you have to sleep with me. That's my opinion and my bottom line. You're the one who presented the choices first, so you don't have the right to refuse. You got me? Then that's fine. But make sure you actually sleep, okay? As long as you don't do anything weird. I've never done anything weird before, right? Come on, if that's decided, let's go. You're looking sleepy. Let's do that. If she had been awake since before 3 a.m., she would naturally get sleepy at this hour. Souta pulled Mirei's hand and moved her to the bedroom where the bed was, smoothing out the folded futon without any wrinkles. Once the preparations were complete, he laid Mirei down on the bed, then lay down next to her and pulled the covers up to their shoulders. Mirei and Souta were facing each other. Hey, Souta, pat my back. It really helps me sleep. Yes, yes. This bed was a single, not a double. For the adult Souta and university student Mirei, there was barely any space between them. Souta placed his hand on Mirei's back from under the covers and gently patted her in a steady rhythm. Yawn. I don't know why. The sleepiness might be really bad. That just means you reached your limit, right? You worked so hard on those assignments after all. I don't want to make you or Grandma worry. Especially since you just started a new job. I don't want to put any weird burdens on you. Come on, If you have time to talk, hurry up and sleep. I want to sleep, but I still want to talk with you. Souta, ignoring your girlfriend is the worst for a boyfriend. Seriously the worst. Even as Souta continued to ignore her, Mirei kept talking as if she hadn't finished. You're lucky to have me as your girlfriend. If it was any other girlfriend, they'd definitely say let's break up. That's dangerous, dangerous. That was close, but you know, even putting that aside, I'm really glad you're my girlfriend. I mean, you said terrible things about me so many times, but the most memorable one was a serious go.r. Sorry. I'm really sorry. Even if you apologize, you can't take back what you said. So bad girls need to go to sleep now. Whoa. Souta had been subjected to the worst possible words, but knowing Mirei's past, it couldn't be helped. He had already let bygones be bygones regarding her past. And Souta, who stubbornly wanted to make her sleep soon, firmly pulled Mirei towards him from her back. He moved his hand to Mirei's head and calmed her down by holding her body with one arm as if hugging her. I'm glad that I could have this kind of relationship with you, Mirei. Thank you for opening your heart to me. There you go with that line and that foul play. Think you can sleep now? No way. That makes my heart race, so it'll have the opposite effect and keep me awake. Huh? Ah really? But, whatever, if we stay like this, you'll probably feel guilty, so lend me your chest. If I can hear your heartbeat, I should be able to fall asleep somehow. Oh okay. If that's the case. Hey, your heart is beating too fast. It's annoying. It's not like I can do anything about that. After that, Mirei, who put her ear against Souta's chest as if using him as a body pillow, stopped talking. Perhaps about 5 minutes had passed. Souta could hear Mirei's steady breathing in his ear, the gentle scent of his girlfriend tickling his nostrils. Her large breasts were squished against Souta's stomach, her soft skin enveloping him. Endure, endure. Souta still hadn't done that kind of thing with Mirei yet. Mirei's fear towards men wasn't completely resolved yet. As the person she trusted most right now, if Mirei didn't ask for it, he had no intention of doing it, and he wouldn't propose it himself. Even so, his beloved girlfriend was right in front of him. There was inevitably a limit to his reason. 40 minutes later, Souta gently removed his hands from Mirei's body and left the bed section. Phew. I guess this is good. After leaving Mirei's bedroom, it was now just before 2 p.m. Souta had finished preparing tonight's dinner using the ingredients in the fridge. His reason, which had been about to falter, had finally calmed down, and he was watching TV when it happened. Click. The sound of the door handle being pushed down reached the living room. Glancing back, he saw Mirei rubbing her eyes, her sleeves becoming baggy. Souta, why did you leave? You woke me up, she complained in a groggy voice, her eyes sleepy. Sorry, I was making dinner. I see. Thanks, but I wanted to make it together. Mirei approached unsteadily and held out both arms to Souta, begging in a spoiled voice. Souta, hold me. Ahaha, you've really become a spoiled child. I'm not a spoiled child. Well, that's fine. Up we go. Souta stood up from the sofa and gently picked her up, careful not to give her too much stimulation. Mirei immediately rested her head on his neck and wrapped her legs around him, clinging tightly. Are you going to sleep like this? Yeah. Good night. Okay, good night. My big baby. I'm not. I'm your girlfriend. Overcome by strong drowsiness, Mirei acted spoiled like this. She became honest. Being able to see this side of her was probably a boyfriend's privilege. Souta, I love you. I love you too, Mirei. That was Mirei's last conversation before falling asleep. With a carefree expression, Mirei nuzzled Souta's neck, showing a happy smile and a peaceful sleeping face. While being held by Souta, she fell into a deep sleep. Now then, I wonder when Mirei will wake up. Although they had small fights with each other, dating Mirei was truly blissful, and for Souta, it was also a month of strengthening his reason. Chapter 123, Afterword. Thank you always for your support. This will be the final afterword. To the readers who have followed this work until the very end, thank you so very, very much. This series, which I began posting on May 18th, ends today on November 10th. so it was a story that spanned nearly half a year. This work exceeded 400,000 characters, and although there were 2 to 3 times when my updates were interrupted, requiring a long time, I received lots of likes and supportive comments all the way until the if chapters, making me think, I can't believe I received this much. It was with those happy feelings that I was able to finish writing this far. And since I was working on this story while in the midst of the publishing process for Rental Lover, I couldn't switch gears well in my head and ended up making mistakes like calling the character Souta by the name Yoma, or calling Mirei by the name Era, which I think caused a lot of confusion. I sincerely apologize for the unbelievable typos and such. Also, I apologize to the readers who thought, what about Saki-san's story? Saki-san became a sub-heroine, and even though it was an if story, I deliberately avoided writing Saki-san's part because I felt if I wrote it, it might make Souta-san seem unscrupulous. This was my first time writing what if stories, but it was very fun and educational. However, it was also my first attempt at writing self-contained one-shots, so I feel my execution was still lacking. I will continue to study and improve. Somehow I managed to finish the if chapters right before my schedule got busy, and as for what's next, starting tomorrow I will be returning to the publishing work for Rental Lover. I expect to finish that work around late November, after which I plan to spend until December replying to the supportive comments and recent notes I've received. To reiterate the announcement, once December comes, I intend to start posting a new series, tentatively titled The Popular Reader Model Who Appears at My Convenience Store Night Shift Job Thinks I'm an easy target and tries to seduce me, as well as resuming updates for Rental Lover. I would be very happy if you could follow my user account or Twitter so that you receive notifications for the new series and can quickly check my replies to recent notes. This became long, but I am truly grateful for everything. There will be a gap in timing, but I'll pop up again with a new series in December, so I'd be happy if you could avoid forgetting about me. Lol. Well then, if we meet again in December, I humbly ask for your support for Natsuno Mirei. That is all. Chapter 124, commemorating the publication, Making Memories 1. This is a side story. To explain chronologically, it's a story about what kind of events Souta experienced with the residents after the date of his retirement as the dormitory manager was decided. There are different routes for each character. In early August, one day, about 50 days after the end of the dormitory manager's term was in sight. Souta-san. What is it? While washing dishes in the open kitchen, Hiyoriy, who was in the living room, walked over and spoke to him. This is sudden, but, do you know there's a big festival happening nearby? Yeah, the one by the seaside, right? I heard there will be fireworks too. Why yes, that's right. And the 3 people listening to this conversation from a distance, Mirei, Kotoha, and Koyuki, did you make plans to go to the festival with your friends? It's still a ways off, but be careful not to get hurt, and don't let anyone steal your stuff. Oh no, that's not it. He gave a simple precautionary reminder, but Hiyoriy shook her head as if puzzled. Souta-san, you're graduating from being the dormitory manager soon, right? Yeah. So, that's why, as a way to make memories, would you like to go to the festival with everyone? Hiyoriy is serious. Souta widened his eyes at the unexpected suggestion, but quickly let out a laugh as he understood the situation. Thank you for the invitation. I'm really happy. Then. His face lit up, but he jumped to conclusions. Sorry, no can do. As much as I'd love to go with you, I have work, so I can't leave the dorm that easily. Oh, precisely because there's little time left. I feel I need to do my job properly. Souta seriously believed that retiring as the manager was not a valid reason to take time off work. This was due to his earnest personality, so it was only natural for Hiyoriy to cloud her expression and fall silent at the manager's words. As a resident, she probably wasn't in a position to object. But this could easily change with the power of numbers. Oh, that sounds nice. A summer festival with everyone. Doesn't that seem fun? You're right. I'm in favor of it too. It's not like I don't wanna go either. The voices of Koyuki, Kotoha, and Mirei carried from the living room. When he shifted his gaze in that direction, he realized they were looking at him with anticipation, especially Koyuki, who was grinning like a hunter eyeing its prey. Hey, wait a minute, don't encourage this, everyone. I can't just skip out on work. The festival is at night, right? So you just need to finish your work by then. Since it's a holiday, we can quickly finish if everyone helps out. You're an idiot for trying to do it all alone in the first place. Why, you're right. If we all help with the work, it'll be done in no time. No, well, it quickly turned into a 4-against-1 situation. Moreover, Koyuki, the oldest, was on the opposing side, presenting an appealing proposal. Souta was the one being pressured. Well, I fully understand how you feel, Souta-san. Your position makes it hard for you to rely on everyone, right? Yes. I know it's a rigid way of thinking, but so, I have a proposal for you, Souta-san. Since you have full authority, we'd just be talking in circles otherwise. And what is this proposal? Knowing it may be an inconvenience, I'll check with your mother who recommended you and seek her instructions. This way, both you and us can come to a clear decision. I see. Understood. Ideally, they should confirm with the grandmother who manages this dorm, but she probably chose the mother out of consideration for her health. But you know, my mum is quite strict, so I don't think she'll give permission. It would be a different story if this was just a few days before I retire as manager. Fufu, we'll see about that. Souta made a reluctant face while Koyuki seemed certain of something. Well then, I'll go call my mom now. Wait. Since we're the ones making an unreasonable request, it's only proper for a resident to talk to her, right? Hiyoriy, is it okay if I handle the phone call? Why yes. Sorry if you get scolded for this. Huh? Smiling mischievously, Koyuki took out her smartphone from her pocket. At that moment, all the residents gathered around her. To Koyuki's left was Kotoha, standing on tiptoe while holding her hand. To her right was Mirei, leaning against her and hugging her from behind as if conveying her feelings was Hiyoriy. In this tightly packed state, Koyuki began the call with Souta's mother without changing her tone of voice. Hello. I'm sorry for calling so late at night. Oh, is that you, Koyuki-chan? Don't worry about it at all. So what's up? It's rare for you to call. There's one thing I'd like to confirm with you. And after talking on the phone for 2 minutes. Souta-san, your mother said she wants to talk to you. My mum? Excuse me, thanks. After wiping his wet hands from washing dishes with a towel, Souta was handed the smartphone with the speaker turned on by Koyuki. Mum? What is it? What is it? Don't give me that. Hey, is everything you just heard true? That you're trying to prioritize work? Yeah. Are you an idiot? Wait. The mother's angry voice echoed in the dorm's living room. As Souta showed a startled face, the residents watching the situation unfold were laughing. Listen, I'm so dumbfounded I'm at a loss for words, but hear me out. Given the circumstances, there's no way I'd complain about you taking a little time off work, right? Prioritize making memories over work. The residents are kindly suggesting something thoughtful. If you don't want to go to the festival, that's a different story. But that's not the case, is it? Yeah. So let me say this. It's the last time you can go to a summer festival with everyone. He was made aware as if being admonished. Have fun and let loose for the last time. Be a little irresponsible. If you can't do that, I won't leave any space for you at home. If you understand, give me an answer. Yes. All right. Well then, Koyuki-chan, Kotoha-chan, Mirei-chan, Hiyoriy-chan. I know my son is an idiot, but please take care of him until the end. If anything comes up, feel free to contact me right away like you did today. Thank you very much. Using the speakerphone, the mother and the residents conspired, and the call ended. Souta returned the smartphone and faced everyone who seemed to have something to say. Everyone. Will you accompany me to the festival? Fufu. Of course. Let's have lots of fun. That was a waste of time. Yay. I get to go to the festival with Souta-san. Thanks, everyone. I really didn't expect to get scolded. As Souta muttered with a wry smile, Koyuki, Kotoha, and Hiyoriy smiled at him. Mirei's expression was a mix of exasperation and kindness. Chapter 125, Making Memories 2. It was 6 p.m. As it gradually grew dark outside, all the residents had gathered in the living room. They had finished getting ready to go to the festival. Come to think of it, isn't this the first time we're all going out together like this? That's right. We haven't had the chance because Souta-san is so serious. Hey, you don't have to give me that look. The first to interject was Kotoha, wearing a beret with mushroom designs, a 5-sleeve top, and a thin fabric skirt. She narrowed her eyes while lifting the corners of her mouth jokingly. Geez, don't tease Souta-san so much, Kotoha-san. Fufu, I don't mean it like that. But, it's the truth, right? Well, that may be true, but I was hoping for some backup there. It's hard to cover for you there. The next to join the conversation was Hiyoriy in a simple outfit, a white t-shirt with polka dots and a trapezoid miniskirt. Perhaps caught off guard by Kotoha's rhetoric, her attempt to provide support backfired, or, poor thing with no allies. Lonely manager. Oh, Mirei, are you going to be my ally? Keep dreaming. Why would I ever be your ally? Delivering a roundabout verbal jab was Mirei, wearing a black long-sleeve shirt and denim short shorts. She twitched her eyebrows looking displeased, but for now she was just being dear. Then I'll be your ally. I wonder if this means I get to monopolize you. A reliable ally has entered the fray. Thank you very much. Fufu, not at all. The last to enter the conversation was Koyuki, wearing an off-shoulder top and slim pants, greatly accentuating her style. Yuki-chan, your way of jumping in is a bit unfair. Hiyoriy might be experiencing it for the first time, the strategy of the third party profiting from conflict. Well, at this point, it doesn't really matter who's an ally or not, right? We're all going to the festival together. Oh? So you are going to be my ally after all, Mirei? Attempting to get back at her for the verbal jabs, Souta teasingly said this. Huh? What's with this guy? You're being annoying. Fufafu, no need to get so flustered, Mirei. I am not flustered or anything. Your face is turning red, Mirei-chan. Mi-chan's face has finally gone bright red. What's with this development? Weren't you guys just teasing him a moment ago? As the conversation indicated, Mirei, her cheeks flushed red, pointed her index finger at Souta. Since the dorm mates got along so well, they seemed to clearly understand the flow, but it would be too pitiful for her to keep getting countered by everyone. Having enjoyed the overall atmosphere, Souta took the initiative to change the subject. So how are we heading to the festival? With 5 people, no matter what, I think we'll need 2 vehicles. Souta had a motorcycle. Kotoha and Koyuki had cars that could seat 4 people. This discussion was necessary to avoid getting the police involved. Speaking politely to prompt the adults, Koyuki touched her chin and opened her mouth. Let's see. Since it's a special occasion, why don't we just walk? It won't even take 30 minutes, and Kotoha and I might drink alcohol. Right, Kotoha. That's right. Let's make this part of everyone's memories too, Souta-san. Got it. Based on Kotoha's reaction and Koyuki's prompting, there was no doubt they were going along with the conversation to settle on walking as the choice. They were handling it nicely. If we get tired from playing and don't have the energy to walk back, let's call a taxi. Understood. Got it. Then, shall we head out now, Souta-san? You're right. It's about that time. With that, everyone grabbed their shoulder bags or tote bags placed on the sofa or chairs and headed to the entrance. Souta, don't forget to lock up. Yeah, thanks. Mirei was the last to quietly remind him. And so, walking for about 30 minutes while engaged in a fun, uninterrupted conversation. The moment they arrived at the venue, this group from the girls' dorm became the subject of gossip among others attending the same festival. Whoa, hey, check that out, you guys. There's a crazy group over there. What do you mean, a crazy group? Like they're all wearing masks or something? Whoa, that's unreal. Are they all too cute? That person with the exposed shoulders. Her sex appeal is crazy. I wonder if she'd give me the time of day. Don't say rude things. I get how you feel though. What the? Are those people all models or something? They're even outshining the people in kimonos. In just normal casual clothes. I wanna give something to that little girl in the mushroom beret. She's way too cute trotting along. Dude. Are you a Lilican? Shut up. Sigh. I wish I was that popular. They're on a whole different level. That dear girl is totally my type. Look, she's poking that guy trying to get his attention. The destructive power is insane. Yeah. Hey, what's up with you? My bad. I was mesmerized by that girl enthusiastically pointing at the food stalls. Doesn't she have an amazing smile? Yeah. She's super energetic and cute. I want to use her as a body pillow. Huh? Excuse me? Why are you so captivated by those girls when you have a girlfriend, namely me? Oops. My bad. My bad. Well, they are too cute and too beautiful, but hey, you're the one getting captivated by them, aren't you? By that guy escorting them. It's not your fault. But seriously, who the heck is that guy? Unbeknownst to the group themselves, this is what was going on. Chapter 126, Making Memories 3. Souta-san, is something wrong? You seem to have a difficult expression. Oh, my back just feels kind of prickly. Prickly? Maybe it's a bug bite? Ahaha. If only that was the case. Souta answered Hiyoriy, who was tilting her head and blinking while asking, with a wry smile, but he had a vague idea of the cause. Don't get carried away just because you're leading us around. I know. Mirei, aware that they were attracting attention, gave him a sharp look. Fufu. It's a perk, isn't it? Don't think of it so lightly. Kotoha nonchalantly drew out her words as if it was someone else's business. She seemed to have noticed too. In that case, of course. At this point, why don't you try putting your hand around my waist? Something even more interesting might happen. Nothing interesting will happen. Koyuki, who had also noticed, went along with it, and she looked quite amused. Hiyoriy doesn't need to understand. This guy is just thinking weird things. Oh, okay. Got it. She probably figured out from the conversation that she was the only one who didn't understand. However, if they told Hiyoriy the reason they were attracting attention, she would undoubtedly be perplexed. Mirei chose a kind approach. So what should we do now? I haven't been to this festival in a while, so I'm not too familiar with it. Oh, if it's this festival, they have everything. Candy apples, cotton candy, chilled pineapple, hot dogs, yakitori, yakisoba, even cheese dogs. Ahaha. As expected of Hiyoriy, she listed off her favorite foods with a beaming smile. With so many options, it's hard to choose. What does Hiyoriy want to eat first? I'm torn between a candy apple or a hot dog. She furrowed her brow, looking troubled. In terms of attractions, there's a haunted house and a shooting gallery. Since it's a big festival, they basically have everything. I have no idea about the locations though. Kotoha chimed in with additional information. There's a haunted house too. I see. You can't handle it. The haunted house. I'm not good with sudden scares. It's not that I can't go, but if possible, I'd rather not. Lame. You're saying that, but are you fine with it, Mirei? Of course I'm fine. Those things are just for tricking kids. You know they're going to try to scare you. Huh. If she was going to say that much, Souta really wanted to test it out. Kotoha seems quite captivated by the alcohol. When I see yakitori and draft beer, I can't help it. You really do love alcohol as always. Drinking alcohol at a festival is so delicious. Thanks to Yuki-chan's suggestion. We're walking today. Fufu, that's certainly true, but I wonder if they'll actually sell it to you. Geez. I brought my ID, so it'll be fine. Koyuki and Kotoha were talking amicably. Among the 5-member group, Kotoha would definitely be seen as the youngest. Just in terms of appearance, she was no different from a middle school student, so Koyuki's point was understandable. Hey, what's with that sympathetic look on your face, Souta-san? Nothing. Nothing at all. The moment he realized he had been found out, Mirei and Hiyoriy blatantly shifted their gazes towards the food stalls, their intention of absolutely not wanting to participate in this kind of conversation was conveyed. For now, I'm going to have Souta-san take responsibility for this unsettled feeling. Please keep me company for some drinks later. Ahaha. Of course I'll keep you company for that much, but in moderation, okay? I'm not as strong with alcohol as Kotoha. I'd like to see it though. A very drunk Suta-san. Hiyoriy wants to see that too. When that happens, let's all tease him. Hey, that's a bit. There was no way he could show himself completely drunk in his position as the dormitory manager. Seeing Kotoha grinning, he knew she was seriously planning to tease him. Just what kind of things was she thinking of? As he pondered this in his head, hey? In exchange for agreeing to tease him when he's drunk, is it okay if I make a selfish request to everyone now? Mirei spoke up, fidgeting as if she had lost her thorns. What is it? I mean, I think this goes for everyone, not just me. If you could make some time for him to go around alone with each of us, I'd be happy, or rather, me-chan, fufu. Oh my. At her words, Souta and the residents had various reactions, and this remark ended up being the trigger for spending one-on-one time with each of them. Chapter 127, Koyuki 1, Fufu. I wonder if it was a bit immature of me to take the first turn with Suta-san. Ahaha, I don't think you need to worry about that. Rock paper scissors is all about luck anyway. Walking beside Souta, Koyuki made the winning paper hand gesture and smiled while fluttering her fingers. Right now, Souta was alone with Koyuki. There was one reason they decided to explore the festival one-on-one like this for a set time. I mean, I think this goes for everyone, not just me. If you could make some time for him to go around alone with each of us, I'd be happy, or rather, it was because Mirei had proposed this, and everyone agreed. Oh my, in reality, rock paper scissors isn't just about luck, you know. Ah really? Yes, if you're playing against someone you know and don't want to lose, it's about reading each other's personalities. Of course, it's not a certainty, but Hiyoriy is a pure and straightforward girl. So when prompted with rock first, she threw rock just as instructed and lost first, right? That wasn't just a coincidence. I'd say coincidence accounts for about 30%. I think Kotoha, Mirei, and I all read Hiyori's move. Well then. Souta vividly remembered the rock-paper-scissors match from earlier. Because the match was decided in the first round. Hiyoriy threw rock. Everyone else threw paper. It was a rare result. One could say it was a coincidence, but when the match was decided, the three of them had faces like their strategy had worked out. Or so it seemed. I feel bad for how sad she looked when she said no way. Though hearing that story, it does seem a bit immature, right? But that's how much I wanted to be first with Suta-san. I hope you don't think badly of me. No, I don't think that at all. Rather, thank you for being so considerate of me. Souta thought Koyuki was maneuvering to make good memories, given her personality. But this assumption was off the mark. Geez, Suta-san, you're pretty dense, aren't you? I wasn't being considerate. If I was being considerate, I wouldn't have gone all out to win at rock paper scissors, huh? Take it at face value. That's how much I wanted to be first with Suta-san. Due to their height difference, she looked up at him. Was it his imagination that Koyuki's cheeks were slightly flushed? Taken at face value, it meant she wanted to be first even if it seemed immature. They were both silent for a few seconds. The moment he started imagining strange things, along with an itchy, oddly embarrassing feeling assaulting his entire body, a hard-to-describe atmosphere also lingered. For now, as he racked his brain to change the subject, as if reading his thoughts, Koyuki said, "It's a shame that time is limited, but doesn't this feel kind of like a date? Going around the festival one-on-one. Are you trying to say something embarrassing? If you say that, I'll become oddly conscious." The festival atmosphere, the stall-lined street full of couples. Koyuki's close proximity. It was nearly impossible not to be conscious of it. Fufu, it's more convenient for me if you're conscious of it. That way, you'll blend in with the surroundings more, and it'll be more fun. That's how you tease me. Is it okay if I get awkward? Yes, of course. You're always so mature at the dorm, so it's a chance to see your more youthful side. I try not to show my uncool side as much as possible, but maybe it's because I'm older than you. Suta-san, Your uncool side seems cute to me. Souta was completely at her mercy. Just looking at this scene, one wouldn't think Souta was the dorm manager and Koyuki was the resident. So will you pretend you're on a date with me? Suddenly announcing you're quitting as the dorm manager, making me realize I might not get another chance like this. How cruel of you, Souta-san. I'm really sorry about that. If she put it that way, he had lost. He accepted her proposal with a wry smile. If she said it was like a date, it certainly was. And her reasoning that it would be more fun that way, as well as calling him cruel, weren't wrong either. He had no reason to refuse. And precisely because he accepted this condition, Souta ended up even more at her mercy. Even so, wasn't it unexpected? To think Mirei would make that kind of proposal, Souta-san. The moment he said those words, Koyuki grabbed the right sleeve of Souta who was beside her, halting his movement. She brought her supple index finger close to Souta's mouth, not letting him finish. Right now, just think about me. Okay? Licking her lips and giving a wink, Koyuki's expression turned alluring. He had never seen this side of her before, and he understood in his head that she would only show it to her boyfriend. No need to answer, okay? Oh, yes, got it. Fufu. Then, here, since we have the chance, shall we hold hands, huh? Come on, if you don't hurry, we'll attract attention from people around us. Koyuki didn't give Souta any time to think by urging him like this. The hand she held out was quickly joined with his, and the moonlight and stall lights created a connected shadow. Now then, shall we go? Right. The power of being older was probably dominating the situation. Koyuki's white bait-like fingers were cool to the touch, and her ears, which seemed completely at ease, were bright red as if flushed with heat. Chapter 128, Koyuki 2. It's been so long, really. Since you've been to a festival? Yes. To be honest, I can't even remember how many years it's been since I last came to a festival. That's why it feels so fresh and fun. Koyuki, who was usually calm and mature, seemed a bit different today. Her eyes sparkled and her steps were light. Her expression was softer than usual. Furthermore, holding hands attracted a lot of attention. I imagine someone like you, Koyuki-san, gets invited by many men, right? Fufu, certainly I do get invitations, but I turn them all down since they're one-on-one. Huh? Is that not allowed? Personally, I feel like those men must be interested in you, Koyuki-san. How should I put it? Their ulterior motives are obvious. What they plan to do after the festival ends. It may be a typical course of events, but still. Koyuki hinted at hotel while furrowing her brow. As expected, there were many men targeting her, and it was a troublesome situation to respond to. Well, that's half an excuse. The truth is, I just don't like being alone with men. I see. So that's how it is. That's right. Huh? Fufu, what's the matter? No, it's not what's the matter. At first he was satisfied with her casual response, but he quickly felt something was off. I'm sorry, I made you do something you don't like, Koyuki-san. This situation was exactly one-on-one. He was making her do something she disliked. Geez, you really don't get it, do you? Huh? She muttered softly. Her whisper didn't reach Souta's ears. If I really hated it, I wouldn't have tried to be first to have a date with you, Souta-san, and I would have turned you down, just like I did with the other men who invited me, saying there's someone who has captured my heart. That means. Well, I wonder what that means. Come on, seriously. Fufu, sorry about that. It was the moment he was about to speak. Koyuki varied the strength of her grip on his hand, squeezing it playfully. They were just holding hands. That's all. But with her doing this, and the flow of that conversation, he couldn't help but get flustered. When you show such a cute reaction, it makes me want to tease you more and more. If you tease me too much, I might run away. Me, that is. Oh my, I have countermeasures in place. I'm properly holding the reins, after all. You're as vigilant as ever. I see. You're really not used to this, are you? These kinds of things. Even though you've had a girlfriend before, it might be odd for me as the dorm manager to say this, but it's because the other person is tricky. He didn't mean this in a bad way, but in a good way. Realizing she was being complimented, Koyuki retorted as if it were only natural. Saying the other person is tricky might get you attacked again, you know. Like what do you mean by that? Right? She raised her pink lips in a smug, happy, teasing manner. Koyuki probably wanted to see Souta flustered more and have more fun. She probably wanted to keep taking the lead. However, thanks to the previous exchange, he was gradually building up immunity. Even if he was younger, Souta wasn't going to just keep getting played. He also spoke confidently as if it were only natural. If you want to know that badly, I'll tell you. You're very beautiful, kind, and dependable. With someone like you, Koyuki-san, there's no way I'd have a chance. In my line of work, I see many good qualities in the residents. I think I could handle being teased with words to some extent, but it's different when you do that. A counterattack. Until now, Koyuki had been putting strength into her grip so Souta wouldn't let go of her hand. But here the tide turned. Explaining the reason for his unaccustomed reaction, Souta squeezed her hand with more force than she did. Do you understand my feelings a bit now? That it makes your heart race. Is that it? Why yes. Koyuki's suddenly sultry voice made him stutter unintentionally. But considering the potential for misconduct, it's wrong for me as the dorm manager to see the residents as the opposite sex. So please keep it a secret from my mom that we're on a date, and what I said earlier. Let's keep it just between the two of us. Souta, having calmed down a bit, immediately loosened his grip and turned his eyes to the food stalls. Needless to say, embarrassment washed over him, and Koyuki, who had been hit with a counter in the name of a surprise attack, felt the same. She ran her fingers through her hair, skillfully hiding her flushed profile. Somehow, we're both in a strange mood, aren't we? I wonder if we've been affected by the festival atmosphere. It's all because of you, Koyuki-san, you know. You're also to blame for sincerely complimenting me, Souta-san. Sorry about that. It's not like you need to apologize. I was happy. The two of them, having this conversation, were turning their heads left and right, averting their faces. If the author had witnessed this scene, they might have kicked Souta in the butt. Chapter 129, Koyuki. And come to think of it, Koyuki-san, are you going to eat anything? I think there are many delicious-looking stalls. Oh my, is it okay for you to say that? What do you mean? Koyuki narrowed her eyes seductively and spoke with a gentle expression. I mean, after this you'll be going around with Kotoha, who will invite you to drink together, Mirei, who has a small appetite but is hungry, and Hiyoriy, who eats heartily, right? I wonder if your stomach can handle it, Souta-san. Knowing you, you probably won't let them eat alone, right? It'll make them worry about you. She could see right through him because she knew Souta's personality. Well, I'll force myself to eat in that case. I think that will also become a memory, right? That's why I'm fine. Save your stomach capacity for the others, Mr. Popular Souta-san. Hey, don't tease me. Fufu, sorry. For now, please keep what I just said a secret, okay? Oh, yes, of course. Koyuki, who had won at rock paper scissors by predicting and inferring, and chose to go first, had carefully considered what would happen afterwards. But if that happens, it kind of restricts you in a weird way, Koyuki-san, doesn't it? Certainly, since it's almost time to switch. There might be a part of me that goes right? Glancing at her wristwatch to check the current time, Koyuki had a flash of insight here. Well then, shall I have Souta-san indulge one more selfish request of mine? What is that selfish request? It's still a secret. Souta-san, please answer with only yes or yeah, okay, huh? The conversation was forcibly cut off there. Koyuki firmly pulled their joined hands and started leading the way, their shoulders touching. Section, huh? This place is. Did you think it was childish? Well, it was no wonder Souta reacted this way. The place Koyuki led him to was a stall selling masks of well-known characters like Anpanan and Dora Monday. Do you like these kinds of things? It's not that I particularly like them. I'm just drawn to them because there's a reason. Wait, don't tell me you're going to tell me to put on the Anpanan mask or something. Fufu, don't be so wary. I won't make a selfish request like a punishment game. Then why are we here? To buy masks. Of course, question mark. It wasn't the kind of product that adults would seek out, let alone young children. Unable to grasp the answer, Souta had a perplexed look on his face as Koyuki examined the displayed masks, next to a small child. And she quickly made her decision. "Excuse me, shop owner. Could I have that white and red fox half mask on the end there, and the black and red fox half mask next to it?" "Shop owner? Oh, thank you very much. That will be 1,400 yen. When Koyuki tilted her head and called out again, the shop owner seemed to snap out of it and started moving flustered. It was impossible to say for sure, but he was probably captivated. While directing an ominous aura at Souta, he skillfully served Koyuki, enduring the rather unbearable atmosphere for a few minutes. The two purchased the masks and left the stall. "Now that we've bought what we came for, shall we go somewhere with fewer people?" "Why yes." Koyuki naturally grabbed his sleeve and started leading the way again, tugging at it. Following obediently, they left the main street lined with stalls and headed to a place with few people. It was near some dimly lit trees, a little away from the festival venue. Still, it was a place they could quickly return from. What are we doing now?" "You saw it too, right Souta-san?" The couples passing by wearing masks as hair accessories. It might be childish of me to say this, but I wanted to try couple outfits too. Ahaha, I see. I'm sorry. So will you indulge this selfish request of mine? I think these masks can pass as fashionable accessories. Of course. That's fine. Those masks aren't embarrassing to wear. When asked with upturned eyes, looking a bit unsure, there was no way he could refuse. It's not like he particularly minded either. "Fufu, thank you." "Then shall we put them on each other? It might be hard to do it alone in this darkness." "Don't tell me. You chose this place with that in mind too? If you know, then don't ask." "You're so mean." It seemed he shouldn't have said that just now. She averted her gaze, looking embarrassed. "As punishment, please keep wearing that mask until the festival ends." "I won't let you say no." "Haha, understood. It seems like a good way to enjoy the festival atmosphere anyway." "Yes, then I'll put it on you first." "Souta-san, could you crouch down a bit?" "Sure." And with that exchange, the time came for their date to end. Section. Sigh. I wonder why I couldn't muster the courage. I chose the couple outfit because I wanted you to think of me when you go on dates with the others, and I chose to put the masks on each other to create lots of chances. Really? I wonder why I couldn't muster the courage. If only I had brought my face closer to kiss Souta-san on the cheek. It's a troubles thing, isn't it? Targeting a man with many rivals. Chapter 130, Kotoha 1. "So, how was your date with Yuki-chan, Souta-san?" "Ahaha, it was just plain fun, though I kept getting led round by her." After that, they regrouped with the other residents by phone. Parting ways with Koyuki, Souta was now walking alongside Kotoha, heading back towards the street lined with food stalls. He matched the pace of the petite girl walking with small steps, careful not to get ahead of her. "Oh, even for you, Souta-san? There aren't many men who can go toe-to-toe with Koyuki-san, right? She has them wrapped around her finger, and it's hard to imagine her being led around." "Was it unexpected for you, Kotoha?" Yes. I thought it'd be more of a back and forth. You know, like how they say love conquers all or something like that, no matter how strong the opponent is." Huh?" Suta's breath caught at those words that came out of nowhere. By that logic, it was practically exposing that the person she liked was him. I don't know if Yuki-chan likes Souta-san as a member of the opposite sex though. What the heck? You startled me." "Fufu." Knowing Koyuki's feelings, Kotoha smiled meaningfully with her small hand over her mouth. And Souta, concluding he had been teased, gave a wry smile in return. "So, Souta-san, how's your stomach?" "I assume you ate with Yuki-chan, but do you think you can still handle more?" "Of course, there's still plenty of room so don't worry." He kept it a secret that he had refrained from eating at the stalls out of consideration for the other residents waiting their turn. Souta prompted Kotoha about what she probably wanted to do first. "Well then, shall we drink together now? I'm in the mood for some yakitori and carriage." "Fufu, so you figured it out after all." "Thank you very much. I know it's not very ladylike to drink at a festival, but You don't need to worry about that. I like drinking too, and isn't it best if we can enjoy what we both like together? He met her apple-colored, round eyes as he said this. Somehow, I feel like I'll lose my composure if Souta-san doesn't have that dormitory manager aura. Ah really? You look more wonderful than usual. That sort of thing. Ah. She narrowed her eyes, changed how she addressed him to you, and made a kind expression. All he could do in response to the sudden compliment was blink repeatedly. That's why it's been on my mind, you know? The reason such as Souta-san is getting cold stares from those around. I thought I was just imagining it, but you feel it too, Kotoha? He had felt like he was being subjected to prickly stares all over his body. He had brushed it off as his imagination, but if Kotoha pointed it out like this, it gained more credibility. Due to the nature of my receptionist job, I'm sensitive to stares. The gazes directed at me seemed to say poor thing. Could it be their misunderstanding and thinking brazenly too timing? Huh. Since I was with Koyuki-san alone until a little while ago. True to his words, Souta had the model-like Koyuki by his side not long ago. Furthermore, with the fox masks on their heads, the impression wouldn't be subtle. Ah, that seems likely. If the stares are like poor thing, being deceived, it makes sense. The baby-faced Kotoha seemed unfazed even in this situation. People around probably mistook her for a middle or high school student. In that case, it was only natural for the reception to be harsher. Which means, you did something couple-like with Yuki-chan besides the matching mask outfits, right? Huh? If not, I don't think it would turn out like this, so I wonder what in the world you did? The girl grabbed his sleeve and persisted with a drawling voice. It was rare to be able to deduce this much based on circumstantial evidence alone. I didn't do anything shady, just held hands, that's about it. What's with that openly dissatisfied face? She pursed her small lips and skillfully moved her eyebrows. I just thought it was kind of unfair, that's all. You mean you want to hold hands too, Kotoha? That's not what I meant. I might get separated in the crowd, you know. Like, getting pushed away by the waves of people and getting separated or something. Perhaps she didn't expect him to ask back, or perhaps it was something she blurted out unintentionally, but she uncharacteristically stumbled over her words. It was also rare for her to bring up her small stature herself. I think there will be even more people up ahead, and since we have this precious time, I don't want to waste any of it. Right? Kotoha looked up at him, tilting her head as if wanting him to say that's right. Her way of inviting him was different from Koyuki's, but Souta had no reason to refuse. He couldn't very well agree to do it with Koyuki but refuse Kotoha. He wouldn't make such a distinction. Ahaha, that's absolutely true. I think the stares from those around might get a bit worse, but here. Finishing his words, he held out his hand to her in a way that was easy to take. What's wrong? Kotoha, who had been alternating between looking at the outstretched hand and Souta with a blank expression, suddenly had a glint in her eyes as if she thought of something good. I thought it might be interesting to try making the stares even worse. And doing the same as Yuki-chan would be kind of, you know. And then, Kotoha moved while grinning. She embraced Suta's right arm with both of hers, bringing it up to her chest. It was a quite intimate arm lock. This is okay, right? Well, Fufu, I won't let you say no though. Seeing her laughing happily and joyfully, he swallowed the words that were about to come out immediately. The realization that her soft breasts, though small, were pressing against his arm. Phew, that was nerve-wracking but I managed to make progress. Good. But still, Souta-san's arm is so big and manly. While Souta endured, Kotoha squeezed his arm with varying pressure to feel the sensation. Their destination while staying like this was a stall with alcohol and fried foods. Chapter 131, Kotoha 2. Honestly, how rude can that stall owner be? Ahaha, it can't be helped, we just have to deal with it somehow. Kotoha pursed her lips in discontent after purchasing yakitori, carriage, and draft beer, and sitting on a nearby bench. The reason she was sulking like this was because of what happened when purchasing the draft beer. I didn't think the stall owner's face would contort that much. It was when you ordered, right Kotoha? He clearly had a expression on his face. He didn't need to be so surprised. Geez, really? Souta just laughed in amusement at Kotoha furrowing her brow. Imagine if Kotoha, with her short stature and looks that could be mistaken for a middle or high school student, suddenly approached with a beaming smile and said, "Excuse me, can I have a draft beer?" The stall owner, who had been doing business with adults, was sure to be baffled. Souta really wanted to take her side, but in the past, he too had been fooled by her appearance. He could sympathize with the stall owner in many ways. It was the same when he handed over the drinks. "He gave both draft beers to you, Souta-san. What do you think about that? He probably thought I was going to drink both of them." "Exactly." "Geez, really?" The sharp Kotoha could read all the stall owner's intentions. Conversely, it was precisely because she was sharp that her dissatisfaction piled up. From her perspective, it was probably a significant concern, but from Suta's view, it was an endearingly cute worry. Now, for now let's eat something delicious and change your mood. Here, Kotoha." "Carriage." Thank you very much." If he didn't interject with something, Kotoha's dissatisfaction probably wouldn't have stopped. That was adorable in its own way, but it would be a waste to let the purchased side dishes get cold. Souta handed her the carriage at this timing. "I'll go ahead and start." "Okay." "Go ahead." With a considerate word, she took a large piece of carriage with a toothpick stuck in it and popped it into her mouth. "How is it?" "It's really delicious." "Souta-san, you should try it too." "Thanks. I'll take out the yakitori while I'm at it." "That would be great. I was actually curious about that too." "I'm glad to hear that. The power of delicious food is strong." Before he knew it, Kotoha was showing a gentle smile. From there, the two of them shared the food while slowly enjoying the alcohol, letting time take its course. Perhaps because their attention was focused on the meal, neither of them noticed. The distance between the two sitting on the bench was close enough for their shoulders to touch. No one looking at these two would be able to discern that they weren't dating. That's how much their own little world had been created. It's nice to relax like this, isn't it? "I agree. I'm glad we came to the festival today." During the meal, there was little conversation between the two. Yet there was no awkwardness, and they were enjoying the festival atmosphere. "Phew. I'm so happy right now." Kotoha said this after finishing about 2/3 of her draft beer. "It's not often you can drink alcohol in front of Hiyoriy and Mirei." "You're careful about that kind of thing, Kotoha." "Fufu. It's not because of the alcohol that I'm happy, you know." "Me." Oh, is that so?" "Yes, I'm happy to be spending time alone with you, Souta-san." Suta's shoulders twitched at her confession-like words, but of course there was more to come. "We live under the same roof, but we rarely had time with just the two of us, right?" Oh yeah, that's true." Souta, not realizing this was a lead-in, a preface, was doing something truly wasteful. "I want to ask you not to quit being the dorm manager." "Honestly, that's an unreasonable request, but it really makes me happy to have a resident ask me to stay. But I didn't expect you to bring that up here, Kotoha. I thought you had come to terms with it." "Fufu, sorry. I'm still immature in that regard. I put on a good act in front of everyone since I'm one of the role models, but..." She scratched her slightly puffed out cheek with her index finger, making a wry smile. "Souta-san, we came to the festival today to make memories, right?" "That's right. Then, will you let me make a memory too?" "Sure." "Apart from spending time together like this?" "Yes." "Please accept your punishment for leaving me behind and quitting." Kotoha, with a beaming face, uttered that ominous line and casually stole the paper cup containing the carriage. And then, "Souta-san, say ah for me." "Hey? Not hey." "Will you let me feed you?" "I'll endure it a little for this." Geez. Here, say ah." From there, it was Kotoha's show. Souta just went along with it. She narrowed her eyes happily. Chapter 132, Kotoha 3. Kotoha, what's wrong? You seem kind of spaced out." Is the alcohol getting to you a bit?" This happened while they were relaxing and drinking after finishing the food they bought from the stalls. Souta showed concern when Kotoha, sitting on the bench, seemed lost in thought. "No, I've only had a little to drink, so that's not it. I just caught sight of an enviable scene." "An enviable scene?" "Over there, The couple right in front of us. That couple in Yukata's? Souta followed Kotoha's gaze and looked in that direction. The casually dressed couple just behind them. Those two wearing wedding rings. Ah, those ones. The couple was some distance away, but the silver glint of rings on their fingers was indeed visible. The pair were happily holding hands and strolling along the stalls. So, in other words, you envy that they're married? Exactly. It's hard to put into words, but when I see an atmosphere like that, when I see their hearts connected, I can't help but think that way. I also often hear about married life at work. Kotoha didn't take her eyes off the couple she was watching. Her round eyes narrowed gently. I think I've heard that a happy marriage is a dream for women. I remember Koyuki-san also saying she wants to get married. You're dropping hints, aren't you? Muttering softly. Souta tilted his head in confusion upon hearing that. What's wrong? Did you say something just now? I didn't say anything. Ahaha, I see. Must have been my imagination then. No, don't worry about it. Ah, by the way, Souta-san, what about you? Do you have any desire to get married? Pretending to be oblivious, Kotoha threw out a question she was curious about while glancing sidelong at Souta. With her baby-faced appearance, she often gets misunderstood by those around her, but her conduct is that of a proper adult. Me? Let's see. Don't tell me you don't want to? No. It's not that I don't want to get married, but I can't really imagine myself getting married, so I haven't thought about it that much. Huh? Kotoha tilted her head with a genuine expression at this answer. I know it's a rigid way of thinking, but I'm worried about whether I can really manage it. I mean, getting married means entrusting your precious person's life to you, and if that happens, you have to make them happy, and you don't want them to have any regrets. Fufu, I see. That's a very Souta-like way of thinking. Ah really? Souta had already decided to quit his job at the girls' dorm and change careers because he was in an environment where he couldn't imagine what would happen. When it came to marriage, he thought about it more seriously than most. This was natural, and it was also natural for Kotoha to have a different opinion. Yes, but I think you're overthinking it a bit. Meaning? Basically, just being able to be with the person you love makes them happy. Just like the couple we saw earlier. In terms of money, you can stabilize it by working together, and if you have troubles, you can just help each other out. The moment you find the person your heart has chosen and start dating them, it's like you've already grasped happiness. Kotoha unconsciously used her own situation as an example. That's why the retort was only natural. Why you make it sound so easy, Kotoha? Certainly, if you think about it that way. The hurdle for marriage is lower, but first I need to become a man worthy of my partner. Well, the first problem is whether I can even get a girlfriend though. What are you saying? Souta-san, you're the one being targeted, so you can rest assured. Targeted? Yes, you're very popular at my workplace, to the point where people are asking me for your contact info. Huh? What do you mean? Fufu, when you have a wonderful man, you naturally want to show him off to those around you, right? That's why more people are getting interested in you, Souta-san. Of course, I haven't given out your contact info or anything, so as not to make enemies for him. So Souta-san, please have confidence that you can get your girlfriend. You'll be able to get one in no time. If Souta wasn't in the position of dorm manager, if there wasn't the stopper called his position, the residents would have made moves on him much earlier. Kotoha was one of those people, after all. Isn't that a flag for not being able to get a girlfriend? That's not the case at all, because I'll volunteer myself for you. Oh? That's reassuring. Fufu. He thinks I'm joking. Huh. Souta-san. Kotoha covered her mouth with her hand while thinking of her next move. I'm seriously interested in you, Souta-san. Though I might write serious but call it a joke. Geez, okay. No more refills on the alcohol for now. I know. Our time alone is almost up anyway. All right. I wonder if I managed to appeal to him a bit. That was Kotoha's takeaway. She ended the date with a smile until the very end. Chapter 133, Mirei 1. Hey, you're 5 minutes late for my turn only, you know? Sorry. My bad. The date with Kotoha had ended, and now it was Mirei's turn. It was past 8 p.m., and both the number of people and the excitement had grown even greater. Amidst this, the girl with slender arms crossed, looking slightly displeased, was glaring at Souta with a furrowed brow. "It was my idea in the first place to hang out just the two of us. I'm very sorry. Are you really reflecting on it?" "I am." This exchange might seem unthinkable between a dorm manager and a resident, but apologizing was only natural. "Then as punishment for being late, you'll escort me from now on." "I'll forgive you if you do that." Mirei conveyed the punishment in a curt manner, but Souta realized there was a considerate feeling behind it. Because they had been living together, he could easily tell. "You're really kind, aren't you, Mirei?" "Huh? What are you going on about? You're letting me choose the place so we don't overlap with where I went with Koyuki-san and Kotoha, right?" "Like, if the place you take me overlaps with where those two went, it'd be a problem for me to enjoy myself. Am I wrong?" "HMPH, I don't know about that." "Ahaha, bullseye." Shut up. If you get it, you don't need to say it." "Seriously?" Mirei turned away with a slightly flushed face and a huff. There couldn't be a more obvious reaction, and if he teased her any more than this, a punch would likely come flying. Suppressing the heartwarming feeling welling up, Souta returned his expression to normal. "So, where are we going?" "The place for just the two of us. Decide quickly, time is precious." "Then let's start with the haunted house we talked about earlier." "Huh?" Suddenly, Mirei's eyes went wide and she looked stunned, her mouth agape. "Wait a minute, didn't you say you were bad with haunted houses, Souta? But you're not bad with them, right, Mirei?" Well, of course not. Ghosts aren't scary at all. Even if you call it a haunted house, it's just people trying to surprise you." She spoke a bit hastily, stumbling once. Then, as if convincing herself, even someone who didn't know Mirei well could probably tell she was putting on a brave front. Holding back the laughter that threatened to spill out, he invited her again. "Then shall we go?" Perhaps there was a bit of mischief in his heart at this time. "Are you serious? You said you were bad with them." The same line for the second time. "I'm certainly not good with them, but it is an enjoyable attraction. It'll make for good memories too." "Oh, could it be?" "You're not actually saying you're scared, are you, Mirei?" "Oh, of course not." "There's no point in pretending to be brave either." "Then shall we go?" "I didn't go to the haunted house with Koyuki-san or Kotoha." Fine. Got it." She nodded with a slight pout. "In the first place, why are you being so pushy? Even though you're bad with them, I thought it would be fun to go through it with you." Mirei. She's already scared, and I'm genuinely scared too. There are various ways to enjoy a haunted house: enjoying the atmosphere, enjoying being surprised, seeing an acquaintance get spooked, and so on. This time, all of them applied to Mirei. Then I'll just say one thing. If you pull any pranks to scare me, I'll kick you for real. Got it? Ahaha, I won't do anything in such poor taste. I probably won't have the composure for that anyway." "That's fine then." She seemed a bit relieved, but if there were any enemies besides the haunted house staff, even Souta would be in trouble. The feeling of relief was mutual, and Mirei continued with her demands. "Also, when we go through the haunted house, you're in front, Souta. I'm in the back. Can't we walk side by side?" "I heard it's pretty spacious, so I think there will be enough room in front and behind." Okay." She put on the pressure cutely. Mirei probably didn't know that in a prefabricated haunted house, it was easier to target blind spots from behind rather than in front. "Oh, one last thing." "What?" "Occasionally, just occasionally, I'll use your arm or back. It's not because I'm scared. It's because it's dark inside and dangerous. So, got it? Let's both be careful not to get hurt." This was the straightforward Mirei, and the two of them moved to the store with the haunted house together, with Souta predicting, "I'll probably get used a lot." Chapter 134, Mirei 2. Doesn't the atmosphere seem way more intense than expected? It sure does. The darkness outside makes it even more so. Walking shoulder to shoulder with Mirei for a few minutes, they arrived at their destination marked by a sign that read Haunted House. The entrance gate was painted red, looking quite ominous. It wasn't just their imagination that their walking pace slowed. overwhelmed by the external pressure. Well, it wouldn't be worth coming to a haunted house without this much, and the entrance fee is 700 yen too. Am I the only one who thinks they could tone down the exterior a bit? Just you. I think they could even go a bit further. Mirei crossed her slender arms as she looked at the haunted house, but her eyebrows were twitching. Anyone who knew her could tell at a glance that she was putting on a brave front. Mirei-san, your face seems a bit off. Shut up. You don't know me. So, in other words, you're at least a little scared. Mirei. HMPH. Ahaha. You're as stubborn as ever. Got a problem with that? Nope, no problem at all. Then it's fine. She narrowed her eyes sharply, glaring at him as if to say you know what answer to give, right? To which he casually responded. Mirei was usually assertive, but with her weakness right in front of her now, her facade was crumbling quite a bit. Perhaps because it was a rare sight, Souta's teasing switch turned on. This playful banter was only possible because they got along so well. And while a warm atmosphere was being created at the moment, the discordant horror BGM had been ringing in their ears the whole time. They were quickly brought back to reality. Hey, this isn't the time for such silly talk. We're wasting time, huh? For now, let's line up. We have to wait our turn. Whoa. Just as he tilted his head to ask, Mirei grabbed his wrist and forcefully pulled him. Of course. He didn't resist. He obediently lined up as he was told. And then, silence descended. There was one reason it turned out like this. Souta directed his gaze to a certain spot and prompted Mirei. You're still holding my wrist. Ow, that hurts. Her response was brief. She tightened her grip as if to say don't ask. Souta's question aside, this probably wasn't the place to confirm. I'll just say one thing. Don't get the wrong idea. This isn't because I'm scared. It's to make sure you don't run away. It's like handcuffs. Oh, I see. What's with that weird face? And you're scared of haunted houses too, Souta, so you don't want to be let go even though you're happy about it. I mean, it's not like this happens often. Mirei's cheeks were slightly flushed as she rambled on, putting on a brave front again. No one would ever guess that these two had a dorm manager and resident relationship. Well, you're not wrong about any of that. I'm honestly happy to be able to do this with you. Mirei. Why is that? She seemed to not have expected him to affirm it without dodging the question, and her agitation became apparent. Mumbling with her mouth moving, the force on his wrist weakened, and Mirei looked up at him for confirmation, to which Souta replied, Why? You ask. You know, I never thought we'd get along this well. When we first met, Mirei, you were, hey, I'll seriously kick you. Of all things. You bring up that topic. Say something like I'm happy because it's you. Haha. My bad. My bad. Let's just say this is a conversation we can only have when it's just the two of us. Sigh. I'll forgive you, so hurry up and forget about it. That time. Yes, yes. Being reminded of the past was indeed embarrassing. Souta also understood that feeling and apologized by letting her keep holding his wrist. And then, just as their conversation reached a break, whoa, a scream from inside the haunted house. Afterward. That was crazy. Where the heck did that thing come from? There weren't even any footsteps. It was suddenly behind us when we noticed, right? Seriously. My lifespan definitely got shortened. Definitely shortened. Two women came out of the exit with great force. Seeing them, a topic came up. Looks like the inside is pretty scary too. Mirei. Souta, change of plans. You're in the back and I'm in the front. When we go through the haunted house. Upon hearing the remark, it was suddenly behind us when we noticed. The clever Mirei made a preemptive move. End of Volume 3. Story completed.